And the Force is what gives the Jedi his power. It's an energy field created by all living things. It surrounds us and penetrates us. It binds the galaxy together.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Unlimited Limited, the show where we talk about limited formats in Star Wars Unlimited, like Draft and Sealed. Today is a special episode because, you've seen how long this video is. If not, have a look now. I'm sorry in advance, because we are going to be talking about every card in the Legends of the Force set. I'm very excited for this set in particular. I've been playing Force decks since the game launched, and of course I got a bunch of new cool tools that I'll be able to put into my decks, but that's not what today is about. Today is about preparing you for Draft and Sealed, in particular for pre-release for this new set. So we've got a long road ahead of us, so let's get into it. I'll start by talking about the new mechanics in this set. So the Force is a new mechanic that they're introducing in this set, and with it's pretty simple. For the Force, whether you have it is just sort of binary. It's 0 or 1, right? So you start the game not having the Force, and then you can do different things throughout the game that say the Force is with you, and then if that happens, then you have the Force. You can only have one instance of the Force at a time. You can't stack to have 5 Forces. You can only have one at a time, so if you do something that says the Force is with you when you already have the Force, you still just have the Force. And then there are some cards that say use the Force, and if you do that, you'll get some extra effect. So the cards I have as an example here is Cure Wounds. It's a 1 cost. We'll talk about it more later, but you use the Force, and if you do, you heal 6. So if you don't have the Force and you try to use this card, it will not heal 6. And then the most common way to get the Force, but not the only way, is going to probably be attacking with these new bases. So these new bases say, and there's a cycle of them in all of the different aspects at common that say, when a friendly Force unit attacks, the Force is with you. So there's a lot of Force units in this set. You're going to be getting the Force pretty easily from these bases, and then you're going to be using it in lots of different ways. So it's just a new resource to manage. Another new mechanic in this set is Hidden. Hidden's pretty straightforward. It just says that if a unit with Hidden, when you play it, it can't immediately be attacked that phase. So unless it gains Sentinel. So if you play a unit with Hidden, your opponent, even if they have a ready unit that would normally be able to attack it, they can't this phase. Of course, next phase they're going to be able to attack it, but it's safe the turn it comes in from attacks. Of course, it can still be targeted, so if they have something that deals 3 damage and you play a Hidden unit with 3 life, like the one I have on screen here, you're still going to lose that unit, but it cannot be attacked. So, very important. Good, those are the 2 new mechanics, the Force and Hidden. And so let's just talk a little bit about how I'm going to be grading cards here. So I'm going to be grading cards from A to F. So A plus being the highest possible grade something can get, and F being the lowest possible grade something can get. And so just to give you sort of an idea of, and of course I've said this before, I'm talking about Sealed and Draft mostly. So some of the cards that I give A's to will be awesome in Draft and Sealed, but terrible in actual Constructed, they'll never see a deck. And then there are a lot of cards, as a matter of fact, that are F's in Draft and Sealed, but that are actually very, very good in Constructed. So we'll see one of those in a minute as one of the examples. So A's are cards that completely warp games in your favor. So if you have an A in your deck and you play that card, if you're behind, it sort of brings you up ahead. If you're ahead, it basically makes you win the game. If you're sort of even, if you're at parity, it really gives you a huge advantage. You want, of course, as many A's as you can, but so does everybody else, and there are usually not very many, if any, in any given set. So if you can get one in your deck, that's going to be a great draft experience for you. They're usually cards that just get you just so much value for the cost you pay for them. So an example of an A, and you're usually happy to splash them out of aspect. So an example of an A is Overwhelming Barrage from Spark the Rebellion. This card is insane in Draft. You can usually, if you're playing it for 5 resources, you're going to be basically one-side board wiping your opponent. Sometimes you'll play it for 7 in off aspect, and you're more than happy to do that. I've played this in light side decks before in Draft, and I've been excited to do so. Genuinely take as many A's as you can. You're willing to play them off aspect. It's very worth it basically every time. So that's your A's. Now let's talk a little bit more about the more realistic things. So B's are not bombs in the same way that A's are, but they still they're very efficient units or events that give you a major advantage when you play them. So Bs are things that, like, if you play and say it's a unit like IG-88, your opponent, it's efficient enough that your opponent's going to have to deal with it, or it's going to just bring you too much value. So IG-88 is a great example of a card like that. This card has versatility. This card is a threat on its own or a threat when you're piloting it onto something else. Both modes are good. It's just an efficient unit. You usually don't want to play Bs out of aspect. That's better. But, sometimes you can if you need to. Famous example was Direct Hit. I played that out of aspect pretty often in Jump to Lightspeed, and that was definitely a B. But yeah, sometimes you can, sometimes you don't have to, but they're just generally very efficient units or events. Cs are going to be, and you can sort of reliably get a couple of Bs in most of your draft decks. They're not going to be as difficult to find as As, which, again, some sets I don't even think have As. But every set does have Bs, and they are, again, going to be typically the best cards in your deck. Cs are going to be pretty much the bulk of your deck. So almost all of the cards in your deck will be Cs, or at least a majority of them. They're fine. You're never super excited to play them unless it's an exact piece that you need, or it's your 10th Swarming Vulture Droid. But they're not, you're never sad to play them either. It's yeah, okay, my deck has, out of the 30 cards, 20 Cs. That's pretty good, right? I didn't have to dip into Ds at all. And there's synergy between them. It's good. So the bulk of your deck is going to be Cs. They're cards that, they're the bread and butter. They're not things that you're excited about playing, but they're not things that you're disappointed about playing. So Swarming Vulture Droid from Jump to Lightspeed is an example of a C. I think in my review I actually gave this a D+, but after playing the set a lot more, I think it's a C. Ds are cards that you probably will have one or two of in your deck, reluctantly, just so you can hit the 30 cards that you need for your deck. So they're cards like System Shock, where they're not unplayable, and every now and then they'll give you a little bit of an advantage, but they're just they're not very efficient. They play poorly into the format. They just don't do enough, or they're too situational. You play them and sometimes they're fine, but they're not what you want to be doing. They're just sort of there. They're in your deck. They make it so you get to 30. And then Fs are cards that you literally never want to play. They will pretty much lose you the game if you have them in your deck. And as such, they're mostly reserved for leaders and bases, because an individual card in your deck is usually not impactful enough to be an F, because if you are playing an F in your deck, then you can just resource it, or you might not even draw it in a given game. Whereas in order to be considered an F by me, it needs to genuinely make your game plan worse by a lot. And so leaders and bases are kind of the things that can do that. Maybe someday they'll print a card that's just so egregiously bad that I have to give it an F that just goes into your deck. But as of now, it's only been leaders and bases, and Lake Country is one such example. So the extra 4 life in Constructed, if you've built your deck well, can actually be really handy and be a big breaking point. And that's awesome. And there are Lake Country decks in Constructed that are good, but in Draft that will never happen. You'll never be able to put together a deck that only has one aspect and make it as good as one, where if you just went into 2 aspects. It can happen sometimes on very rare occasions where you can manage to put together 30 cards that are of one aspect or aspectless, and you'll be able to run it. And then in that case, do you run Lake Country? You can do that. That's always an option. But I cannot genuinely think of any instance where doing that would be better than, playing mostly whatever the open color is, but also some of the good cards from another color that you can just have as your base. Genuinely, you should never be playing Fs, ever. Unless you want to be funny, then go for it. Cool, so that's the scale. Let's get into Legends of the Force. All right, so we have new bases, new common bases, actually. They have 28 life, and they read, when a friendly Force unit attacks, the Force is with you. There's one of them for each of the 4 non-alignment aspects, and they kind of take the place in the pack of the common base that you're used to seeing. As far as I know, I'll pin a comment or put something in the description if this changes to my knowledge, but these do replace the 30 HP common bases that you're used to in the draft format. So if you, say, draft a red leader a leader that is aggression, not literally the card red leader. If you draft a leader that is aggression and you don't end up finding a cunning base, but you really want to play aggression cunning, then you can just have a cunning base. You don't need to actually draft the common ones. I believe that is the case. I don't think the official word on that has been put out yet, but it feels weird that they would not have it like that. But if it turns out that you can't just have these, I will let you know, but I'm pretty sure that you can. Are these bases actually good? Well, most of the time this will be the base that you have to use because you're not always going to be able to draft a rare base. But yes, I think these are good, and as we'll see in a moment, I think they're actually almost always going to be better than the rare bases. Being able to just get the force every time you attack with a force unit, which is, by the way, throughout this whole process, with some of the leaders I've already done it, and with some of the especially ground units, but some space units, I will be doing this as well. I'll be talking about getting the force as in like attacking with a force unit, because that is going to be usually how you get the force. And these are going to be, your key engine for doing that. And I think that they do it pretty well. I think that if your opponent is running one of these 28 life bases and you're not, you're running a 25 life, one of the rare bases that we'll see in a minute, I think your opponent is going to be able to get the force a lot more often than you and a lot more consistently than you, and that often can sway the tide. Not to mention the extra 3 HP you get from these. I think that these are, even if you can take your pick of the rare bases, which you can't, of course, you have to draft those, I think that you usually just want to run the 28 bases anyway. There are so many force units in the set, of course, and you're always going to have one out pretty much to get the force with. Now, of course, I say almost always. You're not always going to. Sometimes you're going to be in a pickle and you're going to be like, I wish I could just, do some other criteria to have the force. That will happen. But I think most of the time you're attacking with units anyway. That's how you tend to win the game. And most of the units in the set are force units. So it'll happen that you get these pretty often. So let's talk about the rare bases. So Virgin's Temple is the 25 life rare base for vigilance, and it says when the regroup phase starts, if you control a unit with 4 or more remaining HP, the force is with you. Now, I should mention, there are actually a lot of 2-drops that have 4 or more, not or more. In some cases or more with Gunji, as we'll see. There are a lot of 2-drops with 4 or more HP. So sometimes you actually can just get this on turn 1, but usually you won't. Usually you will not be able to get the force on turn 1 with this. Maybe you'll be able to get it on turn 2 with it. Now it does say remaining HP, so if your opponent has this base and you can attack in such a way that, it doesn't necessarily kill one of their units, but it reduces their HP, they won't end up getting the force. And, depending on the situation of the board and, what leader they're playing and stuff, that might actually matter a lot. So you're going to just have to keep that in mind if you see your opponent playing this base. I think this is probably the best of the force bases. Maybe the next one is, as we'll see in a second. It's hard to say. Of the rare bases. But even still, I think I would prefer the common bases. So the thing with this rare base is, whenever you are playing it, you can really only get the force once per turn. There are other incidental ways to get the force, but most of them are going to be off of your base. So if you ever want to do force stuff, and it is automatic, you don't, when you're attacking, you need to do an action to get the force, really, but you're usually attacking anyway, so that's not usually like an action that you would rather do something else with, usually. Whereas this does just happen, and that is kind of an upside in a way, but you really only can get it once a turn, and sometimes you'll want it more than once per turn. There are units that are pretty demanding, and some events too that are pretty demanding about you having the force. So this suffers a little bit from that, but that being said, depending on how the board state is, you can probably engineer a way to guarantee yourself getting the force every turn with this, even if that does mean playing some slightly less optimal lines. Like maybe you let your opponent have the initiative so that you can safely play your 4/4 and they won't attack into it and ruin your line of getting the force. Anyway, I think that in general you probably should just play the 28 life one. Not to mention that 3 life is not irrelevant, right? 28 is a lot more than 25. So I'm going to give this a C-. I think it'll be interesting to try out once or twice, but I think I'll be sticking with the blue base, the common one. Next we have Mystic Monastery. It is the 25 life rare base for command, and it has action. The Force is with you. Use this ability no more than 3 times each game. So this one is also maybe the best rare base, but I still think a lot worse than the regular base. This does have the upside that you can just have it whenever you need it, whenever you want, no criteria. Because there will be times where you are playing a common base and for whatever reason you're unable to attack with a Force unit. That will happen and you'll really want the Force and that'll suck. And this base solves that problem. This just says, hey, whenever you want it, you can have it, but you can only use the Force 3 times in a game. Again, there are other ways to get the Force, but you know, it's you'll usually be using your base to get it. So this says you can use the Force basically 3 times in a game. You can do it whenever you want. Is that good enough? Are you usually going to want to use the Force more than 3 times in a game? And I think the answer is probably. At least you're going to want to have the option to. And I think having the option to use the Force more than 3 times in a game is worth the slight convenience hit that you get from not necessarily always having it when you want it. I think this card is okay. I think I'm sort of talking myself into it being the best of the rare bases, but even still, I think I'd play the common base. And then again, the 3 life matters. I have given this a C-, but I'd be interested to see how it plays out. There may be genuine situations where your deck just doesn't have that much Force in it, and it's just more important that you can do it when you need it and not often. There is a slight situation where this is actually a downside also, where you're using this action to get the Force instead of attacking with a unit. If your deck has like a critical mass of Force units and you're always attacking and whatnot, that kind of action cheats, right? You attack and you get the Force in one action, whereas this you would attack and then you would also have to use this to get an action, and presumably you're not just not attacking, right? So that's 2 actions to get the same result that you would get with 1 action with the common base. And again, that downside isn't usually going to be a thing. Usually getting the Force whenever you want is going to be an upside, but I don't think it's enough of an upside to justify max 3 times per game and the 3 life hit. So I'm giving it a C-. Temple of Destruction is the 25 life rare base for aggression that says, when a friendly unit deals 3 or more combat damage to an enemy base, the Force is with you. So this one is interesting because it's sort of a side grade. I guess all of these are, but from the common base, because this one is, of course, asks you to attack as well. So you might say, oh, well, why don't I just run the common base? Because they're both attack. The common base is 3 more life. But this one, you don't necessarily need to attack with a Force unit, right? So if your deck has like a lot of non-Force units, this can get you the Force multiple times in a turn, just like the common bases can. But there's that restriction, of course, of it needs to be enough damage, right? Now 3 isn't that much. You'll often be able to do 3 on an attack. But the other thing that is potentially the real big downside of this card is it needs to go to base. And as you know, in draft, board control is usually king, right? You need to be controlling the board with your units, attacking their units in a favorable way, you know, putting your 3-4 into their 3-3, stuff like that. And if you're playing Temple of Destruction, then you're kind of telling your opponent, I'm super, super aggressive. I'm probably not going to be trading into your units that much. And there are some decks where that just won't work against, right? Like if they have enough Sentinel, that can just straight lock you out of the Force entirely. And that's a real problem. I think this is probably just in almost every circumstance worse than the common base. I'm giving it a D+. The only world I can really think about running this card is if you have a ton of non-Force units and you're going to be super aggressive in both arenas so that you can kind of get around the Sentinel drawback. And you need the Force a lot, right? Of course, because, you know, if you're never using the Force, then you're always going to be running the 28 life base over the 25 life base, right? So, and then next we have Tomb of Al-Ram, which is the 25 life rare base for Cunning that says, action, exhaust a friendly unit, the Force is with you. So this is kind of similar to the green base, and it just says, hey, you can have the Force whenever you want. Of course, you need to have a unit for this one, so it's not quite whenever you want, but you pretty much always have a unit. You know how the games go. You pretty much always have a unit on the field. Now, you are setting yourself back in tempo a lot by exhausting a friendly unit. If this was Jump to Lightspeed and there was like a TIE Fighter deck, and you could maybe every now and then exhaust a 1/1 to get the Force with like one of your million TIE Fighter tokens, like maybe, but this format doesn't really have a token theme in the same way. And I just don't think that the the tempo hit that you get from exhausting your own units is worth getting the Force most of the time. And the other thing is, when you are attacking with a unit, you're exhausting it. So this is just saying, I'm going to exhaust my unit, but not attack with it. Whereas, in principle, you can always exhaust a unit. And just attack with it, right? Like, I have a unit, I want to exhaust it for whatever reason, I can do that. I can just attack something, and that usually gets me more value than just tapping it straight up. So when is this better than the common base? This is better than the common base whenever you have no Force units and you really need the Force, because again, this doesn't say exhaust a Force unit, it says exhaust a friendly unit, right? I can exhaust any unit I want as long as it's mine. So that is an upside, and then there's a very niche upside that will almost never happen, where you do have Force units, but all of the attacks are bad for you. Maybe they have a Sentinel, or that's really the only situation I can think of. Maybe there's other niche situations, but yeah, maybe they have a Sentinel that you really just don't want to attack into, and you need the Force. This would be good in that situation. In every other situation, it's a downside. I think this is probably the worst of them. I've given it a D+, but honestly, I'm kind of talking myself down to a D, but I'm not going to change the PowerPoint. It's a D+. All right. So, the first leader we have Legends of the Force is Kylo Ren. We're not done yet. He is a rare Vigilance Villainy leader that is a Force First Order, and has action, exhaust him, discard a card from your hand. If you discarded an upgrade this way, draw a card. And he has epic action. If you control 7 or more resources, you deploy him. And he is a 5/5 Force First Order Sentinel that has, when deployed, play any number of upgrades from your discard pile on this unit. So Kylo is not a unit that or leader that I'm particularly interested in. And you know me if you've seen any of my last talking about draft or sealed or anything like that. But deploying on 7 is kind of tough. Some leaders can deploy on 7 and still be good. Don't get me wrong, it can happen. But when you're deploying on 7, you really have to earn that spot, because most leaders deploy on 5 or 6. And if your opponent is deploying on 5, that's like 2 full turns where they have all this extra value that you don't have. And, even if your leader unit is better than theirs, which it presumably will be if you're flipping on 7, they might have already just gotten so much value off of having it 2 turns earlier that it doesn't even matter, and they're just going to win the game that turn or the next turn anyway. So if you're flipping on 7, you really need to get there. Now, 5/5 is very much not good, and but the Sentinel does help. Now, the question that you should be asking right now is, can I get there on the upgrades? Because Kylo is a leader that very clearly wants you to be playing lots of upgrades. Because, whenever you deploy him, he's a 5/5 on 7 with Sentinel, which is obviously bad. But if you are able to put 1 or 2 upgrades from your discard pile onto him, then he can become quite good. Like, let's just say that you have, of course this is not going to happen, but because we haven't talked about any of the upgrades yet, but from Spark of the Rebellion, the Fallen Lightsaber, the +3/+3 one, if you deploy Kylo and you put 2 of those on, you now have an 11/11 leader unit. That's obviously pretty good, and you've discarded those from your hand to draw yourself cards with his front side. I can see the line, I can see the synergy here, it is there, but you need to be able to get there on the upgrades, and upgrades, playing them in draft is usually pretty risky, because if you're actually playing them onto your units, you're being susceptible to 2-for-1 removal. So, if I play a unit and my opponent removes it, that sucks for me, but, we went 1-for-1 on cards. But if I play a unit and then I put an upgrade on them and then they remove it, that's really bad for me, right? Because they've just used 1 card to deal with 2 of mine, and presumably also less resources. So less cards and less resources, that's a lot. That's very valuable for them. So, now, of course, whenever you put them on Kylo, it's a lot harder because he's a leader. Most removal can't hit leaders most of the time. But you need to be able to get there on the upgrades, and again, that's not always going to be trivial. Now, there are 5 non-heroism upgrades at common and uncommon. There are a couple at rare and legendary, but generally I don't talk about those in reviews like this, because most of your draft pool, of course, is going to be commons and uncommons. So rares and legendaries, while they will come up every now and then, you usually don't talk about them when evaluating cards for the most part. So 5 is not a lot. It's not none. If you take Kylo and you're trying your best to build the equipment deck, or the upgrades deck, you can probably do it. You'll probably have 2 or 3, maybe 4, and that's fine. But also, again, keep in mind that when you're playing equipments, you're not playing, or I keep saying equipments, when you're playing upgrades, you're not playing units, and playing units and removal are the big things you want to be doing in limited. So there's a lot of ask here, and the payoff is not that great. And again, just the fact he flips on 7. So I've talked about Kylo for long enough, but ultimately I am going to give him a D+. I think that the Sentinel pushes him over the D just because this is, as we'll see, a very ground-heavy set, so the fact that you can have a potentially big leader Sentinel gumming up the ground is definitely an upside for sure. In Jump to Lightspeed, this would be really bad because you don't care what's going on the ground. You just go in space. But yeah, so this is probably not my favorite leader of the set. In fact, very much one of my least favorite leaders, but I think that it is possible to get there if you really build your deck well, but it is also a very risky game plan. If you run into an opponent with a decent amount of removal, you're going to have a really hard time playing all these upgrades. Good, let's get into the next one. Mother Talzin, Power Through Magic, is a Vigilance Villainy common leader that is Force and Knight, and has action, exhaust, and use the Force. So this is the first example. If you have the Force token, you can do this. Otherwise, you don't get to do this. So you can exhaust and use the Force to give a unit -1/-1 for this phase. She deploys on 5 into a 3/7 Force Knight unit that has on attack. You may give a unit -1/-1 for this phase. So a 3/7 deploying on 5, we've seen that stat line before on Quinlan and some others as well, I believe. That is a very strong stat line. So 3/7 on 5, very, very, very good. And then this is secretly a little bit better than that. Because on attack, -1/-1, it's almost like she has 1 extra power and almost like she has 1 extra HP as well. So she is a very efficient unit. And the fact she comes down on 5 is going to really, really ruin your opponent. And what's cool is you don't even need to give the -1/-1 to the unit you're attacking. You can give that somewhere else. So if you deploy Talzin and then they have a unit with 3 HP and a unit with 1 HP, and you attack the unit with 3 HP, you're killing 2 of their units, basically. And it doesn't even need to be a ground unit. It could be a space unit. And there are a lot of X1s in the format. I think there's a common one in space, and we'll talk about that. But one thing is there is a lot of pinging in -1/-1 in this format, as we'll see. So X1s get a little bit worse, but... so I think Mother Talzin is a very strong leader. The early deploy, she has a very strong ability on the front and on the back, being able to give a unit -1/-1 basically whenever you want. Very, very good. Now, I say basically whenever you want, but one thing I haven't talked about yet is how easy it is to get the Force. And we will talk about that. In fact, I think I will probably edit this in such a way that the base section came first, even though I'm recording the leader section first, because that's the perfect opportunity to talk about the Force. But... most of the time, you're going to be having one of those 28 HP bases that are just at common that say, like, when you attack with a Force unit, the Force is with you. And that is... there are a lot of Force units, so I think it will be pretty easy to keep the Force. Now, you might not always have it when you want it. Sometimes you'll use it, and then your opponents will, deal with the board in such a way that you don't have a Force unit to attack with anymore, and you can't get the Force, and you might be stuck for a little bit. But ultimately, Mother Talzin actually enables herself too. She's a Force unit, so when you do stuff, when you're attacking with her, she's doing that, but then inevitably when she eventually dies, going on to the back onto the front, you have the Force token probably because you've been attacking with Mother Talzin. So I think Mother Talzin's a very, very strong leader. The stats are good. The ability is very good. I think she's very strong. I'm going to give her a B. Next we have Ahsoka Tano, Fighting for Peace. She is a Vigilance Heroism leader at Common, that is Force Fringe, and she has action, exhaust, use the Force, give a friendly unit Sentinel for this phase, and then if you control 6 or more resources, deploy this leader into a 5/6 Force Fringe that has on attack, you may give a friendly unit Sentinel for this phase. I think she is pretty strong. Giving things Sentinel is actually better than it seems, and there is a decent amount of Sentinel in the format, especially since this format takes place largely on the ground. Sentinel sort of depends on the balance between space and ground, in my experience in Draft and Sealed. On a format that's like very balanced space and ground, Sentinel's a bit worse because oftentimes you'll be able to give like a unit sentinel in one arena, and then your opponent can just do whatever in the other arena. But in a format like, for example, Jump to Lightspeed, where it was all space, or now Legends of the Force, where it's mostly ground, I say all space, you know what I mean. It's going to be a lot better, because if you give a sentinel and a ground unit, if you give a sentinel to a ground unit, then that's going to completely slow down the game if there's really not that much space. So Ahsoka is going to be an interesting, you could try to build like a more control-y deck with Ahsoka, I think pretty well, because it really can slow down those games. There are a couple of units as well. I'm going to cut that part out. So I think Ahsoka is pretty good. Her flip, being a 5/6 on 6, those stats are okay. But yes, giving something Sentinel, and notably, she can give herself Sentinel when she attacks. It says you may give a friendly unit, not another friendly unit. So she can give herself Sentinel. I think Ahsoka is pretty strong. And again, Force unit as well for enabling any of your Force stuff. I think actually all of the leaders are Force. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure. Anyway, I'm giving her a C+. I think she's going to be pretty solid. Next, we have Kanan Jarrus, Help Us Survive, a Vigilance Heroism leader at Rare that is a Force Jedi Rebel Spectre. It's a lot. This is action, pay 1 and exhaust to give a shield token to a creature or Spectre unit. So, and then he has, of course, epic action, flips on 6 into a 3/6 Force Jedi Rebel Spectre that is shielded, and says when you control another creature or Spectre unit, this unit gets +2/+2. So often he will be a 5/8. Now, the question you should be asking right now is how many creatures and Spectre units can I reasonably put into a deck? And you will be pleased or displeased to know that there is one Spectre unit at common and uncommon, which is Ezra, and 20 creature units. So there are a lot of creatures in this set. A lot of them are pretty good. And they will be even better with Kanan. Because, of course, a 6-flip 3/6 is not that good. But a 6-flip 5/8 is very, very good. And shielded, too, so you'll get that extra hit. It also makes your creatures and specters more survivable, of course, because you can put shields on them, which synergizes then with his flip, because it makes them harder for your opponent to deal with. I think Kanan is a pretty good leader, but of course he is a build around. If you get there on creatures, he will be quite strong. You're never going to get there on specters, given there's only one specter, but if you get there in creatures, he'll be quite strong. And if you end up building your deck and you have like 1 or 2 creatures, I think Kanan will actually be one of the weaker leaders. So I've given him a B-, but that is contingent on you getting there on creatures. If you don't get there in creatures, he's probably like a D+, maybe. Maybe even a D. You probably shouldn't be playing Kanan unless you're very sure you can get there in creatures. So it says B+ there, or it says B- there, sorry, but be careful with that one. Next, we have Morgan Elspeth, Following the Call, who is a command villainy leader at Rare, who is Force Imperial Knight, who has action exhaust. Choose a friendly unit that attacked this phase. Play a unit from your hand that shares a keyword with the chosen unit and it costs 1 less. And then it flips on 5 into a 3/6 Force Imperial Knight that has on attack. The next unit you play this phase costs 1 less if it shares a keyword with a friendly unit. This card is really, really difficult to evaluate because it depends entirely on sort of a keyword soup theme that I'm not really sure how often it will come together. I'll need to play the format a few times to really get an idea on that. Keywords in this format, there's a decent amount of ambush. There's a decent amount of shielded. Some of it is in heroism, but not all of it. And if you can get the discount semi-reliably, it's pretty good. But I don't think you'll be able to do that. That being said, flipping on 5 and being a 3/6, that is like pretty decent stats for sure. I think that this is a weird evaluation, and I am kind of scared. I wrote in my notes, I have no idea beside this one. I've given her a C for now because the stat line is okay, and maybe if you can ever get like 1 discount, then it's probably fine, but she could definitely be higher or lower depending on how things come out. I'm definitely interested to see what you think in the comments about this one because genuinely this is very tricky to evaluate. There's another one that's also tricky to evaluate later, but we'll get there. Next, we have Supreme Leader Snoke in the Seat of Power, who is a command villainy leader at common that is a Force First Order official that has action, pay 1 and exhaust. Give an experience token to the unit with the most power among friendly villainy units. If multiple units are tied, choose 1. And if you control 6 or more resources, he deploys into a 4/7 that has on attack, give an experience token to the unit with the most power among friendly villainy units. So, first of all, a 6 deploy that flips into a 4/7 is all right. That's pretty good. It's not bad at all. Now the ability is very much a all your eggs in one basket kind of leader, and of course the idiom is don't do that. And the reason why, of course, is because if you put a bunch of stuff into one big unit, that's going to be the unit that your opponent is going to attack anyway, or sorry, not attack, to remove anyway. Like in card games, whether it's Magic, Hearthstone, Star Wars, typically if you have an option between buffing one unit up to be like massive and sort of spreading it out, you usually choose the spreading it out option. Not always, but like most of the time you do. And this is very much just saying, no, you don't get to do that. You're going to do the all into one. Now, luckily though, there is not much hard removal in this set. So that does make Snoke a little bit better because, of course, if you're pumping one unit up massively and then your opponent just says no, you've lost a decent amount of value on that, right? So as a result of there being like not that much removal, I think Snoke's actually pretty good. He's not that versatile, and the fact that you have to give it to a villainy unit, notably whenever you build your decks, not all of your cards, of course, even if you're playing a villainy leader, will be villainy. A lot of them will just be neutral aspect. So it does need to be a villainy, and so sometimes you will just whiff and not have a target for Snoke, and that does suck for sure. But sometimes, or not sometimes, a decent amount of the time, you will have somewhere to put his experience counters, and if you do, that is good. Experience counters are often like the units are priced at a point for a reason, right? It's usually like a breaking point where if they had extra stats, they would be very, very good, and this helps you do that. Of course, it does cost resources, but that's okay. Or it costs a resource, rather. I think Snoke is a C+, just because I think that experience counters are good, and there is not enough hard removal to really punish it. And 4/7 for 6 is pretty good on the flip. Next, we have Avar Kriss, Marshal of Starlight, who is a command heroism leader at Rare that is a Force Jedi Republic, and says, action, exhaust, the Force is with you. Now, Avar Kriss has an interesting gimmick. So she deploys on 9, but that's not necessarily 9 resources. It's so long as the number of resources you control plus the number of times you've used the Force this phase is 9 or more, you can deploy this leader. Now, she's a 4/10 if you deploy her, and that is an if, who is a Force Jedi Republic and has, well, the Force is with you, this unit gets +4/+0 and Overwhelm. So, while the Force is with you, she's an 8/10 Overwhelm, which is, of course, an insane bonkers body that will win you the game for sure. And then, of course, whenever you attack with her, she's a Force unit. So if you have one of those bases, it will make the Force be with you. So very, very, very strong flip. But can you get there? So, of course, if this just said flip on 9, that would be basically impossible to do, right, in a draft game. The game will be over by then. They will have flipped their leader 4 turns ago, and there's just nothing that you can do. Let's actually really quick talk about the action on the front side. The Force is with you, just tapping to make the Force with you. That's actually pretty good. Sometimes, like I said earlier, even if you have one of those bases that gives you the Force whenever you attack with a Force unit, sometimes even if you have one of those bases, you will be locked out of it because you won't have a Force unit, because there are a lot of Force units, but they're not all Force units in the set. Or you won't have any attacks that you can really make. There's a lot of reasons why you might be locked out of the Force, and Avar Kriss just says, actually, you're never locked out of the Force. You can always just have it. And it's free. It costs you an action and exhausting Avar Kriss, but it's basically free. Now, how many ways are there? So there's a lot of ways to get the Force, of course, between bases and Avar Kriss. How many ways are there to actually use the Force? Well, there are 16 non-villainy ways to use the Force at common and uncommon. I think if you really build your deck around playing those sorts of cards, and of course not all of them are good, some of them are, some of them are not. If you really build your deck around playing those cards, you can maybe realistically deploy her at the earliest on 7 is my bet, and it's usually probably going to be on 8. Now, if it's on 7, is this good? Probably yes. It still does have the downside of your opponent probably having their leader flipped a turn or 2 earlier, which definitely is a big value cut. But there's the upside that Avar Kriss will be the biggest unit on the field basically every time. And have overwhelm as well. So that is very good. Now, the other downside is if you are flipping her on 7, there's a good chance you had to jump through a lot of hoops to get there on your turn. And it's going to, and probably take a lot of actions. Like you're probably going to have had to use a card that uses the Force, and then your opponent does something, and then you exhaust Avar Chris, or maybe if you're lucky, attack with a Force unit and get the Force back, and then your opponent does something, and then you do another thing that uses the Force, and then your opponent does something, and then you can flip Avar Chris, and then your opponent does something. So on the turn, typically when you're going to a flip turn in a draft or sealed game, you're usually, not always, but usually flipping your leader right away. You won't be able to do that with Avar Chris. You'll be flipping her like at the end of the turn, basically. And that is definitely going to put you in some awkward situations. And again, that's best case scenario. That's when you're flipping her on 7. That being said, I think if you can build your deck in like kind of a control-y way with a lot of Sentinel, and you're able to actually get the flip off, I think you are probably going to win the game most of the time. Like an 8-10 overwhelm is just so insane. And she will pretty much always be an 8-10 overwhelm. That being said, I think that's like a little bit tricky to do. I'm giving her a C- tentatively. I don't think that has much potential to go up. It definitely could go down. It might be able to go up to a C, but I don't know. I'm looking forward to playing with her, though. I'm definitely going to try to build a deck around her at some point in draft. Next up, we have Obi-Wan? Am I okay? Next up, we have Obi-Wan Kenobi, Courage Makes Heroes, who is a command heroism leader at common, who's a Force Jedi Republic, and has action, exhaust, and use the Force to give an experience token to a unit without an experience token. And then he deploys on 5 into a 3/6 that has on attack, you may give an experience token to another unit without an experience token. So notably, that does say another unit. He cannot give himself an experience token, even if he has no experience tokens. This is an interesting one. So in the same way that Snoke was putting all of his eggs in one basket and forcing you to do so, Obi-Wan does the exact opposite. He forces you to put, one egg in a bunch of different baskets. And that's usually the stronger option, but of course you would like to be able to choose which one you want, but neither lets you do that. Obi-Wan is an interesting one, of course, because 5 deploying into a 3/6, a leader that flips on 5 into a 3/6 is actually pretty good. It's not insane, but it's pretty good. And that is a powerful ability. Being able to just, on attack, one of your other units gets an experience token. And then on the front too, just being able to give your units experience tokens, because usually what's going to happen, because this is free, this doesn't cost you a resource. Usually what's going to end up happening is on 2, for example, you'll play a Force unit, or maybe not, but on 3 maybe you will, but you'll get an early Force unit down, and then you'll attack with that Force unit, and then you'll get the Force because you'll have that base that does that, and then Obi-Wan will exhaust and use that Force to give that unit an experience token, which will probably get that unit another attack. There's a lot of really strong lines with Obi-Wan, and the fact that it's free means you still get to play on curve every time. A lot of the time, like I think with Snoke, I'm just going to double check that. Yeah, Snoke costs a resource as well to do that. So the fact that makes you, if you want to do that every turn, play behind curve, whereas Obi-Wan lets you play on curve. Now, of course, he can only do it once, so once that unit's got his experience, that's fine, but hopefully by then you have another unit that you can give an experience token to. And this also doesn't have the restriction that Snoke does, so Snoke requires it to be on villainy. Obi-Wan lets you put it anywhere. It could be on heroism, it could be on neutral, and, I mean, if you're splashing, it could be in villainy even. So I think Obi-Wan is a very versatile leader, very strong, and I think he is better than Snoke. I'm giving him a B-, but I'd be interested to see how he plays it. I think this is definitely going to be, if there is a sleeper leader in this set, I think this is going to be him. For draft, of course. Next up, we have Darth Maul, Sith Revealed, who is a aggression villainy leader, and he's special rarity. I think he's one of the starter deck leaders, so he'll be in your pre-release kit, along with, I believe, Qui-Gon. He is a Force Sith that has action, exhaust, use the Force to deal 1 damage to a unit and 1 damage to a different unit. And then he deploys on 6 into a 5/6 that has on attack, deal 1 damage to a unit and 1 damage to a different unit. So here's more ping, and more so, this is the best ping of any leader, I believe. The fact it can ping 2 different units is very, very good. And in some sets, it's better than others, and in this set, I think it's very good. There is a decent amount of X1s, but there's, more importantly, a lot of shield. And this is, like, very good at dealing with shield. It just says, I pop 2 of your shields, or I pop 1 of your shields and finish off a unit, or put a unit within range of one of my other units. And the use the Force, again, time will tell. I'm sort of making a prediction that it'll be pretty easy to use the Force when you want to. It will sometimes be a bit awkward and come up in a situation where you can't, but most of the time you'll be able to. And this is one of the best, if not the best, payoffs for that on the leaders. I think this card is very strong. And then 6 cost deploying into a 5/6 is pretty good. That does it every attack. So again, this is like secretly has extra power. It's not really a 5/6. It's just so good. And I think that we'll find that there's a lot of breaking points. I think that he's my pick for the best leader in the set, which is a good thing, because he is not going to be in draft packs with the exception of showcases. So I think you can expect this leader to dominate your pre-releases, and then you will never see him again unless he ends up being good and constructed, which I doubt, but maybe. But yes, definitely keep an eye out for him at pre-release. I think you should seriously consider building him if you're, trying to win your pre-release, and of course only build what your cards allow you to, but I think you should seriously consider him. I think he's probably going to be the best leader. I'm giving him a B+. Just the versatility of pinging anything is just so strong. And doing it twice, because the double-bladed lightsaber, I assume, very cool. Anyway, I've gushed enough about Darth Maul, but yes, I think he is very, very strong. Next, we have Third Sister, Seething with Ambition, who is an aggression villainy leader, Force Imperial Inquisitor at common, that has action exhaust. Play a unit from your hand, it gains hidden for this phase. So, quick reminder, hidden just means that it can't be attacked for that phase unless it has Sentinel. So, if you play a unit with hidden, normally your opponent could just if you play a unit, normally your opponent could just attack it, but if it has hidden, they have to wait until next turn to attack it. It flips on 5 into a 5/4 that has hidden, and on attack, the next unit you play this phase gains hidden. So this is like a hidden sort of aggro leader. One of the downsides of aggro, of course, is that if your opponent sort of manages to stabilize a little bit, when you play your big aggro units, if they've done any stabilization, they can kind of just attack and destroy your aggro unit right away, right? But this sort of And most, if you're an aggro player, you really don't love going 1-to-1 with like your opponent's units, because usually you'll be slower in the late game and they'll be faster. And, if you've just gone 1-to-1 with your opponent's units, then they'll be able to outpace you in the late game. But this sort of breaks that parity a little bit, because it says, okay, you can't attack. You can't 1-for-1 my units immediately. You have to wait, which will oftentimes give me a chance to attack your base and get in for a little bit of extra damage that I wouldn't have previously been able to. Flipping on 5 into something that has 5 attack is also quite strong. Again, this is a very I'm pushing for damage as quickly as I can leader, and I think that the playstyle will very much reflect that with hidden. I think she's pretty good. I'm giving her a C+, and she might just steal some games every now and then from unprepared opponents. Next, we have Kit Fisto, Focused Jedi Master, who is an aggression, heroism, Force Jedi Republic leader at common that has action, pay 1, and exhaust. And it says, if you attacked with a Jedi unit this phase, deal 2 damage to a unit. 10 damage, imagine. Deal 2 damage to a unit. And then he flips on 5 into a 1/6 Saboteur that has, this unit gets +1/+0 for each other friendly Jedi unit. So, Kit Fisto is weird, because Kit Fisto is stronger on the front than on the back, in my opinion. If you attacked with a Jedi unit is not nothing, but there are 23 non-villainy Jedi at common and uncommon, so you will often be able to do that. It does make you, of course, play a turn behind. It basically gives you a daring raid, right? You can just, except can't hit base, but you can deal 2 damage to your unit for 1. You don't need to use the Force to do that, so you can use your Force token for other stuff. And attacking with a Jedi, if you've built your deck right, will be pretty reliable. In Jump to Lightspeed, Luke Skywalker was the best leader, pretty clearly, in draft. Unless you count Boba for pre-release, but in draft, Luke Skywalker is the best leader. And part of that was his insane flip ability, but a lot of that was the fact that if you attacked with a fighter, you could ping for 1. Now, Luke's was free, it didn't cost 1, but it was only 1, and this is 2, and that is definitely a big difference. So you're going to oftentimes be able to either just sort of snipe one of your opponent's units for free, basically, or you're going to be able to, run your Jedi unit into a big unit and then finish them off with Kit Fisto, and both of those will feel fine. Both of those are trading up pretty heavy value for you. Now, on the flip side, even if you've built your deck really well and you have a lot of Jedi, you can reliably expect to have like 1 or 2 out on the flip. So he's a 5 cost 3/6, but each other Jedi you kill makes him smaller. And the fact that at the floor he's at 1/6 Saboteurs, it's laughable, really. Your opponent will just ignore him sometimes. There will be games where you want the flip if you have a lot of Jedi, or maybe you'll flip him later whenever you've had time to build the board. And maybe in a future set, there'll be like Youngling tokens or something that are Jedi, and you can build a crazy board and then flip Kit Fisto, and he's like a 11/6 Saboteur. But I'm not very interested in playing this leader for the flip side. I'm interested in playing him for the front side. And I think the front side is good enough that he's probably like a B-. He might be a C+ just because his flip is really not very impressive. But if you've built your deck right, I mean, there are 23 at common and uncommon Jedi that aren't villainy that you could conceivably have in your deck here. So definitely it's possible. And if you can keep him at a 3/6 for 5, like that is a good stat line for sure. I think Kit Fisto is an interesting leader. Next, we have Rey Nobody, who's an aggression, heroism, force resistance leader at rare that has action exhaust. If you played a non-unit force card this phase, deal 1 damage to a unit. And then she deploys on 7 into a 6/8. It says when deployed, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw 2 cards. So how many non-unit force cards are there that Rey can play? There are 17 that aren't villainy at common and uncommon. That's a lot. Not all of them are good. Keep that in mind. Anytime I say like there are X number at this rarity, and it's like that is true, but that's not X number that you actually want to play. The number that you actually want to play is usually quite a bit lower. But nevertheless, there are 17. And sort of like Luke, it's a free ping. It's a free ping for 1. Or that pings for 1. And that is pretty good. Like oftentimes, again, if you played at all Jump to Lightspeed draft, you know that Luke ping is very, very good, and that can get you a lot of value. And this does that as well. Now, it does ask a little bit more, because in, again, Jump to Lightspeed, there were a million fighters in the set at common and uncommon, and it was pretty much always possible to get the ping off. Whereas in this, you're not always going to have played a non-unit force card. So this is definitely worse than that, for sure. Flipping on 7 into a 6/8 is quite large. That's a large unit. She doesn't really have any other keywords or anything that like make it special, but it's just kind of a stats beast. Now, when deployed, you may discard your hand if you do draw 2 cards. How important is that? That's pretty good. On 7, you're usually going to have probably spent most of your hand. Maybe you'll have 1 card, maybe you'll have 0 cards. If you have 0 cards, this is awesome. You just draw 2. You reload on turn 7, and you now have probably the biggest unit on the board and 2 extra cards in hand. That's awesome. I think it's more realistic that you'll have 1 card in hand, and in which case you sort of have to make the decision, is this card better or worse than 2 random cards in my deck? The answer is usually it's worse than 2 random cards in your deck, and you usually do want to discard it and draw 2, but not always, and this gives you the flexibility. You don't need to do that. Now, of course, if you ever have to discard 2 or more cards, this feels a little bit worse, but it's sometimes still right. Like, if you have 3, like, really, 3 bad cards in your hand, and you want to pitch them for 2 potentially good cards, maybe that's right. But usually you want to avoid situations like that. I think Rey is pretty good. Again, big stats beast. The ping is always I'll say this a lot this video, but removal's removal, right? Pinging for 1 is just, it's good, even if you can't do it all the time. Now, again, non-unit matters a lot because you, of course, want your draft decks to be mostly units. So you don't want to put in too many non-unit force cards just so Rey works. You don't want to do that because that makes your curve a lot worse. I would rather have like a good curve and a less consistent Rey than a very consistent Rey and a really bad curve, for sure. So just keep that in mind when you're building your decks. I think that the stats are good enough and the occasional ping will be handy enough that she's a C+. But that might be a bit of an overrate. She might be a C. Hey everyone, I am just editing this video now, and I can't in good conscience keep this rating up as it is. C+, I think, is just too much of an overrate for Rey. The fact that she flips on 7, combined with the fact that her front side ability is just so inconsistent. So I've looked over the cards that are non-unit force cards, and there's probably like 12-ish that you actually are kind of interested in playing, and that's just at any rarity. I just don't think the ping is near consistent enough. I compared it to Luke a lot in the review, and while it's true that, they both have free pings, Luke's ping is so easy to get, and Rey's is very difficult. Of course, the big stats flip is still nice for sure, and drawing a card or 2 is pretty good as well, but yeah, the idea that she is actually a good leader that you should maybe work towards playing, or even an above average leader, I think is a little bit wrong. She's probably closer to like a C minus. Just the late flip and the massively inconsistent ability is enough to have her down there, I think. So apologies, and back to the already way too long video. Adios. Next we have Barriss Offee. We have become villains, who is a Force Jedi Republic cunning villainy leader at rare that has action, exhaust, and use the Force to play an event from your hand. It costs 1 less. And then she flips on 6 into a 4/7 that has action, use the Force, play an event from your hand. It costs 1 less. So, a 6 flip 4/7 is pretty good. And the ability is good as well. So I've seen some talk about what's the value of a Force token in resources? How much is it? And most people tend to agree that it's about 1 resource that it's worth. And this sort of like really directly cashes that in. It's like, yeah, okay, I will give you my Force token for a resource. That's basically what this says. And now, of course, you can only use that for events. So that affects the conversion a little bit, but still. This can be a powerful effect, right? There's a reason why things are costed the way they are, and if you can get it for a discount, you're going to feel really good about that. There's very few cards, even like bad cards, if you got them for 1 cheaper, there may be like okay cards now, or maybe even good cards, right? So there's a lot of cards if you're playing Barriss that you wouldn't like normally look at now look pretty good. And of course, if you play like a good card and it costs 1 less, that's now incredible. So definitely there's a high upside here, but once again, it requests that you play a lot of non-units events, right? And like I said, I would very much rather have a strong unit curve than have a weak or like medium unit curve with like more events so that I can get the Barriss value. Now, again, 6 cost, 4/7, that's pretty good. No real complaints. And the ability is okay, and when it does work, it'll feel great. But I think that it's like inconsistent enough and it sort of incentivizes you to make your curve worse that I'm going to give her a C. Next, we have Grand Inquisitor, Stories to Travel Quickly, who is a cunning villainy leader at common, that is Force Imperial Inquisitor, that has action, exhaust, and use the Force to attack with a friendly unit. The defender gets -2/-0 for this attack. If you control 5 or more resources, you deploy him into a 3/5 shielded that has on attack. The defender gets -2/-0 for this attack. So, Grand Inquisitor reminds me a little bit of Jyn Erso from Spark of the Rebellion. And I know not a lot of people got to draft Spark of the Rebellion. I myself only drafted it a few times because the product was pretty scarce. But it's a fun draft set if you get an opportunity to do it. But Jyn Erso was one of the stronger leaders in Spark of the Rebellion. Because it turns out, and what Jyn did is she gave things -1/-0, I think, as a defender. And this is more than that. This is -2/-0. 2 is more than 1, guys. Whoa. And Jyn ended up being really, really strong. And this is, again, a stronger version of that effect. So do I think do I think Grand Inquisitor is as strong as Jyn was? Probably not. The stats are a little weak, and Jyn's was a little bit more flexible. But still, I think this is like definitely a real contender in the format. Flipping on 5 is, of course, very strong, and 3/5 is not the best stat line, but shielded is good. And again, it's kind of got a hidden... It's not really a 5 HP leader because you're giving the defender -2/-0. So there is a world where you're able to just kind of keep attacking with Grand Inquisitor because your opponent just doesn't have units with enough attack, right? And now they need to attack into Grand Inquisitor, and that feels good because shielded and, there's other things presumably that you're playing that they could be attacking into instead. Anytime you can like force your opponent to be making decisions that they wouldn't normally be making, it's like pretty good, right? And that's something that will happen often with Grand Inquisitor, because if you are able to fully use your Grand Inquisitor, and by that I mean like keep attacking with him into units until he's dead, then you've just gotten so much value. You've basically made him a 3/11 at that point, right? And that's just crazy. So that's quite good. Of course, again, 3/5 is not amazing for 5, but it's fine. And then on the front, it just sort of does the same thing, but it turns any other unit into, gives them that effect, which again is good. Using the Force is a downside, but this kind of can loop itself pretty well because if you are attacking with a force unit with it, which you often will be, and again, you have one of those bases, then you'll lose your force token to use the ability, but then you'll attack with a force unit on the ability, and then by the time the full ability finishes resolving with the attack and everything, you'll have the force again. So if you can find a way to initially get the force, then this can kind of loop pretty well into itself and just every turn give a pretty good attack. So I think Grand Inquisitor is really good, and I think he's going to be solid in the format. I'm giving him a B-. Next, we have Cal Kestis, I Can't Keep Hiding, who is a cunning heroism force fringe leader at common that has action, exhaust, and use the force. An opponent chooses a ready unit they control and exhausts it. And then says, epic action, he flips on 4. I believe he's the only leader in the set that flips on 4. And he flips into a 3/4 that has on attack, an opponent chooses a ready unit they control, exhaust it. So I think Cal Kestis is very strong. So as I mentioned before, flipping on 4 is very, very good. In Jump to Lightspeed, there was Von Reg and another one. The Von Reg in particular, Kaz Kazuda. Von Reg and Kazuda, who were both quite strong in draft, and it was just because they flipped on 4. Now, of course, they could flip into pilots, and that was a whole other balancing thing where pilots were very strong. But nevertheless, leaders flipping on 4 is very, very good in draft because your opponent, oftentimes will have a leader that flips on 6. That's a pretty common one, or 5. And just getting down really early, before they've had any chance to build board or anything like that, have your leader unit down and getting all this value is of course very good. And I sound like a broken record if you watched my other set review because I talked a lot about how earlier leader deploys are very strong, and of course 4 being the earliest you can deploy a leader. Very, very good. Now, how strong is ability? So on the front, the using the force token to exhaust a unit. That's definitely pretty good. It can potentially deny your opponent getting their force token. If they only have one unit and you use this, their unit is exhausted, right? They can't attack with it, they can't get the force for that turn, and that might ruin their turn. Giving your opponent a choice is never great, right? Your opponent will always choose the option that's best for them. So the best use case of Cal will be when they only have one unit, when they can't make a choice, when they only have one option. So you're going to try to aim for that as much as you can. But of course, sometimes you won't, and they'll just pick the worst unit, or the unit that is best for them to exhaust, and that'll be fine. It'll suck a little bit, but you still denied them an attack or something like that. And so that's pretty good. And then 3/4, of course, stats-wise is not amazing, but flipping on 4 is quite good. So 3/4 actually is not all that bad for a leader that flips on 4. And then the fact that he does it on an attack is very good, and it doesn't require the force token anymore. I am a little bit worried about his action early game. Of course, since he's flipping on 4, you're wanting probably to build Cal as a more aggro-y leader, but the fact that he needs to be using the force early is going to be tough before you maybe have reliably set up an engine to get the force, because you need to be able to attack with force units every turn, really, unless you play one of the other bases to get which you shouldn't, to get your force token. So the fact that early game you're going to maybe struggle a little bit with using his front ability is tough, but the fact that, again, on his back ability it doesn't need the force, and by then you're probably getting the force pretty consistently anyway, since he himself is a force unit. Anyway, I think Cal is pretty good. I am going to give him a B. That is because primarily he flips on 4. He will end games quickly. This might be a little bit of an overrate. He might be a B- or maybe even a C+ if there are lots of ways to stall in this format. If it turns out the format's a bit slower, he might be a bit tough, and he might suffer from that. But I think that Cal is very strong, and flipping on 4 is very good. So I'm definitely interested in playing Cal, but we'll see how it goes. Next, we have Qui-Gon Jinn, student of the Living Force, who is a cunning heroism Force Jedi Republic leader at Special. So again, he's one of the starter deck leaders along with Maul. Is he as good as Maul? Let's find out. So he has action, exhaust, use the force, return a friendly non-leader unit to its owner's hand, play a non-villainy unit that costs less than the returned unit from your hand for free. And then he deploys on 6 into a 4/7 that says, when this unit completes an attack and survives, you may return a friendly non-leader unit to its owner's hand, play a non-villainy unit that costs less than the returned unit from your hand for free. So non-villainy usually doesn't really matter because in Draft and Sealed, you're usually not going to be playing villainy when you're playing a heroism leader. Maybe you'll like have one splash if the card is really good, but that's not super common. So how good is this effect? This is the other one that I mentioned is very weird to evaluate. Because what this kind of says is, if you have a very good when played ability, you get to sort of rebuy that from the unit that you're returning to your hand, and also use maybe another when played ability of the free unit that you get to play. Now, you can't play the same unit that you bounce your hand because it is play one that costs less than the return unit. So it can't be the one you played. You can't pick it up and play it for free. But you can pick it up and play another unit for free. So this, of course, requires you to have a cheaper unit, which you usually will, but not always. So that can sometimes just completely be a whiff. This is maybe handy in situations where you've gotten a lot of value out of a unit, and then your opponent is one swing away from finishing it, and you can just pick it up. Of course, you need the Force to do this, but I think in this case that won't actually be too hard because this is not an ability that you want to use every turn, like something like Cal's is. Like you want to be using this ability like every time you can, right? But this is one that you don't want to do as often. You want to be doing this one sometimes, and so you're probably going to have the Force whenever you need it for this. So that's not a huge downside here, I don't think. This is a really weird one to evaluate on the front side, and on the back side, it's very much the same thing. And again, it's still less than. It's just whenever it completes an attack and survives. So very weird card to evaluate. 6 flip for a 4/7 is pretty strong. It's good. And of course, it has a lot of good tags, Force and Jedi. But very weird card to evaluate. I think that the tempo hit from you returning and then playing a cheaper unit, and keep in mind that, of course, the dream is that you pick up like a 6-drop and you play a 5-drop, but that's not always going to be the case. Sometimes you're going to pick up a 6-cost unit and you're going to play a 3-cost unit. And, that's not great. Now, of course, you ideally want to synergize this with a bunch of like when-played stuff, but you're not always going to be able to do that. So definitely a tricky card to evaluate. I think the value hit that you take from using his ability is too much to justify, but I think there are situations where it will feel pretty good. So I've given it a C. That might be a little bit of an overrate. It might be closer to like a C-, but I'm interested in seeing how he plays out. I guess, again, he's only really a pre-release leader, so unless you can pull the showcase. So you'll probably see him a few times on the first night or two, and then never again unless someone does pull the showcase. So definitely let me know how that goes. I'm super interested in seeing how this plays out. I think there probably is a world where he's good because there is a decent amount of when played and stuff like that in the set. So interested to see how that goes, but I think it's going to be a very high skill build that people will not have figured out on night one, myself included. Like, I think that if this was a draft leader, maybe by the end of the format, people will have figured out how to build him, but I don't think that's something that you can figure out on night one. So, but maybe, I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm interested to see how it goes. Next, we have Darth Revan, Scourge of the Old Republic, who is a villainy leader for Sith at rare that says, when a friendly unit attacks and defeats a unit, you may exhaust this leader. If you do, give an experience token to that friendly unit. And then he deploys on 5 into a 3/6 with Restore 1. And when a friendly unit attacks and defeats a unit, you may give an experience token to that friendly unit. So 3/6 for 5, that is a pretty solid stat line. And his ability seems really, really good. Every time that you're attacking and killing a unit and your unit lives, you're getting an experience token. And it's not like Obi-Wan where it happens one time. It'll happen as many times as you want, or as many times as you can. And of course, the bigger your unit gets, the easier it will be for you to continue to stack more experience counters on him. And you could run away real quick with Darth Revan. This is a very, very, very powerful leader ability. And then again, on the flip, Restore 1 is nice, but the it's just sort of the same ability. It's like, except now it can happen as many times as you want per turn instead of just one time per turn. So very, very strong ability, possibly the strongest ability with the exception of maybe Maul, but this might be stronger. And this is a bit of a flavor win, right? Because Darth Revan is from the Knights of the Old Republic games, and you level up in those games. This is like whenever you are attacking and killing a unit, you get XP, right, an experience counter, and you're like leveling up. It's cool, but now I seem to be singing all the praises of this card, but I think this is probably the worst leader we've seen so far. And if you're watching, you may have noticed why, and if you're just listening, you may have noticed why too, I'm not sure. But it's because Darth Revan is only villainy. He doesn't have another aspect. That's tricky. So you are going to only have like regular aspects from your base. So you're going to be a completely monocolor villainy deck here. And that, as we've talked about in draft before, is basically impossible to do that and be basically impossible to do that and it be like the best thing you could have done, right? There is a world where you can put together a monocolor Darth Revan deck, but in that world, it was not the best thing you could have done. Say you wanted to build a aggression villainy deck, and there were moments where you sadly passed some really good vigilance cards, right? Like maybe you could have had almost a full aggression deck. Maybe you could have had 24 of your cards be aggression and villainy, and then like 6 of your cards be vigilance. That will be way better than the world where you play your 24 aggression cards, Darth Revan, and then 6 off aspect other cards. That world is not the world you want to be in. You want to be in that world where you took the 6 good vigilance cards, even if you are able to do like a mostly, and again, that's assuming best case scenario where you are able to do like a mostly aggression deck, right? Darth Revan is basically never going to work in draft, but I am interested to see how he plays out in constructed, because this leader is very cool and I think he has a lot of potential, but unfortunately I'm giving him an F for draft. This will just make your game plan so not worth it. But cool ability. I hope someone proves me wrong and makes him work. I'm also a fan of the Knights of the Old Republic games, so that's I'm a little biased. Next, we have Anakin Skywalker, tempted by the dark side, who is a heroism Force Jedi Republic leader at rare that says action, exhaust, and use the Force to play a villainy non-unit card from your hand, ignoring its aspect penalties. It flips on 5 into a 4/6 that has action, use the Force, play a villainy non-unit card from your hand, ignoring its aspect penalties. So this card is sort of same idea as Darth Revan. The ability is really, really strong, although not as strong as Darth Revan's, I would argue. But he is on a just a heroism leader, so you should not be playing this in draft. Interested to see how it goes in constructed. I was tempted to give this a D- because technically it gives you a little bit more flexibility than Darth Revan, because you can still play villainy non-unit cards without aspect penalties, whereas Darth Revan, again, everything that isn't villainy or whatever your base aspect is not playable. But even with that tiny bit of extra flexibility, I still think Anakin is an F, unfortunately, for lots of reasons. Because again, it wants you to play a lot of non-unit cards, and as we've talked about before, you want to have as many unit cards as you can usually, with the exception of also removal or very efficient non-unit stuff. And this sort of points you in the opposite direction of that. And then if you do that, it pays you off by letting you be a little bit more flexible with the non-units that you can play. And then the downside being that you just have to completely nuke the rest of your deck building, right? You have to be playing a bunch of off-aspect stuff. Because even if you get some, let's say you're doing an aggression Anakin deck with a few aggression villainy events, that's awesome. You're still probably going to have to play 5. Best case scenario, you're going to be having to play 5 or so off aspect cards, and that's just really not worth it. I think that unfortunately the Darth Revan and Anakin Dream does not work in this format. That concludes the leader units. We're going to be talking about space units next, and there are not that many. So getting into units, first I would like to note that it is bright outside. It won't be for this whole video because it's going to be a long video and the sun's going to set. We're going to be able to watch the sunset together. How romantic. Okay, so our first space unit is the Supremacy TIE SF, which is a 3-cost Vigilance Villainy space unit at common. It's a 3/3 First Order vehicle fighter, and it has Sentinel. So in Magic, there's a term for this. It's called a French vanilla card, where it's just a card, has stats, has a keyword, nothing else. It's not quite vanilla, it's French vanilla. This card I accidentally just spoiled the rating. I think it's really good. There are 26 space units at common and uncommon in the set, which is really not very much. If this card was in Jump to Lightspeed, I think it would be a lot stronger than it is here. And another thing is, 3-cost 3/3 Sentinel. That's not a C+. That's ridiculous. And you're right, this actually might see constructed play, but I looked at the cards that this would usually do well against, which is, your opponent plays a 2-cost space unit, or maybe even a 3-cost space unit, and you just slam this down and they can't do anything and they have to attack it once, or in a really good scenario, twice, right, to deal with it. Or at the very least, they have to use an action. There are only 5 1- and 2-cost space units that don't kill it. Every other space unit in the format has 3 attack. And that's really not good for it. Now, of course, there will be situations where it's good, and it's hard for me to give a 3-cost 3/3 Sentinel space unit anything too low. So I think this card will perform okay. I think I'll definitely want copies of this card in my deck, but don't expect it to go crazy like it would in a format like Jump to Lightspeed, where this card would be like genuinely bonkers. And it's a fighter, crazy. Next up, we have the T6 Shuttle 1974 Stay Close. The 3-cost Vigilance Heroism Space Unit is a 3/4 fringe vehicle transport at rare that says, when this unit is attacked, but before damage is dealt, you may give an experience token to this unit. So this is just pretty bonkers. Your opponent's basically never attacking this, at least not until like late game, whenever they can just one-shot it and they're okay with taking 4 back, because this is not a 3-cost 3/4 really. It's a 3-cost 4/5 at least, and that's ridiculous. Now, of course, I'm being a little bit alarmist. It's not that good. But because oftentimes what will happen is your opponent will just ignore it. They'll do stuff on the ground. Like I said, this isn't a very space-heavy format. Most of the battle is going to happen on the ground, in contrast to Jump to Lightspeed, where most of the battle happened in space. So oftentimes your opponent will just be okay with you dinging into their base with this for a few turns and letting them have initiative, really, because it's an extra thing that you're doing. And I guess that last part I shouldn't have said. It's not always going to be true, but they're just going to ignore this until they can play a big space unit and just deal with it, or point removal at it. And that's not to this card's discredit. This card is incredible. Like just being able to get into their base for like 6 or even maybe 9 sometimes is going to be really, really good, because again, they're really not going to want to attack this unless they have a very, very good way to do so. There is some like leader ping in this format, and that will sometimes deal with it because that's not attacking it, of course. But that you still feel pretty good if your opponents are investing like a ton of resources to kill your 3-drop. I think this card's really good, and maybe there's a world it sees constructed play. I don't have my finger on the pulse of that quite as well, but I'm giving it a B-, and honestly, it might actually be a B. B- is probably an underrate for this card, but that's what I put on the PowerPoint. Next up, we have a 2-cost Vigilance 1/3 Jedi Republic Vehicle Fighter Space Unit, Padawan Starfighter at common. It says, while you control a Force unit or upgrade, this unit gets +1/+1. We've seen this card before, I think in Shadows of the Galaxy, but don't quote me on that. It might actually be Twilight. I'm not sure. Anyway, we've seen this card before. It was not very good in the past, in Constructed or in Draft. I've tried to make it work in Constructed, but it turns out a 2-cost 2/4 that you have to jump through hoops to get is pretty difficult. But in this format, the hoops they're very big. The hoops are big. You don't really have to like jump through them. You can just kind of walk through them, right? There's so many Force units and upgrades, but usually it's going to be the unit. So what I'm asking myself is, a 2-cost 2/4 space unit good? And I think the answer to that is yes. But this card is kind of poorly positioned in the format. There are only 3 2-drops that are killed by this in the whole format. So even if, again, best case scenario, you get this down on turn 1, turn 2, you still have the initiative, you play a Force unit, it's a 2/4. There's only 3 cards that it can just immediately, deal with, and that's really not super well positioned. Now, of course, it can't be dealt with really by any 2-drops. Has 4 life, right? But you've had to work to get it to be a 2/4, so you want some payoff, and the payoff just really isn't there for this card. I think it's a C. Next, we have Graceful Purrgil, a 5-cost Vigilance Space Unit at common. It's a 2/7 creature, and it has Sentinel, another French vanilla, and one of our first of, there are several in the set, space units that are not vehicles. So that means they can hold lightsabers and other things. Very exciting implications for the theme and the flavor of the set. So this card is just kind of a big stats beast. A 2/7 is difficult to deal with, and it has Sentinel, so this will really gum up the space area. Again, I think in Jump to Lightspeed, this card would have maybe been pretty good, although it's not a vehicle, so it loses a bit of utility there for piloting. But I just think that this card doesn't apply a lot of pressure, and sure, it slows down the space arena, but like I said, most of the battle is going on the ground in this set. Again, an analogy I can kind of draw here is, imagine if there's a 5-cost 2/7 Sentinel in Jump to Lightspeed on a ground unit, and it wasn't a vehicle, so no piloting. I don't think that card would have been very good because, yeah, okay, you've slowed down the ground, but that doesn't usually matter. Usually you need to have slowed down the space. And so this has kind of the opposite problem. If this was a ground unit, this format, I think it would be okay. I don't think it's bad. Again, your opponent still will have some space stuff, and this will stop them from doing that. I think it's a good role player. It's quite efficient for the cost, and I'm just going to give it a straight C. That might be a tiny bit of an overrate, but honestly, anything that like really, if your game plan is ground and you're trying to like outrace and outvalue your opponent on the ground, and they're trying to do some stuff in space too, and you just slam this down, then, you know, they've invested probably more into space than you, but you've now stopped their, investment from realizing any sort of equity gains in the stakes of the game, right? So you've put in more ground than them. So now you maybe win the game because they can't do anything in space. So I think this card is like fine. I don't think it's bad or anything. Next we have Grappling Guardian, a 7-cost Vigilant Space Unit at common. It's a 3/9 creature that has, when played, you may defeat a space unit with 6 or less remaining HP. This card is very interesting. So it kills, as you may expect, most space units. Of course, it does not kill our Graceful Purrgil here. At least not without any extra help. And like I always say, removal is removal, and this is removal. Again, as I've mentioned, there are not that many space units. So sometimes you'll play this on 7, your opponent maybe has something they played like 4 turns ago in space, maybe, but probably not. Maybe they do, I don't know, it depends on the game. And of course, if this is just a 7-cost 3/9 space unit, no other text, this would be quite bad. What you're playing it for is that piece of removal. And there are going to be situations where that piece of removal is awesome. Maybe it kills one of their 5-drop space units, right? Or even a 6-drop space unit. I don't have it on my other screen right now about how many space units that are like 5 or 6 drops this kills, but it's probably some of them, and if you do that, it's probably quite good. So I think, I have to give respect to the fact that it's removal and give it a C+, but there's better stuff you want to be playing for 7. Next, we have Exegol Patroller. It is a 2-cost command villainy space unit at common. It's a 3/1 First Order Sith vehicle fighter, that's a lot of tags, with Overwhelm. So it's a 3/1. It's hard to give it a bad grade. Any 3-attack 2-drop immediately applies the pressure on your opponent. And Overwhelm is relevant too, because sometimes your opponent will play, I don't know, let's say a 2/2 or a 3/2. And if you still have initiative, you get to take out that and get a point of damage in. Look at that, you're ahead, right? It's hard for me to give this a bad grade. That being said, as we've seen with the leaders, and we'll see some units too, there's a lot of ping in this set. And what might really suck is you play this on any turn other than turn 1, and your opponent has the Force, and they tap Darth Maul and kill that and ping something else. And that's just really bad, of course. Anytime you're able to trade just your leader's ability for a card is insane, and that will sometimes happen here, unfortunately. That being said, again, so it's not in a set like Jump to Lightspeed, this might be a little bit better, although again, dies to Luke, but with the ping. But I think this card is still pretty okay. It applies the pressure immediately, and that's good, but just be really careful. And if you can sideboard it out against an opponent playing a ping leader, you maybe should, as long as it won't ruin your curve too much. So I'm giving it a C. Next, we have the Eye of Sion to Peridia. It is a 6-cost command villainy space unit at rare. Sorry, my camera's covering the part of the screen. That is a 4/7 Imperial Vehicle Transport, and this has a lot of keywords. It's Hidden, Ambush, Overwhelm, and Restore 1. Just a reminder, Hidden means that if it's played this turn, your opponent can't attack it unless it gains Sentinel. So this is a super interesting card, and if you're a draft connoisseur, you know that ambush is the best keyword in probably all of Star Wars Unlimited, but definitely in draft. It's so good, it's sometimes even better than removal. Some people would say usually, I think it's pretty 50-50, maybe ambush does have a bit of an edge. Very, very strong. And the other keywords matter too. Overwhelm is good if you're forced to eat a smaller unit, getting an infinite little bit. Restore is good if it's a tight race, that will often push you over the edge, a couple of extra life points. Hidden is, I don't think hidden matters that much on this, but there's a situation. It lets you take advantage of Overwhelm and Restore again, right? On the next turn, because they can't, finish it off this turn. So, Hidden is actually pretty good on this. The card is just a big keyword soup. It's very efficient for 6, and 4/7 for 6 is also just good. Now, of course, if that was vanilla, that would be not great, but with all these keywords, I'm very high on Eye of Sion. I'm taking it very highly, and honestly, I might be underrating it when I give it a B. Next, we have Supremacy of Unimaginable Size. It is a 12-cost Command Villainy Space Unit at Legendary. It's a 12/12 First-Order Vehicle Capital Ship. It has Ambush, and other friendly vehicle units get +6/+6. It has Ambush, guys. That must mean it's insane. I just talked about how great Ambush was. It's the best keyword in Star Wars Unlimited, especially for draft. That's true, but no, this card is not insane, unfortunately. Obviously, the effect is, it's a 12/12 with Ambush, which is just removal, and it makes the rest of your board, basically, if you have any vehicles, just win that turn, right? There's no shot if your opponent has this on the field for more than a turn that you're winning the game. You lose to this card every time, but it is at 12 resources. There's not much ramp in this set at all. It's just not happening in draft. I look forward to seeing people doing goofy stuff with this in Constructed, but think about it. You draw 2 cards a turn. By the time you have 12 resources, you've drawn how many cards through your deck? You start with 6 in your hand. Your deck is basically empty. So if you do end up playing this, you're gonna be decking out in a minute anyway. So just be careful. Don't play 12 drops. This card is at most a D, and I'm being very generous. I should not be giving it a D. Don't play this card. This should have probably not an F, but a D-. But I live the dream. I love big capital ships. I'm giving it a D. Next, we have Leia Organa Extraordinary, who's a 5-cost Command Heroism Space Unit at Legendary. It's a 5/5 Force Resistance official that says when this unit is in the space arena, she can't ready and has action use the Force, move this unit to the ground arena, and give each friendly Heroism unit +2/+2 for this phase. I went back and forth a lot on this card. I originally was this is a B, and then I thought about it and I'm this is probably a C. It's kind of slow. And I genuinely, I think I edited the PowerPoint 6 times. So unfortunately, I'm not super confident on this one. So I'm definitely open to hearing what you folks in the comments think about this card, because I genuinely would love to know. I will, I'm not going to sort of talk pointing in any direction. I'm just going to sort of state facts about this card. So sometimes you will have some heroism units on the ground. Again, this is mostly a ground set. Not all of your units are going to be heroism, of course. Some of them will be neutral. So this won't give your entire board +2/+2. I believe she does give herself +2/+2, but think about it. Unless you have a way to ready her, she will be exhausted when she's on the ground. And so she'll be a 7/7, but she'll be exhausted, so no biggie. Some of your units, of course, as I said, won't get buffed. It costs an action, of course, and your opponent can plan for it. So if you play Leia and you have the Force, which, again, talk about that in a second, but if you play Leia and you have the Force, your opponent's going to be okay, you have 1 heroism unit, Leia's going to come down, make that bigger for me, make that a problem, so I'm going to do my sequencing a little bit different, and I'm going to deal with that heroism unit. Now you bring Leia down, and she doesn't buff anything. She's just sort of a slow 5-cost 5/5 that made you use the Force. And I think that situation is pretty bad, right? 5-cost 5/5 is fine. You don't really want to be playing that. But one that takes you 2 actions and eats your Force token is really not what you want to do. And that will often be what it is, because you can't rely on always having more than 1 or 2 heroism units on the ground. But, even if we say the average situation with this card is you're able to do all the stuff and buff 1 of your heroism units +2/+2. That's good, but it's not exceptional. I think where this card shines weirdly is not on the 5 resource turn, but like later, whenever you do have a bit of a board built up. You play Leia, your opponent goes, oh no, he has like 4 force units to deal, or 4, heroism units that I need to deal with now, or they're all going to get big and go into my base, and that situation is going to be pretty tough. But I'm not super convinced on Leia. I don't actually remember what grade I settled on. That's how much I back and forth. But right now I've talked myself into she's probably a C, but the upside is there. I said B- here, but I think I'm going to change that. I think I'm going to just give Leia a straight up C. I like the upside, but the downside of being a slow unit that uses your force token and is really not that efficient is pretty tough. But very cool card. I look forward to seeing if anyone can make it work and constructed. Next, we have Paladin Training Corvette, a 5-cost command heroism space unit at common. It's a 3/5 Jedi Republic vehicle capital ship that has when played, you may give an experience token to each of up to 3 force units. So as I've mentioned, there are a lot of force units in this set. So there's 74 force units in this format. Of course, some of them have the villainy trait, so you won't be able to use them in a deck like this, but not that many, probably like 10 or less. So there's really a lot of force units. You're going to always have targets. Now, you might not always have 3 targets. That's going to be a little bit difficult to reliably have. I think that you can reliably for sure expect to have 1, maybe 2, and of course if you can get 3, that's very, very good. 5 costs for 6, 8 of stats that spread out is really nice. Fast stats. If you've played Magic, that just means stats that you can use like right away. I think Hearthstone uses that term too, right? Like if I play this, I can't use the 3/5 part right away, but potentially I could use the tokens right away because maybe I have readied units that I can attack with. So this is a good unit for sure, but again, 5 cost 3/5 is pretty abysmal, so that downside is real for sure. If you don't have any force units, this just sucks to play, but sometimes you just will because it's what's on your curve. Sometimes also what's kind of nice is there's a lot of leaders that deploy on 5, so you can deploy your leader. All the leaders in this format are force. You play this, you have your leader and maybe 1 or, again, if you're lucky, 2 other units that you've now spread stuff out onto, and that's going to feel pretty good when you can do that. So I think the card has decent upside and pretty decent downside as well, so I think that balances out, and the card's like a C. Look forward to trying it, though, in any of my command decks. Next, we have the Acclamator Assault Ship, which is a 7-cost command space unit at uncommon. It's a 5/8 Republic vehicle capital ship that says, on attack, you may give another unit +5/+5 for this phase. That is a lot. Holy moly, that is a lot. So +5/+5, of course, is crazy. Now, this is a 7-cost 5/8. The stats are not good, and you're not going to be playing it for 7 ever. You're going to be playing it for 9. Because it is double command, and that's just not happening in draft. I know you think you're going to make it happen. It won't happen, okay? And if it does by some miracle happen, you probably still shouldn't have done it because there's some other combination of aspects that would have worked better for you, right? But nevertheless, I will rank it accordingly. Again, the on attack is very strong. +5/+5 is insane. It will make your 2 drops trade into their 7 drops. Like, it's just very, very good, right? But again, you're never playing this. I don't even know why I'm talking about it. The card is, again, at most a D, and honestly, it probably could go lower, but I do believe in the big ship dream. But no, don't play this card. Next, we have Minoc. It is a 2-cost command space unit at common. It is a 2/3 creature, and it has Overwhelm. So as you may expect, Overwhelm works better on units with higher attack than HP, just by its nature. But it is a 2-drop, and it's a 2/3, and that's historically, good, especially in draft. You always want to have something you can play on turn 1, and this is fine to do so. It is pretty poorly positioned stats-wise. There are a lot of, 2/4s or whatever. And there's not a lot of like 3/2s, which is where a card like this would shine, or 3/1s even. Again, Overwhelm on a 2-attack unit is really just flavor text most of the time. It's not literally a 2-cost 2/3, but it's pretty close. I'm giving it a C just because you really do want to make sure your 2-drop curve is robust, but really play any other 2-drop. This is just, I don't mean that literally. We'll see, there are worse 2-drops, but you don't, try your best to avoid playing Minok here. One notable thing, the creature tag is relevant. There are some leaders and other cards that care about the creature type, and in that specific scenario where you're using the creature type, that actually is pretty good. There's a surprise strike like card that only works on creatures and gives them +4/+0, and in that case, the overwhelm is very relevant. So keep an eye out for that. So with the tag, I still think it just sits at a C though. But if you get there on creatures, you will like Minok for sure. Next, we have Hive Defense Wing. It is a 3-cost command space unit at common. It is a 2/4 separatist vehicle fighter with Restore 1. So they're doing a lot of French vanilla cards this set, which I think is really cool. I like vanilla and French vanilla cards. I think there is an art to the simplicity of them. And I like the complicated cards too, for sure, but it's nice to see these, for sure. One thing I missed in recent Magic Draft formats was the inclusion of random vanilla cards that are just sort of the stat test for that mana cost. So, is this card good? Well, it's fine. A 3-cost 2/4 in space is positioned weirdly kind of okay this format, but not amazing, right? We've talked about the 2/4 stat line with the Jedi shuttle, or whatever it was called, the Padawan Starfighter. It's not great. Does putting Restore 1 on it make it better? Yeah, for sure, absolutely. And again, your opponent's not going to be completely ignoring the space arena, but if you can get this out on turn 2 and start swinging in, it's going to make whatever they're doing on the ground arena feel a lot more manageable with the Restore 1 every turn, right? That's definitely an upside for this card. Now, of course, if your opponent is playing in space, they can deal with this pretty easily, but oftentimes that won't be happening. It's a fine statted 3-cost card with a relevant keyword ability. It's hard for me to give it a bad ranking. This might be a bit of an overrate, but I'm just going to give it a C. It's okay. I'll be fine to play this card. Next, we have Hyperspace Wayfarer. It is a 6-cost command unit, space unit at common. It's a 4/10 creature with no text. Here's the vanilla. So this card is interesting because 10 HP for 6 cost is really incredible, and no weird downsides, right? It's a 6 cost 4/10. It's a creature for the creature deck. It is good. Now, a high HP stat, you want something like Sentinel or something like Restore that can really cause your opponent a bit of a pain, and they're like, oh, I guess I have to deal with this. And they do still feel like they have to deal with this card. I mean, 4 to base every turn, or this does control the space arena pretty well. You can attack into 3 of your opponent's units usually, probably. Like, this card does the thing that it's supposed to do. Obviously, if it had like Sentinel or Restore, like I was saying, it would be nuts with that sort of stat line. But this is a card that you're going to have an opportunity to pick up late, and it's going to be an okay curve filler, and it's going to really sort of... by this point in the game, you're probably already either dominant or neglecting space, but it will probably, if you're behind in space, put you at parity. If you're... at parity in space, it'll probably give you dominance of the space arena. This is just an okay card. It is difficult for me to like endorse a 6-drop that doesn't really do anything immediately, but the stats on this are good, and it will just control the space arena. That being said, I don't think it's insane. I think it's probably like a C. I don't know if that's an overrate or not. I guess we'll see what other cool stuff you can do on 6 and how fast the format ends up being. One other thing is, most of the removal in this set is HP based, so this is going to be really difficult for your opponent to actually deal with. Like, there's a removal spell that I think removes a unit with 3 or less remaining HP, and that's going to be a really strong removal spell. I think that does have another mode. We'll see it later, but nevertheless, most of the removal in this set is HP based or does damage. So it's not like you're going to play this and your opponent's going to immediately have like Vanquish most of the time at least. So it's cool. I think that it's going to end up being okay. I'm giving it a C. Next, we have Trident Assault Ship, a 6-cost command space unit at common. It's a 6/6 separatist vehicle transport that has Overwhelm. So we've done it. We got to Colossal Dreadmaw stats. Everyone, hype. I love Colossal Dreadmaw. We all love Colossal Dreadmaw. If you don't know, Colossal Dreadmaw is a magic card. It's a common 6-mana 6/6 that has Trample, which is Magic's version of Overwhelm, basically. And it's famously not that good of a card, but in Draft, it was great in the format that it showed up in Ixalan. I say great. It was a curve filler. It was like a C+, which is weirdly what I'm giving it here. No inspiration. No, genuinely, jokes aside, this card is nice, and 6 attack Overwhelm is good because you're basically always going to be doing multiple things with this card because you're going to be attacking one of your opponent's units. It'll be removing their unit and doing damage to base. And with the 6 HP, this unit will probably stick around. You're going to want to use this to like eat your opponent's smaller units a lot of the time, or like trade, I guess, with one of their bigger units, but that feels like a little bit of wasted potential for Space Colossal Dreadmaw. I think this card is cool. I'm going to give it a C+. It feels like a cool thing for you to do on turn 6, or on the 6 resource turn. Next, we have the Purrgil King, which is an 8-cost command... the Purrgil King Leading the Journey, which is an 8-cost command space unit at rare. It is a 4/12 creature with Restore 4, and when played, draw a card for each friendly unit with 7 or more remaining HP. I think Restore 4 is the biggest Restore we've ever seen. Don't quote me on that. I think the previous biggest one was 3 on Luke, and I think Rey as well, like the leader, but I could be just wrong. But nevertheless, Restore 4 is huge. Your opponent has to deal with this, right? You healing your base 4 every turn is going to be just so insane, especially at this point in the game, right? Your opponent's, depending on who's the beatdown, you're either trying to close out the game, in which case this won't really help you any more than, it's still 4 extra every turn, I guess. But, if your opponent is the beatdown and they're trying to close out the game, you getting to swing in for 4 every turn is going to feel pretty good if they can't immediately do it. If you get like 2 swings in with this, you've stabilized probably, right? Now, when played, draw a card for each friendly unit with 7 or more remaining HP. How often is that really going to come up? Probably not that often. Weirdly, it synergizes okay with the other Purrgil. Not weirdly, that makes sense, because they all are, very high HP units, so this will draw you cards for them, assuming they're undamaged. And then there are some ground units as well that'll draw you cards for some 7 drops in this format that are quite good, that will, curve into this. But usually when you're on your 8 resource turn, you're not trying to curve into stuff anymore. That phase of the game is usually long gone. But if you can draw just like even 1 card off of this, like it replaces itself, like that feels pretty good. Just don't expect to always be able to do this. Oftentimes it's just going to be an 8-cost 4/12 Restore 4, and is that good enough? I think it's good for sure. 8 is a lot though. Now in pre-release, this card will probably be a little bit better because sealed games are usually a little bit slower than draft games. You're usually able to build slightly better draft decks than you are sealed decks, so that leads to the games being a bit faster most of the time. But so in sealed at your pre-release, I think this will be really quite strong. But in general, I think this card is like a C+. It's good, and I'm definitely interested in playing it, mostly just because playing a big old wise space whale is kind of awesome. But yeah, I think the card's pretty good, and I'm happy to include a copy of it. Just don't ever really expect to draw like a ton of cards off of that, and understand that since a lot of the battle is going to be happening in the ground, the Restore 4 maybe isn't quite as strong as it looks, because oftentimes if you have a big Restore unit, you can take out your opponent's units while you're restoring, and that sort of stems the bleeding in 2 different ways, whereas really this will only be stemming the bleeding in 1 way, and you still are going to want a ground presence to try to, tidy that up, because Restore 4 is a lot, but there's a good chance that your opponent's going to be attacking for more than 4 every turn, so just keep that in mind. Next, we have Strike Ship, a 2-cost aggression villainy space unit at common. It's a 0/3 underworld vehicle fighter nihil. It has raid 3 and overwhelm. This is another one of those keyword soup ships. Is this card good? Well, it's interesting, right? So 0/3 means that it's pretty much always going to just kind of get attacked by your opponent, because what's the downside? They're not taking any damage back on their stuff, and it is a real serious attacker, right? If it was just a 2-cost 3/3 space unit, I think that would be really, really good, right? That would probably get into the B range somewhere, but this is of course not that. It only attacks as a 3/3. Now overwhelm is good. Again, there are less than 3 HP space units, and that'll feel fine. really what you want from this card is starting with the initiative and playing it on turn 1. That's like kind of best case scenario. In every other scenario, it's going to be like pretty easy for your opponent to deal with. I gave it, I said C plus here, but it's not a C plus. That's wrong. This should be a C. I think that it's fine for sure, and you're okay. Again, it's an okay curve filler, but it's just not really that well positioned in the format. Your opponent's just going to be able to deal with it at very little inconvenience to them. They're going to be able to do 2 damage to it and then ping it to finish it off, or just straight up deal 3 damage to it. There's a lot of things they can do with this, with one of their space units, and not even take any damage back. Now, this does make them play a little bit of a game with the initiative, because, if you have it first, then you get to attack their space unit. So it's interesting. I think it's probably just a C, though. That being said, it is an aggressive card in an arena where it is often going to be neglected. I think that's actually, I'm talking myself back up to a C+. Sorry for all the flip-flopping, but I think space is going to be a pretty neglected arena, and a 2-cost unit that just starts getting in for 3 is going to be pretty nice. I think this is probably actually a C+. I think I was right the first time, just because it's going to be such a neglected arena, and you'll be able to get in. If I'm wrong about that and space is not a neglected arena, this card gets a lot worse, I think. Next, we have Heavy Missile Gunship. It is a 4-cost aggression villainy space unit at uncommon, and it is a 4/3 Separatist droid vehicle transport, lots of traits, that has action, exhaust, and deal 2 damage to a ground unit. So for free, every turn, you get to daring raid one of your opponent's ground units. Awesome. That is quite strong. There isn't a lot of space, so like I've been saying, so oftentimes you'll just kind of be ignoring the action and just getting in for 4 every turn. But in the event where there actually is space, or maybe it's better for you to be pinging the ground every turn, you can do that too. Now, keep in mind that there are 2 drops that trade into this. We actually just saw one, right? This trades into it, and then there's a couple others that I think we see in a minute. There are 2 drops in space that trade into this, so keep that in mind, because if your opponent's able to trade a 2-drop for your 4-drop, you feel real bad about that. Now, I said that the action is free, and it kind of is, but it's also kind of not, because every time you do this action, sure, you may be getting board control, which is usually more important than base damage in draft, but also 4 base damage is a lot, and you're missing out on that. So that's a real downside for sure. You have to kind of pick between, 4 to base or 2 to a ground unit. And honestly, I haven't really thought about it in this term that much, but maybe dealing damage to units is twice as valuable as dealing damage to bases. I would believe that. Maybe that's not exactly true, but that wouldn't surprise me. I think this card is definitely very strong, and I very much want copies of this in my deck, for sure. I think it's like a C+, but it honestly could go as high as a B-. I think this card is a must deal with. There are a lot of big butts in the format, on the ground and in space, so 2 damage is maybe not quite what it used to be, so to speak, but I think it's still very good, and I'm happy to play this card. I think C+ is maybe, honestly, an underrate. Next up, we have the Scythe, a 4-cost aggression villainy space unit at rare. It is a 3/5 Imperial Vehicle Transport Inquisitor that has, on attack, you may give another friendly Inquisitor unit +2/+0 for this phase. So what should you be asking? You should be asking, how many Inquisitors are in this format? There's 1 Inquisitor at uncommon, and then some at rare and legendary. There are 2 Inquisitor leaders, though, so in that case, it's a little bit better. But yes, don't expect to get some crazy Inquisitor deck going off in draft, because there's only 1 at uncommon. And it's a good card, but it's at uncommon, and there's just the 1. So don't expect too much there. That being said, how is the card even without that text? It's a 3/5 for 4 in space. It's fine. It's not that good. It's nothing to write home about. And if you can play it in an Inquisitor deck and you get that on attack line of text off even once, it's probably just good. I think the card is a C. Next, we have Jedi Starfighter, a 2-cost aggression heroism space unit at common. It's a 1/4 Jedi Republic vehicle fighter that has on attack, you may deal 1 damage to a space unit. This is a weirdly positioned card, because 4 is a lot. I don't think there's any 2-cost space unit that can, and maybe 3 either. I don't know. I'd have to look into that. And I probably should have before this very moment, but dealing 4 in space is very difficult. And that being said, it's not that impressive in an attacker. It kind of is, because it's a 2/4 for 2, but that 2 in 2/4 is in massive quotation marks, because if you're attacking another space unit, it's a 2/4, or if you're attacking a space unit and you want to hit another space unit with the attack, you can do that too, but that's not going to happen too often. But it only attacks bases as a 1/4, right? You can't put the 1 wherever you want. You can't put it on a base. So if you're playing this on turn 1 as your space unit and your opponent just kind of ignores space, like, you're getting in for 1 every turn into base. And that's, I guess it's fine. It's not bad, but there's a lot better you can be doing. And also, again, once your opponent maybe like 4 turns later does put a big thing into space, okay, great, now you have a 2/4. But at that point it's just dying, and maybe you've got into base for like 3, and that's fine. But I'm just not that high on this card. That being said, if your opponent is playing in space, it is a 2/4 for 2, and that is pretty good. And it's an upside 2/4 for 2, because again, it doesn't need to go in the same spot. So in a situation where you need to split it out, that is a thing you can do. So it's a fine card. It's hard for me to give 2 drops anything that bad of a rating. It's probably like a C. It might be a C+, but honestly, I'm not that excited about it. It is a Jedi. There are Jedi tags, or there is Jedi synergy, so that also could come up. Maybe that pushes it into the C+ range. We'll have to see. Next up, we have Kit Fisto's Aether Sprite, which is a 5-cost aggression heroism space unit at rare. It's a 4/5 Jedi Republic vehicle fighter, and it has Saboteur, and when played, you may defeat any number of upgrades on a unit. So there are 8 upgrades at common and uncommon. There is a shield token theme in this format, and also some experience tokens, so those can come up every now and then. I think the card is okay. 5-cost 4/5 is not that good. Saboteur will come up sometimes, but there's not a ton of space taunt. Of course, Saboteur is also good against shields, so, if you play this and your opponent has a space unit with shields and a ground unit with shields, you can hit the ground unit with shields and then start attacking with Kit Fisto to get the space unit with shields, but that's a pretty specific situation. I don't think you can expect to happen too often. So the fact there's 8 that's not that many. And then, of course, not all of the upgrades are good. And I just think this card is not super exciting. That being said, the stats are fine. It has the Jedi tag. It has, again, Saboteur is an interesting keyword in a format that has shields. And the when played will come up sometimes, and when it does, you will feel pretty good about it. I think it's probably just a C-. Next up, we have Cartel Interceptor. It's a 3-cost aggression space unit at common. It's a 2/3 with Raid 2. So it's a 2/3 that attacks as a 4/3. It's fine. It's decently positioned. There's a decent amount of 4 HP space units that this can deal with. Of course, if your opponent's ignoring space, a 3-drop that is dealing 4 to their base every turn is going to be felt very quickly. I think this card is good. There's not that much to talk about. It's probably like a C. Just a 3-cost 2/3 if they are playing into space. There is a situation where your opponent plays a 2-drop, like the one we saw a minute ago, that can attack as a 3/3, or one we'll see soon that's just a 2/3 all the time in space. And then you're looking at this in your hand and you're like, darn, okay, well, if I play this, my opponent is just either trading and, one on resources, or they're just straight up eating my unit, for example, with the 3/3 with Raid. So I think this card is just fine. It's probably like a C. There's decent downside to having a card like this, but there's also some upside. So next up, we have Hyena Bomber. It's a 3-cost aggression space unit at common. It's a 2/2 separatist droid vehicle fighter. It says, when played, if you control another aggression unit, you may deal 2 damage to a ground unit. There are some really nice turn 1-2 combos where you can play with this. There are 10 ground units that are 2-drops with 2 or less HP at common and uncommon. So your opponent will sometimes just have one of those out on turn 1, then you play your 2-drop, and then, there's some initiative happening, and then you play this and just nuke their 2-drop, and you're feeling so ahead. That being said, you do have to jump through a couple of hoops to get there, and it's not just walking through hoops. There's a bit of jumping going on. Both units need to be aggression. That's not always going to happen, and your opponent does need to play that unit. So because of that insane upside, it's probably like a C. That is the God curve, though, what I was just describing. Late game, does this card hold up? It's still fine. Late game, it's more likely you'll have an aggression unit, especially if you have an aggression leader, because it will count that. And, just placing 2 damage somewhere later game can be handy as well, onto the ground, of course, which is where the battle happens in this set for the most part. So I think the card's okay. I will probably be fine playing a copy of them in my aggression decks, but I would want to try to be pretty heavy on the aggression side, because if you're just playing this as a 3 cost 2/2 space unit, that is miserable. You don't want to be doing that. So I think it's like a C. Next we have Blockade Runner. It's a 5 cost aggression space unit at uncommon. It's a 4/4 rebel vehicle capital ship, has Saboteur, and when this unit deals combat damage to a base, you may give an experience token to this unit. This is kind of an interesting one, because it has Saboteur, so it's not, of course, slowed down by any Sentinel. And you can just play this on your 5 resource turn, and then get in for 4 next turn, and then 5, and then 6, and then you've won the game. Now, of course, that is kind of the dream, and you are just playing a 5 cost 4/4 Saboteur, and it's late when you're playing it, right? Like, your opponent probably is going to have something in space that can just kind of eat this or trade into this, or some way of dealing with it. There's a common event that deals 3, and then a leader that pings, for example, would be pretty devastating. There's a lot of ways that this can go wrong, but the upside is there. I think there's better things you can do with your 5 turn, and there's worse things. It's probably between a C- and a C. I've rounded it up to a C, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's a bit of an overrate. Next we have Invasion Control Ship, a 7 cost aggression space unit at rare. It is a 5/9 separatist vehicle capital ship that says friendly droid units gain raid 2. Alright viewers, how many droid units are there? There are 5 at common and uncommon, and 1 at legendary. It's really not enough to get like a droid theme going on. That being said, if you play this and you have like a droid, or maybe if you're lucky 2 droids, which is not, if you're really gunning for it, not impossible. That can happen. The raid 2 does turn those droids from, a small threat to a medium threat, or a medium threat to a large threat, right? Whether that's through base damage pressure, or whether that's through trading up in resources when your opponent's things, like, that's all relevant. And 5/9 is a good stat line. Dinking your opponent's base for 5 a couple of times will close out the game, right? Your opponent might decide that they need to deal with this if you do end up having a ground droid presence, right? Because the extra 2 damage, or 4 damage if you have 2 droids, is quite nice. That being said, of course, that is kind of the dreamland scenario, and there's so much better stuff you could be doing on 7 in this format. So I think the card ends up bouncing again between a C- and a C, and I've rounded it up to a C because I like the big spaceships and I want to see it happen. Next we have Banking Clan Shuttle. It is a 3 cost cunning villainy space unit at common. It's a 3/3 with hidden. See what I mean? They really went into the French vanilla cards this format. So is this card okay? Yeah, it is okay. It's a 3/3, which of course can trade up or down, which is a little scary depending on what your opponent does. It is actually a little bit better though, because if your opponent does have a 2 cost 3, like that 2 cost 0/3 with raid 3, or a card we'll see in a minute, which is a 2 cost 3/2, and you play this, typically your opponent would just go, oh, okay, I trade into it, and now they've just gone up on resources and you've skipped your turn 2, and they just had to lose whatever they played on turn 1, and that's pretty bad for you as the person who just missed their turn 2 most of the time. But this doesn't have that, right? You play this, your opponent's like, oh, I have this, 0/3 with raid 3, but this has hidden, so I can't attack it, I have to go base. So the card's okay. It's not super exciting by any means. It's probably between a C+ and a C, and I just gave it a C, but honestly I wouldn't be surprised if it performed a little bit better. The lines are okay, and again, space is going to be kind of ignored, so getting in for 3 every turn, starting on turn 2, or I guess starting on turn 3 is going to be pretty nice. And here's the card I've been alluding to for a while. It's the N-1 Starfighter. It's a 2 cost cunning heroism space unit at common. It is a 3/2 Naboo vehicle fighter. We have the Naboo tag, that's cool. And it's a vanilla, so there's no text on it. Like I said, this card's decently positioned. It trades really well into a lot of 3 cost cards, and even some 4 cost cards that we saw a minute ago. Like, that would be insane, right? I don't have much to talk about with this card. It's just well positioned. I think it's a really good card. It's probably between a C plus and a B minus. I rounded it to a C plus, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it plays like a B minus just because of how well positioned it is in this format, in my opinion. Now, this is the nightmare of the 2/4 ship that we've been seeing. Very, very good against this. So that can happen for sure. But those ships are not generally good, I don't think. So who knows? Next, we have the J-type Nubian starship, a 3-cost cunning heroism space unit at common. It's a 2/4 Naboo vehicle transport. It says when played, draw a card. When defeated, discard a card from your hand. We've seen cards like this before. It is, I think, a pretty strong effect. Generally, the idea of looting, which is drawing a card, then discarding a card, that's not as good as just drawing a card, of course, but it does still improve the quality of your hand. And this is better than that, because you don't need to discard the card right away, and there are some games where you just won't need to at all, where that extra card will be what you need to close out the game, and you never need to discard it. Or a situation when your opponent does manage to kill it, and you already have no cards in hand. But even worst case scenario, where your opponent kills it and you have a bunch of cards in your hand, you still get to discard the worst card in your hand, and on average, the quality of your hand just went up because you drew a card and then discarded the worst card, right? Which might have just been the card that you drew. So, worst case scenario, your hand stays the same, and in every other scenario, your hand got a little bit better. So, genuinely, I think this is a strong card. 2/4 is a fine stat line on 3. Having 4 is nice. It gets out of the range of a lot of those X or 3 attack ships, but still not like an exceptional card, but I like cards that replace themselves. Anything that says when played, draw a card, I immediately like. I think it's like a C+, but honestly, I think that might be an underrated. It's probably a B-, so somewhere in that range. I'm looking forward to seeing it out. Next, we have Stinger Mantis. Where are we going? A 5-cost Cunning Heroism Space Unit at Uncommon. It's a 4/6 Fringe Vehicle Transport that has, when played, you may deal 2 damage to an exhausted unit. So finally, some Jedi Survivor representation. That's awesome. Is this card good? Well, when played, you may deal 2 damage to an exhausted unit. That will pretty much always happen, right? It's turn 5, your opponent's done some stuff. They've attacked with a unit that they were worried that you were going to, assuming they have initiative, right? They attack with a unit that you could have easily eaten so that they get a little bit of value out of it. And now, instead of having to eat that with one of your units, you can just slam this down and kill it like that. That will happen pretty often. It doesn't need to be a space unit or a ground unit. It can be any unit. It can even be a leader. And 2 damage is not nothing. Like I said, there's a lot of high HP units in this set, so you're probably not going to be just straight up killing something that is fully, unharmed, but there's usually going to be options for you. And at the very least, it'll put something into a range where you can deal with it with another unit or event, although you ideally don't want to do that. And then just 5-cost 4/6 is it's good stats. I think this card is like a C+. Next, we have the Legacy Run, Doomed Debris, which is a 5-cost Cunning Space Unit at Legendary. It is a 3/3 Republic Vehicle Transport. It says, when defeated, deal 6 damage divided as you choose among enemy units. So it's kind of like indirect damage, but you get to choose. So it's like indirect damage if you have Devastator out or something. I think this card is really good. So where this card will actually shine is in a constructed deck with Thrawn, or just a way that you can ECL it, or give it ambush, right? You just come in, deal 3 to something, and then deal 6 however you want among enemy units. Of course, you can't put 6 right on the base. And then if you have Thrawn as your leader, you get to copy that. Really, really good. Of course, then you can't ECL, but there's other things you can do. Anyway, I've talked about constructed too much. This is a draft show, a draft and sealed show. Unlimited, limited. It's a, so this card is pretty good. I'm fully open to the idea that I'm wrong about this card. It is just a 5-cost 3/3, and that is pretty brutal stats-wise, but you're usually going to have something that you can run this into. And what's great is it doesn't actually need to straight up kill something. You can run this into a 4/4 and feel totally fine, because you just put one of those, one of the when defeated damage on that 4/4 and then 5 somewhere else, and you feel okay, right? So this really trades up quite well. I think the card is good. I've given it a B-. I could be super wrong about that, but I'm happy to give it a B-. And it's a legendary, so if I am super wrong about it, no one will ever know, because it won't be played that much. Next up, we have Forged Starfighter. It's a 1-cost Villainy Space Unit at Common. It's a 1/1 Sith Vehicle Fighter that has Hidden and Raid 1. Oh, there's just so much ping. I really, it's a 2/1. There are some units that have 2 defense or 2 HP, and this as a 1-drop trades into them resource-wise pretty well. But the thing about 1-drops, especially in Limited, is 1-drops really shine in Constructed because you can play 2 of them on your first turn. And that can sometimes overwhelm your opponent. Like in Vader, right? That First Order TIE Fighter, and then some other kind of the just, the LN, whatever it is, the 2-1 for 1. Like, those are, that's an awesome turn 1 play if you're like playing a Vader constructed list, right? But, in draft, like, but if that list always just played the 2-1 and then that was the turn, like, that would be a lot worse than just having a bunch of good 2-cost cards. And in draft, you're really not going to have enough 1-cost cards to get that critical mass. And even if you do, what have you done with the rest of your curve to do so, right? Like, it's just, you really need to get there on 1-cost cards and like ways to take advantage of having that, sort of multiplicity in space or ground. And in draft, it's just the consistency isn't there. I don't think this is good enough. And then also there's just a lot of ping that can just, again, if you play this and then your opponent just like taps their leader to deal 1 damage to something, like you're just, okay, well, that sucks. So I think this card, that being said, I mean, it's still it's a unit. It's probably between a D and a D+, and I rounded it up because, 1-cost units that can do stuff are cool, but honestly, it's probably closer to a D. I'm being a bit generous here. Next, we have Jedi Vector. It's a 2-cost heroism space unit at uncommon. It's a 1/3 that says this unit gets +1/+0 if you control a Jedi unit, another Jedi unit, because it is a Jedi vehicle fighter, and +1/+0 if you control a lightsaber unit. So it's a 1/3 that's sometimes a 2/3, and then sometimes a 3/3 for 2. Now, of course, if you can get it to be a 3/3 for 2, that's awesome, for sure. You're not always going to be able to do that. In fact, you're usually not. There are enough Jedi where if you get there, and have enough in your deck, this will usually be a 2/3, and I think it will. I think this usually, if you've built your deck okay, will be a 2/3. Is that good enough? Probably not. It's pretty poorly positioned into the format, as we've talked about, and I think that it's a C-, especially because it won't always be a 2/3. Sometimes it'll be a 1/3, and then that's really bad. So try your best to not play this card. The only reason it's not lower is because 2-drops are just good. You just want 2-drops. So you might have to take this card and play it sometimes. That's what C- for is. You're reluctantly like, yeah, okay, it's a card that I can put in my deck and not cry about. Next, we have a Medical Frigate. It's a 4-cost heroism space unit at common. It's a 3/6 Republic vehicle capital ship that has on attack, you may heal 2 damage from another unit. That is a pretty powerful effect, and 4-cost 3/6 is a really nice stat line. Your opponent will not be able to immediately deal with it, and you'll be able to start attacking and healing your units, and that is very strong. If you get even 1 attack off with this, you feel great. If you get 2 or more, you feel like you're unstoppable. One of your units just has become immortal. It's unkillable. It can just do whatever, swing with reckless abandon, and this will, keep it topped up. So genuinely, great card. I think that this is one of the stronger space units that we've seen. So it's cool that it's just any heroism deck. I'm definitely interested in drafting this card. It's probably between a C+ and a B-. I gave it a C+, but I'm kind of talking myself into a B-. The stat line is just really nice. Of course, when you play this card, you want your turn 1 and turn 2 plays to have been on the ground, probably. And so you actually have, things to heal. But, so it's probably between a C+ and a B-, but I'm starting to lean B-, but C+ is on the screen right now, but I think B-. Next we have Blue Squadron Assault Wing, a 5-cost heroism space unit at common. It's a 5/5 Republic vehicle fighter with raid 1. We have seen a card like this before, the MC-30 Assault, not Frigate, I don't know, it was from JTL, but it was a 5/5 with raid 1 and overwhelm, I believe. And that card, in one of my recent videos, what I got wrong about JTL, I underrated that card really hard in my set review. I think it ended up being like a B-. But will this card be a B-? And I think no. And I think the reason is because the MC-30 assault ship was incredible for a pilot. Very, very good to put a pilot on. It would often close out games really, really quickly because now you have a big space unit that came down on the turn of or the turn after, which is even better because then it's readied. Your leader deploys, and now it's a leader unit, so your opponent can't even deal with it. So if they don't deal with it like immediately, like with a direct hit or something, you're probably running away with that game. Now, of course, is a 5/5 space unit with raid 1 overwhelm just good on its own? Yeah, it's fine for sure. And this is a little worse than that. It doesn't have overwhelm, but nevertheless, I think that it's still a pretty solid card. It attacks as 6/5. Again, if your opponent's ignoring space, this is going to close out the game real quick. So, and they sometimes will be. So I think the card's like a C. Next, we have Longbeam Cruiser. It is a 6-cost heroism space unit at common. It's a 6/6 Republic vehicle capital ship, and it has Restore 1. Very similar to the last one. It's just kind of a big stats beast on a ship. It's a 6-cost 6/6. We love to see that. Restore 1 will, very incrementally get you advantage here and there. It'll make it so your opponent is having a bit of a harder time racing you if they're trying to do that. And of course, anything that makes our opponents have a bit of a harder time is something that we are down for. So I think this card is solid. There's better stuff you can do on 6 for sure, but this doesn't disappoint on stats, just like the last one. And that little Restore 1 keyword is nice. I think it's probably like a C or a C+. Next, we get into ground units. So, like I've been talking a lot about, ground units are very strong in this format. They're stronger than space units. There's more of them, and most of the battle will be fought on the ground. So let's start off with Karis, Karis, We Don't Like Strangers, which is a 2-cost vigilance villainy ground unit at uncommon. Sorry, again, behind my camera. It's a 2/4 Force Knight unit that says, when defeated, you may use the Force, which is, of course, losing your Force token. If you do, give a unit +2/+2 for this phase. Look, we found a Force unit. This is good. There's going to be a lot of these. So a 2-cost 2/4 right off the gate, that's incredible, right? That's a stat line that is, as of yet, pretty unheard of. And then it has quite a strong when defeated ability. It means that this can trade with a 4/4 or a 5/4 or something like that. Or it can, eat a smaller unit and then also make another unit have a bad attack or a bad defense against one of your units, right? This card kind of does it all. And it gets the force for it to use. It's force units, so if you have one of the common bases, which I recommend you do, and you attack with this and then kill something, you attacking with this gave you the force that you now have the option to use to give something -2/-2. And you won't always want to do that. Like if you kill your opponent's only thing with this and now there's an empty board, you've just got yourself a force token because you attacked with a force unit, but you don't need to use the ability, so you have the force for later. That's what's great about it. You can just, hold on to it for as long as you want. But oftentimes you feel pretty good about using it right away with Karis, because that is a very strong card. I think it's like a B-. Honestly, might even be higher. This card's very good. Next, we have Magistrate Scout. It is a 3-cost Vigilance Villainy ground unit at common. It's a 2/4 Imperial Trooper with Restore 2. Restore 2 is very strong, and you get it down super early with this. So some issues with Restore, like we talked about with the Purrgil King, right, which has Restore 4 on an 8-drop, is Restore's really good at stemming the bleeding, but by the time you're playing an 8-drop, there is a chance the opponent just wins that turn, or next turn, or something like that, right? Getting Restore down early, especially Restore 2 on turn 2, which is pretty good, means that if your opponent was trying to race you early and maybe sacrificed a little bit of value to do so, which does happen sometimes, especially with players who are a little bit less experienced with draft. They just sort of go for the base and don't understand how important board control is. Like, you really just put a big wrench in their plan. And then even if they are a more experienced player and, they've maybe thought about dealing with your units first, like, just having that threat of, like, yeah, you can go for my base. Maybe that's, like, the right play for you to do. But if you do that, I'm just going to heal it up, whether that's all of it or most of it or whatever. Yeah, card's really strong on 3. It's not a force unit. That is a real downside in this format. But nevertheless, I think the card is great. I'm going to give it a C+. Next, we have Nameless Terror. It's a 3-cost Vigilance Villainy ground unit at uncommon. It's a 3/3 creature. We got creature synergy. With when played, you may exhaust a force unit, and on attack, each enemy unit loses the force trait for this phase. So this card is very strong. Oftentimes, your opponent will play a force unit on turn 1, and then so will you, and then it'll go back, and then regardless of whether they have the initiative, even if they do, their first action is not always going to be to attack. Their first action might be to play another unit. And in that case, you just play this, you tap down their unit, you're good, right? And then on attack, each enemy unit loses the force trait for this phase is incredibly strong. Mostly because of, getting the force token, right, with those common bases. If your opponent's units don't have the force trait, they won't be able to use that, when you attack with a force unit, the force is with you. And that will lock out a lot of high-value strategies. So very, very, very strong card, and it's just pretty efficient. A 3-cost 3/3 is not bad, and has some creature synergy. So very strong card. I highly recommend you take this very highly. And any deck that relies heavily on the Force is great. So even on turn 2, this is great. But even if you draw this late game and you're able to tap down your opponent's like Force 6-drop, like you feel real good about that. So great card. I'm giving it a B. Next, we have Talzin's Assassin, a 4-cost Vigilance Villainy ground unit at common. It's a 4/4 Force Knight. That's a tongue twister. When played, you may use the Force. If you do, give a unit -3/-3 for this phase. So this card's just insane. It's a 4-cost 4/4, which is already amazing. It's a Force unit, which is good. And whenever it comes down, it destroys one of your opponent's 2 or 3 drops most of the time. That's incredible. And then even if you draw this late, giving, as we know from Luke Skywalker from Spark of the Rebellion, giving something -3/-3 late game can still be good. This is a really strong card. I don't understand how this is statted so well, genuinely. I think this is one of the best cards in the set, and it's at common. I think this card is easily a B and might actually be better than that. The fact that it can get you Force tokens, it can remove one of your opponent's like cheaper units on play and then is still an efficient body, genuinely an incredible card. So very, very, very highly I will be picking this very highly. Almost said that backwards, like Yoda. Next, we have a Old Daka, Oldest and Wisest, a 5-cost Vigilance Villainy 6/6 Force Knight unit at uncommon, ground unit, of course. It says, when played, you may defeat a friendly Knight unit not named Old Daka. Then you may play that unit from your discard pile for free. So there are 12 Knight units, and all of them are at common or uncommons. This is a theme that will come together in common and uncommon, pretty often at draft. Now, all of them are in either vigilance, aggression, or I guess one of them is just straight up neutral. But genuinely, this is a very, very strong effect. So not only is the stat line good, we've seen the stat line on Poe, which is of course a very meta relevant card, and 5-cost 6/6. Of course, Poe has other very good text, but a 5-cost 6/6 is just that's what holds him up as a real good card. And this has that exact stat line. Is the ability as strong as Poe? Probably not, but it's still very good. A lot of, not all, but a lot of the Knight cards have powerful when defeated or when played abilities, and this is going to get you, none of them, as far as I know, have both, except for Savage, but that one doesn't count, as we'll see shortly. You're going to get one of them. So it's not like a card that's it's good with when played, or it's good with when defeated. This is good with both of them, right? And most Knight cards have one or the other. So definitely you will get some value from this card if you're able to do the Knight thing. And then, of course, not only that, but if the Knight card had damage on it, now it doesn't, right? Definitely a very, very strong card, good top end, good synergy with good units that will get you value whenever they leave or come in. And as we saw from the last card, right, this is crazy value. If you can play this and the next turn play Old Daka and destroy another one of your opponent's units, and this will happen sometimes. This is a common and this is an uncommon. Really, really strong. The card is, why does that say B-? That's a typo. That should say B. The card is a B, for sure, at least. Very, very strong card. Next, we have Darth Vader, and I forgot to put an animation on his grade, so spoilers. Which is, so Darth Vader, Twilight of the Apprentice, is a 6-cost Vigilance Villainy ground unit at Legendary. It is a 5/6 Force Imperial Sith that has, when played, give a shield token to a friendly unit and to an enemy unit, and on attack, defeat an enemy unit with a shield token on it. So your opponent, this is an interesting one because it immediately gives your opponent some value. Right, they get a shield token, and you can't not do that. You have to do that if they have a unit that can receive a shield token, of course. And now, of course, it pays you off a little bit later because on attack, you just get to straight up defeat an enemy unit with a shield token on it. So that will be the one that you put it on sometimes. But it's not quite that straightforward because your opponent can probably get the value from the shield token before you can actually defeat it. So let's say your opponent has a ground unit, let's say it's a 5/5, and you put a shield token on it. Okay, cool. Your opponent just got 5 free damage onto your Vader or onto something else, or they can just trade whatever their shield token is with whatever unit you choose to put a shield token on, right? And then Vader attacks, he can defeat an enemy with a shield token on it. There's no more enemy with a shield token on it. So sometimes your opponent will just see you play Vader and they will just do whatever they can to get rid of that shield token. Now, you can mitigate this a little bit by putting it onto an exhausted unit, which would either force them to take initiative right then, which would usually maybe, depending on how the turn was sequenced, have them lose out on value from, attacking with their units or playing other cards. Or they could not take initiative and then you do, and they just have to accept the fact that your first action that turn is probably going to be attacking with Vader and destroying their unit with shield. So that's an interesting little mini game that you can play. Sometimes also you will have your opponent will already have a unit with a shield token on it. Shield tokens are a real theme in this set, and in that case, Vader's probably going to choose to put a shield token on that unit because it now has 2 shield tokens on it. So no matter what your opponent does, it's going to be really difficult for them to get rid of both of their shield tokens in a turn. So Vader will probably attack and destroy that unit. So the card is definitely good, but there is like a bit of a game that's sort of a mini game that goes on there where you have to come out on top in order for it to be really good. So definitely not a bad card, though. It's probably a B-. If you can give it ambush, it's insane. This is going to be a crazy ECL target. I think this is going to be an expensive card because A, it's Vader, and B, I think it's going to be very meta relevant. This is going to be a very strong card. I think like Kira's going to be running like ECL or like is Timely Intervention the one that gives something ambush? Anyway, card's going to be great, I think, in Constructed, but in Limited and Draft, we'll see. Next, we have Pong Krell. It's Treason, then, which is a 7-cost Vigilance Villainy ground unit at rare. It's a 2/9 Force Jedi Republic. Crazy stat line, right? Well, it makes sense whenever you learn that it has grit. And when this unit completes an attack and survives, you may defeat a unit with less remaining HP than this unit's power. And then, of course, whenever you're attacking units, it has grit, so its power is going up. So, the lower HP that Pong Krell has, the higher HP unit that he will be able to kill after he finishes the attack. So this unit it's a scary unit to see across the field from you. Like, it'll get carried away often and feel like a one-sided board wipe. Basically, every time this unit's attacking, it's going to kill 2 units. Almost every time. Because you attack it into something small that 2 can kill, and then maybe you attack it into a 2/2, and now this has 4, and it can kill something with 4 immediately. Like, that's insane. And now your opponent will either kill Pong Krell, which is what they should do if they can, or they will, lose another 2 units next time it attacks. Maybe it attacks their 4/4 and Pong Krell goes down to like 2 life left and it kills one of their big 7 drops, and then next turn they still have to deal with it, or it's going to start attacking into base for like 8, right? It's a crazy card. It's very, very strong. And then also not only that, but like if there's no good attack for you to make with Pong Krell like into a unit, you can still go into base and get the effect. It doesn't need to be killing a unit to do that. It can just be attacking a base and doing that. Pong Krell is a genuinely scary card, and 9 is like a very difficult number to deal with. I think it's at least a B, and it might even be higher than that. This is a very, very scary card to see your opponent have resolved against you. Next, we have Lothwolf. Lothwolf is a 2-cost Vigilance Heroism ground unit at common. It's a 3/3 creature with Sentinel, and this unit can't attack. So there's the downside. So, of course, a 2-cost 3/3 Sentinel would be insane. But the drawback that it can't attack is very real, for sure. But the fact that a lot of this game goes on the ground and it has Sentinel, it will either completely slow down your opponent until they have a unit that can eat it, which will take a while and give you lots of really, good tempo and value from attacking with your units, or it will which is what will usually happen, it'll just eat one of your opponent's like 2 drops. So they'll play a 2, you'll play this, then next turn they'll attack Lothwolf and both will die. And you'll feel okay about that too, because it's made your opponent use an extra action to basically have parity happen. So they're kind of behind on an action in a sense. So genuinely, I think it's a pretty good card. It is a little bit weird, but any Sentinel on the ground here that lets you kind of develop if you're going for a later game plan than them, I think is good. You probably don't want to play this card in aggro unless you want to use it to protect your units that are doing the aggro. So make sure you have your game plan in mind whenever you play this card, but I think it's like a C+. It's a very ground heavy set. They're going to have to deal with it, and it often gets you the initiative. Next we have Yaddle, a chance to make things right. A 2-cost Vigilance Heroism ground unit at rare. It's a 2/4 Force Jedi Republic that has Restore 1, and on attack each other friendly Jedi unit gains Restore 1 for this phase. This card is, of course, really strong. So 2-cost, 2/4, we've talked about. Great stat line. We talked about that with Karis. And Yaddle, I think, is even better. Restore 1, and then there are a lot of Jedi in the format, of course. There's 23 common and uncommon Jedi that are not in villainy. So you'll often be able to give your other Jedi Restore 1. So, on turn 3, if you're still attacking with this, you're probably restoring your base for a lot more. Now, obviously, by then you're not actually down on base life usually, but if your opponent started in space, this is going to be a really, really difficult card for them to deal with. I think it demands an answer, and because of that, I'm going to give it a B. Next, we have Ezra Bridger, Attuned with Life. I will say that might be a tiny bit of an overrate, giving Karis a B- and Yaddle a B. I do think Yaddle demands an answer in a way that Karis doesn't, which is why I gave it that higher grade, but it may turn out that they end up being about the same. But I will continue. We have Ezra Bridger, Attuned with Life, which is a 3-cost Vigilance Heroism ground unit at uncommon. It is a 3/5 Force Jedi Rebel Spectre that reads, on attack, you may give an experience token to another creature or Spectre unit. So there is only one Spectre in this format, and it's Ezra. Other than the leader, of course. So if you have the Spectre leader, which is Kanan, I think, this can be handy there. But yeah, don't expect to be doing like a big Spectre synergy deck. Now, there are creatures. There are 20 creatures at common and uncommon in this format. Now, of course, not all of them are good, but nevertheless, if you're able to attack with Ezra a couple of times and get like 2 experience counters out of him, that feels amazing. Not only that, 3/5 is an insane stat line. There are 2/4s, so it won't always completely just eat your opponent's turn 1 play, but it will oftentimes, and if you can, sequence your turn in such a way that you get a creature down and then attack with Ezra, you're going to feel really, really good. I think Ezra is a very strong card. Of course, it's a Force unit as well, as have been a lot of units I just haven't mentioned. It's a very, very, very strong card, and I am going to give it a B. Again, the B is sort of contingent on you getting there on the creature thing. If you don't get there on the creature thing, and you can only get maybe maximum 1 experience counter and usually less, it's probably closer to a C+. The 3-cost 3/5 is a really good stat line just on its own, but if you can get even 1 or 2 counters out of it, aim for 2, but it's going to feel real good. Next we have Itinerant Warrior, which is a 4-cost Vigilance Heroism ground unit at common. It's a 4/4 Force Jedi that has shielded, and when played, you may use the Force. If you do, heal 3 damage from a base. Healing 3 damage from a base is a solid use of a Force token. So I don't know if I've mentioned this in this video yet, but the Force token doesn't exactly have a resource value, of course, but it's typically thought to be about 1 resource that it's worth. So this just kind of says use a resource and heal 3 from base all in 1 action when you play this. And that's can be pretty good in the situation, especially because you don't need to. If you really need your Force for something else, you can just not do it and you won't heal your base, and that's fine. And maybe your base doesn't even need healing. But you can also plan around kind of getting the Force back, because you play this, you use the Force, say you really need it, but also the base healing is just too good to pass up. So you use the Force, you heal your base. This is a Force unit with shielded. Your opponent's probably not going to be able to deal with it immediately. You're probably going to be able to get an attack with it, right? Or if your opponent does deal with it immediately, they needed to attack it with 2 different things. And at this point in the game, on turn 3, right, when you're playing this out, your opponent's probably not going to have massive things to run into this, and it's probably going to eat a couple of them. So you are going to get the Force token back almost all of the time with Itinerant Warrior. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm probably not, though. So I think the card is really good. I think it's at least a C+, but honestly could even go higher than that. Next, we have Jedi Guardian, which is a 5-cost Vigilance Heroism ground unit at common. It's a 4/8 Force Jedi that says, while this unit is defending, it gets +2/+0. So it attacks as a 4/8, and it kind of has the opposite of Raid, and it defends as a 6/8. So that is a lot of stats, especially the defense stats for 5. Really, really, really good stats beast. When defending, it gets +2/+0 won't, I don't think, be relevant that often, because I'm not saying they won't ever attack this, because they will, but oftentimes when they're attacking this, they'll do so with units that 4 would kill anyway. Like, they're pretty much never going to be attacking this with like a 6/6, right? They're going to be attacking this with like a 4/4, and then the +2/+0 doesn't matter anyway. That being said, it can put them in positions where they need to kind of make awkward plays, and the 4 is a lot. So I think this card is good, and it's a Force unit. I think it's a C+. It's efficient for the stats. It's good stats for the cost, right? Next, we have Plo Koon, I Don't Believe in Chance, which is a 6-cost Vigilance Heroism ground unit at uncommon. It's a 6/8 Force Jedi Republic that says, while the Force is with you, this unit gains grit. So 6/8 is obviously a really strong stat line to have grit, and this will close games. Even if the Force is not with you, when you attack with Plo Koon, if you have one of the common bases, which again you should, it will become with you, right? And he will just get grit. So he will have no grit and then attack and then surprise he has grit, all in one sort of action. And so your opponent has to be really careful attacking Plo Koon. They kind of need to either kill him the turn he comes down, and with 8 HP that's going to be tough, and they're going to at least lose a unit for it, and probably multiple units, or they're going to need to wait until he's already attacked before putting much damage on him. Plo Koon's a really strong unit that absolutely will close games, and I think he is very good top end. I'm going to give him B-. He has a slight downside of he doesn't do anything when he comes down. You know, your opponent in principle can just remove him, but of course that is, again, going to cost them dearly unless they have like that one removal spell that can actually just straight up do it. Next, we have Doom, Redeem the Future, a 4-cost Vigilance ground unit at rare. It's a 2/7 Force creature that says, when the regroup phase starts, give an experience token to each other friendly non-vehicle unit. This is a very powerful effect. So, first of all, 4-cost 2/7, that's a solid stat line. It doesn't attack that well, but it certainly will take a lot to kill it at 4-cost. And then every turn, your entire board gets 1 vigor. That's really quite strong. That's why they had to nerf him by not making him 4. They secretly made him 6, because you're never going to be doing the double vigilance thing. Like I said earlier with that double command card, it's just not happening. Don't try. Now, is this still... So what I will sort of ask and discuss is this worth for 6? And I think the answer is no. We've seen what you can do on turn 6, and this is, while definitely annoying if you've gone wide enough, pretty easy to deal with. Because if you play this for 6, your opponent plays like a real 6-drop that's actually designed to be played on 6. There's a good chance that they can kind of clean up the board in a way that this won't really be a big deal, and the next turn they have a real 6-drop and you don't. And maybe you got like 1 or 2 counters out of this, and that's good, but I think you can do better. I think that this is a strong card if somehow the game is slow enough that you get this down, but I think it's like a D. But unlike the other double cost cards, I'm not going to give this like say this is like an honorary D-. I think this card actually is a D, between D and D+, but probably closer to D, because I think there is a world where you play this for 6 and it actually is not bad. But I think that world is maybe the world between worlds, because it won't be this world very often. It's a bit for all my Rebels enjoyers out there. Next up, we have Owen Lars, which is a 1-cost Vigilance ground unit at uncommon. It's a 0/3 Fringe unit that has Restore 2, and when defeated, search the top 5 cards of your deck for a Force unit, reveal it, and draw it. There is a card later on that we'll see that this actually synergizes really well with, but let's talk about it as is. So it's a 1-cost 0/3. That is not what you want to be doing in draft. It's just... The Restore 2 is kind of nice, but it's never really going to come up, because all that it kind of says is, hey, you need to kill me, and then give me my 1 defeated, right? Like, because if your opponent is like, oh, okay, it's a 0 cost, I'm just going to ignore it. They can't really ignore it, because it's just going to keep gaining you life every turn. They have to eventually be like, okay, fine, I'll kill Owen Lars and I'll get the ability. Owen Lars can like kind of trigger his own ability too by just like attacking into a unit, right? Like, the Restore 2 will happen, and then Owen Lars will die, and he'll get the 1 defeated. And you'll get to do the search the top 5 for a Force unit. And that is pretty good. That's a strong effect. There's a lot of Force units. A lot of them are really good. And, of course, you're not ideally searching for a Force 2-drop, but maybe you're searching for a Force 3-drop. And there are a lot of good ones if you do this on, turn 2 that you attack in. There's a lot of good ways. It's a flexible card, but it is hard for me to look past the stat line. It is a C-, I believe. Next, we have Guardian of the Wills, which is a 2-cost Vigilance ground unit at common. It's a 2/2 Force Fringe. It says the first upgrade you play on this unit each round costs 1 less. This is a reprint, I believe, from Spark of the Rebellion, where I think it was a rare. So it's been downshifted. Don't quote me on that. It might not be. This is just kind of a poorly positioned card. Like I said, 2/2 as for a 2 is not a stat line that you're really that interested in. It is nice that, you play it and then you get a cheap upgrade on it maybe, but as we've talked about in previous episodes, I don't think I've mentioned it yet here, but you guys probably know, upgrades are risky, right? If you play an upgrade onto a unit and your opponent deals with that unit, not only have they dealt with your unit, but they've 2-for-1 you because they dealt with your unit and your upgrade, right? It's risky, and it can make units big enough threats to close games if your opponents don't have answers for it, for sure. Upgrade, there's a place for upgrades, don't get me wrong, but you do have to be really careful with it, and your opponent, when you play this, will kind of keep their eye on it, where they're like, okay, I need to have an answer for that just in case it does get scary, but right now it's just a 2/2, and I can kind of take my time with getting rid of it, or if it's really convenient for me to get rid of it now, I can do that, right? It's just, 2-cost 2/2 is just really not that great. It trades really poorly with almost every other 2-drop in the format. It's probably like a C-, maybe even, no, it's probably C-. Next, we have Night Sister Warrior, which is a 2-cost Vigilance Grand Unit at common. It's a 2/2 Force Knight that says when defeated, draw a card. Not too much to talk about here. The old DACA synergy is alive and well here. You defeat this, you draw a card, you play it again for free. Incredible. But yeah, like I said with Night Sister, or with Guardian of the Wills, like a 2-cost 2/2 is really not what you want to be doing, but it's not nothing. This is a Force unit, so is Guardian of the Wills, so it can get you the Force, and it can attack into something. Maybe it'll kill it, maybe it won't, but it'll replace itself, it'll get you a Force token. I think it's an okay card, probably between a C and a C-, but I'll round it up to a C. The Force tag is just nice, and then it replaces itself. And then there's some Night Sister synergy, so maybe it'll draw you 2 cards sometimes if you do the old DACA thing. Next, we have Secretive Sage, which is a 2-cost Vigilance ground unit at common. It's a 2/2 Force Fringe with Shielded. They really love printing their 2-cost 2/2s in this format. This one is maybe a little bit better, but it's still not that great. It is a Force unit, which is awesome. You're always going to be able to get the Force off with this because of the shield token. You're always going to have the option to attack with it, almost always, assuming you play it on turn 1. It's like a fine card. Again, the stat line is kind of poorly positioned, but it's a little bit better than the other ones because, Guardian of the Wills and Night Sister Warrior, this kills them and it just loses the shield token. So that's something to be said about that. That being said, it's probably like a C. Next, we have Axe Wolves, a 3-cost Axe Wolves Accomplished Warrior, a 3-cost Vigilance Grand Unit at Rare. It's a 2/2 Mandalorian Trooper with Shielded, and this unit gets +1/+1 for each upgrade on him. So it's a 3/3 Mandalorian Warrior, or Trooper. Not a 2/2 really, because it comes in with a shield. A shield is an upgrade, so it's a 3/3. Of course, when it loses the shield, it becomes a 2/2, and you usually probably don't want to be stacking upgrades on it for obvious reasons. Stacking upgrades is very dangerous. I think this card is pretty good. Like a 3-cost 3/3 with a shield is nice, and then of course it becomes a 2/2, and that's a little less nice, but I think the card's fine. There is a lot of ping in the format, which of course makes shields a little bit worse, but nevertheless, I think the card is good enough that it's probably like a C. It will eat most of your opponent's 2-cost cards, and then it will stick around as well, and then maybe you can put a lightsaber or another shield on it somehow. Next up, we have Ogdo Bogdo Bogano Brute, which is a 3-cost Vigilance ground unit at rare. It's a 5/5 creature that says, this unit can't attack unless it's damaged, and when this unit attacks and defeats the unit, you heal 2 from it. So, Ogdo Bogdo, I wrote in my notes, he's a funny little guy, but no thanks. And I think that really reflects what's going on with Ogdo Bogdo here. So, obviously 3 cost for 5/5 is insane, but he can't attack, so your opponent's just going to go around him. And of course, when he becomes damaged, he can attack, but how's he going to become damaged if your opponent never attacks him? There's some cute stuff you can do with, like, if you have Maul as your leader and you deal 1 damage to one of your opponent's units and 1 damage to Ogdo Bogdo, you can attack, and that's just a lot of hoops to jump through for a stat line that is strong, don't get me wrong, for sure, but also needs continual upkeep, because whenever you do that thing and you attack into your opponent, he gets healed, and depending on what your opponent's stat line is, that will sometimes just straight up heal him back up to full, and now he can't attack again. Usually that won't happen. Usually if you can get him below 5, he is just a unit that you now have access to, right? Like, it's very rare that I'm going to be attacking something with 1 power with Ogdo Bogdo, right? Like, I'm going to be attacking something with like 2 power or 3 power, so that, he attacks, defeats the unit, he gains life back. And then, he's not at 5 because he started at 4. So that's an interesting position for Ogdo Bogdo to be in. He does kill every 2-drop in the format, I believe. I think the highest attack one is Gunji, and it's a 2/5. The highest HP one is a 2/5. So this, of course, eats that. But I don't know. I think there's a lot of hoops to jump through, and of course, you need to be in a leader that can damage him, because your opponent is obviously just never going to attack him, and then you've spent 3 mana or 3 resources for nothing. So I'm going to give him a D-, unfortunately. Poor guy. Again, in that scenario where you have like Maul or one of the other ping leaders, like maybe he goes up to like a D+, but even then I'm not so convinced about Ogdo Bogdo, unfortunately, because he's kind of awesome. Next up, we have Tauntaun, which is a 3-cost ground unit at common in Vigilance that is a 3/3 creature that says, when defeated, you may give a shield token to a damaged non-vehicle unit. So this one is kind of interesting because... Did I write any notes on this one? I did. Oh, I wrote Flavor Win. Yeah, because, Luke was damaged and Tauntaun provided shield to him by being defeated. Yeah, I like what they did with this card. It's cool. Well-designed card. And it's like a pretty good card and it's well-balanced. I like this card a lot. Now, let's talk about if it's good or not. So, oftentimes on 3, like on your 3 resource turn, this card will not be amazing. I mean, it's still a 3-cost 3/3, and that's like fine. But it's very rare that you like enter turn 4 with a damaged unit, I find, in draft. Because you usually have like traded things like 1 for 1, so there's not like damaged units usually. But you can sometimes engineer it so that you do have a damaged unit, and then you can, get a shield on it, and that is a good upside, and it's something that your opponent will have to worry about and maybe play around, which is a good thing for you, but it is a 3-cost 3/3 with like a bit of an upside. It's probably like a C+. Next up, we have Watto. No money, no parts, no deal. It's a 3-cost Vigilance ground unit at uncommon. It's a 1/6 fringe with on attack. An opponent chooses 1. You may give an experience token to a friendly unit, or you may draw a card. We've talked about this before. Giving your opponents choices is really not good. It's worse than it seems. That being said, both of these choices are really, really good. Usually your opponent's going to want to do the experience counter. Usually a card is worth more than an experience counter, so your opponent's going to want to do that, but not always. And your opponent will know whatever's best for them, and they'll pick that one, so generally the one that's worse for you. But you're totally fine with that, because all you need to do is attack your 1/6 into one of their units. Let's say it has 2 HP. Well, if your opponent chooses the experience counter, you can just put that on Watto. It doesn't say another friendly unit. You can put the experience counter on Watto, turning him into a 2/7 and killing that unit. So you do that, and your opponent knows, oh shoot, if I give them the experience counter, they're going to kill my unit. So now, do I give them the card? Like, is the card... So generally the experience counter is worth less than the card, but maybe my unit is worth more than the card, so I want to keep my unit and give them a card. And you're totally fine with that because you're getting a card out of all of this. And Watto is a very difficult thing to deal with. 6 toughness is a lot, especially when your opponent's probably usually going to be giving experience counters, which might go on Watto. I think Watto is pretty darn close to a bomb. You basically need to answer this. It is so much value, and it's just an uncommon, ridiculous. I think this card is at least a B-. I'm going to put it at B- because I don't think I've given an A on this show to anything yet. There have been A's in the past, Overwhelming Barrage famously, but this might end up being an A, and we'll talk about it in a few months maybe. But yes, this card is just insane. Very difficult to deal with. And if your opponent started in space, just forget about it. You're winning this game. Very good. Very, very high value card. One other question that generally you should ask yourself about very good cards is, should I be playing it out of aspect? Should you play this for 5? And I think in this case, probably not. I think 5 for this is a little bit too much. So, because you want, the earlier you get this down, the more value you're getting out of it, right? Because the earlier you can start to attack, maybe if you do play this on 5, your opponent can just deal with it right away. Maybe they have the power on the board that they just would not have had on turn 2. So, probably don't play this out of aspect, but you never know. I mean, if you have to run a card out of aspect and you have Watto on your sideboard, maybe you give it a try. Next up, we have Awakened Spectres, a 4-cost Vigilance ground unit at common. It is a 4/5 Knight Undead, and it's vanilla. It has no text. I don't have much to say about this card. 4-cost for 4/5 is good stats. We've seen it a lot before in cards like Kanan from set 1, who is famously a very good card. Of course, this isn't that good because it doesn't have all that other text that Kanan has and those relevant tags. But it's still good. It's doesn't have the force tag either, unfortunately, but it's like a fine card. It's a curve filler. Not much to say about it. It's like a C. Next up, we have Chirrut Imwe, blind but not deaf. Those who are longtime viewers of the channel have heard me yap about the set 1 Chirrut Imwe, the leader. He was my favorite leader in set 1, and I'm really excited to try to make him work in this set as well. If I can bring him to Galactic, I am going to bring him to Galactic, but I don't know if that's going to be possible yet. I will try my best, though. So he is a 4-cost Vigilance ground unit uncommon. It's a 3/5 Force Fringe that has Sentinel, and when this unit is attacked, but before damage is dealt, you may use the Force. And if you do, the attacker gets -2/-0 for this attack. So Chirrut Imwe is a pain in the ass to deal with because he's a 3/5, but really he's like a 3/7 or maybe a 3/9, and he has Sentinel, so your opponent has to deal with him. And he's a Force unit, so he just gets the Force token. You have to use the Force token to give your opponent's creature that minus, but you get it back by attacking with Chirrut. So I think Chirrut is good, which is awesome. I'm very excited about that. Genuinely, I can't wait to play this guy in draft. If you do end up playing Chirrut and you also have a way to deal with the Space Arena, you can kind of count on this game going like pretty long. I think your opponent's going to have a hard time dealing with him, and they eventually will. But, hopefully by then you're on 7 or 8 resources and you've planned your deck accordingly and have some really devastating top end that your opponent will not be able to deal with. So Chirrut is amazing at helping you get there to the end game, which is, I guess, his role in the Star Wars continuity, isn't it? So, well done for Chirrut. Well done to the designers for this one. I am very happy to inform you that Chirrut is good. I'm giving him a B-, but honestly, if you are really good at deck building, and I think you could go higher than that, because if you're really good at deck building and you've controlled space, and Chirrut will really help you control ground, and you've built in your deck with a bunch of high cost threats, I think that Chirrut can be higher than this. But I'm a big fan of Chirrut, if that isn't obvious. Next up, we have Luthen Rail, Masquerading Antiquarian, a 4-cost Vigilance unit at uncommon, ground unit, of course. He's a 4/5 Rebel that has on attack. Search the top 5 cards of your deck for an item card, reveal it, and draw it. So it's a 4-cost 4/5. We just saw that with Awakened Spectres. So we know this is going to be at least a C because it is better than Awakened Spectres. Because it has other text on it. So there are 6 items at common and uncommon. Some of them are good. And if you even have 1 or 2 of them in your deck, remember, limited decks are only 30 cards. So you are going to see a lot of your deck with Luthen here, because he's probably going to get to attack at least once, maybe twice. You're going to be able to see a lot of your deck with him, and you'll be able to get items from him. I think he is at least a C+, maybe he's a B- if you really have built your deck correctly, but I am not expecting, I'm not expecting most of the time to have more than like 1 or 2 upgrades in my deck. So I think he's probably just going to be okay, which is why I gave him the C+. But if you really get there on the upgrades and you have like a reason to be playing all of them, don't just like throw upgrades in your deck, because I would rather have a good curve than a bad curve that gets more lethan value for sure, right? So just be careful, but I think he's probably about a C+. But that could be low, who knows? He's not a force unit, so that is a downside. Next up, we have someone who is a force unit. We have Anakin Skywalker, Champion of Mortis, who's a 6-cost Vigilance Ground unit at Legendary. He's a 5/7 Force Jedi Republic that has, when played, if there is a Heroism card in your discard pile, you may give a unit -3/-3 for this phase. And when played, if there is a Villainy card in your discard pile, you may give a unit -3/-3 for this phase. So let's get something out of the way. You're never going to get the -6/-6 stream. It's actually, just to be clear, it's better than the -6/-6 stream because you can spread it out. But it's never going to happen, at least almost never, and you shouldn't try to make it happen. You should put this in a Heroism deck or a Villainy deck and not try to do both. But even just one is good. Even just giving something -3/-3 is good. A 6-cost 5/7 that gives something -3/-3, and it's a Force unit. It's good. It's Luke without Restore for 1 less, and it turns out in draft that is awesome. I think the card is somewhere between a B- and a B. I rounded up to B here. I'm very high on this card. It's going to be able to come down, kill something small, and then the stats are just going to be really good to help you as the game progresses. It holds lightsabers and stuff really well if that's something you're into. Genuinely great card. I'm totally into it. B is maybe a little high. It's probably a little bit below a B, but I think it's still very good. Next, we have Priestesses of the Force Eternal, which is a 7-cost Vigilance Ground unit uncommon. It's a 6/8 Force unit that says when played, you may use the Force. If you do, give a shield token to each of up to 5 units. That's a lot of units. Holy moly. You're probably not going to have 5 units, just to be incredibly clear. The stat line is good. Now, notably, it can and often will, or maybe even always will, if you use the Force, give a shield token to itself. A 6/8 with shield is incredible. This is a really quite a strong thing to do on 7. You're giving something to it. You're giving something to other units that you have. If you have Vader, I guess if you want, you can give it to one of your opponent's units. That's funny. But you're probably not going to get 5 shields out of this. You're probably going to get like 2 or 3, but that's still going to be really nice. And I think the card is incredible top end. It reminds me a little bit of the Armorer from set 2, but Shadows of the Galaxy. I'm trying to use the set names instead of set numbers. It's hard, guys. I'm trying, though. But yes, I think this card is good top end. It's probably like a C+. It's maybe a B-. Like, you are going to get a decent amount of value off of this. It's going to feel really good whenever you play it. It's going to be difficult for your opponent to get through this wall of stuff that you have now. The reason I think I rounded it down to a C+ is just because the amount of ping in this format is pretty high. Like, if your opponent, as I said, is playing Darth Maul, and at pre-release a lot of them will because it's a very strong leader, you'll give 3 of your units shield tokens, and Darth Maul will immediately remove 2 of those. And don't get me wrong, like, even if he does that, this is still a good unit. It's a 6/8, right? That's a good stat line, but that will happen sometimes. So just keep that in mind. Next up, we have Mythosaur, Folklore Awakened, a 9-cost Vigilance ground unit at Legendary. It's a 10/10 Mandalorian creature that's shielded and has friendly upgraded units can't be exhausted or returned to hand by enemy abilities, and friendly units gain the Mandalorian trait. I don't think there's anything in this format that cares about the Mandalorian trait. And this says, of course, friendly upgraded units, including itself, can't be exhausted or returned to hand by enemy card abilities. So this is an upgraded unit. It has shielded on it, so it will come down as an upgraded unit. Of course, shielded is the easiest upgrade to remove because you just attack it, but nevertheless, that means your opponent's attacking a 10/10, so they're losing a unit. The card is very strong top end for sure, but 9 is a lot. It is a lot, and all of your eggs are in one basket. If they do actually have that removal spell, which I think there's not a lot of in the format, but if they do have it and you play this and they do that, you feel real bad because at least with like Crate Dragon, right? If they play a removal spell on it, you get value immediately. Or at least with there's the Zilla Beast, I believe, is the same thing, where like even if they immediately remove it, you still have like shut down the ground arena for that phase. Whereas this can be immediately removed and sucks to suck, right? So that is the downside when you're playing a 9-drop for sure. That being said, it not being able to return to hand unless your opponent like basically just like runs a unit into it is really nice. I think the card is probably a C-. That maybe is a little bit generous, but I think the upside is definitely there. The fact it doesn't immediately affect the board really is kind of tough, but I think that that's okay. I guess it does affect the board by being a 10-10, but you know what I mean. Like, if you play this and your opponent can just kill you that turn, they're still just going to do that, right? Anyway, I think it's like a C-, but that may be a bit ambitious. Next, we have Sith Legionnaire. It is a 2-cost command villainy ground unit uncommon. It's a 2/2 Sith Trooper that says, when you control another villainy unit, this unit gets +2/+0. So sometimes it's a 4/2, but not always. So oftentimes what this is going to do is on turn 1, you're going to, so obviously this is way better on the play, because on turn 1 you play this, and then your opponent plays something, and then you take initiative. Other than Gunji, this is now going to immediately either be able to kill what your opponent played, if you're able to play a villainy unit on turn 2, or it's going to start getting into base and your opponent's going to quickly realize, 4 damage on a 2-drop is a lot. So definitely better on the play, because on the draw, if your opponent expects that you have maybe a 3-cost villainy unit, they'll play theirs, you play this, then next turn they have the initiative, they just kill this immediately. Sucks to suck, it was a 2/2. So I think it's not that good, but it's still a 2-drop with like some upside, so I kind of have to give it a C. Next, and it is also, it's not a Force unit. This is a Sith Trooper from Knights of the Old Republic. Next up, we have 2-cost command villainy ground unit at uncommon. It's a 2/4 Imperial Sith official, Vene, I live to serve. It has, when played on attack, you may defeat an experience token on a friendly unit. If you do, give an experience token to a friendly unit. So it just kind of lets you move experience tokens around. There are 15 experience counter things at common and uncommon, plus Snoke, Kenobi, and Revan, LOL, as leaders, if that's something that you're interested in. So there are ways to get experience tokens, and there are situations where moving them around is good. It can be a little bit awkward sometimes, and this is... So, really quick, I just want to say, this is a 2-cost 2/4. It's never going to be that bad. That's just a good stat line. So it's already like a C in my book just from that, but at least. But this incidental ability that will be handy sometimes is good. It's nice with a unit like Snoke, or with a leader like Snoke, because Snoke just keeps buffing the same unit, and then Vinay kind of spreads around the experience counters that Snoke is giving. That's like a cool combo that you can do, and that will feel really good when you do it. So keep that in mind. It's good. Of course, also it lets you like kind of get double the value out of one experience counter. Like if you have an experience counter on unit A, and you attack with unit A, you get the value from it, then you attack with Vinay and move it to unit B, and then you can attack with unit B and get value from the same experience counter. Like, that's kind of cute. But, of course, that requires, like, a pretty nice setup for you to be able to do that. So, don't expect that to happen every time. I think the card is still good. It's probably like a C. Next, we have Captain Enoch, Captain of the Guard, which is a 3-cost command villainy ground unit at rare. It is a 1/5 Imperial Trooper that says this unit gets +1/+0 for each trooper unit in your discard pile. How many troopers are there in this game? There are 5 non-heroism troopers at common and uncommon in this format. Sorry, this format, not this game. That's not very many. Like, absolute best case scenario, you're going to have like 1, and it's going to be a 2/5 for 3. We already have a 2/5 for 2. Gunji, he's amazing. We love him. We'll see him soon. And so I'm going to give him a D, maybe a D+. Just because if you can somehow get another trooper into your discard and you play him late, it's a 3-cost 3/5. Great, now he has Cassian stats. Cassian stats are good, for sure, but like, that's not the only part of Cassian that makes him good, right? He has that smuggle ability. So genuinely, I'm not that impressed with this card. You really shouldn't be playing this. It does have self-synergy. If you have a bunch of Captain Enochs, you can... and it even powers itself because of the unique card rule. If you play Captain Enoch, and then you play second Captain Enoch, you send the first one to the discard pile. The second Captain Enoch is buffed by the first Captain... Don't play this card. This card sucks. Don't play this card. Next, we have Knights of Ren, which is a 3-cost command villainy ground unit at common. It's a 4/4 and has the first order tag and no other text. It's vanilla. So it's a 3-cost 4/4. That is really strong. It doesn't have the force tag, but the stat line plays really well in this set. There's, like we've talked about, a lot of 2-cost cards that are 2/4s. And this just completely eats those and still has, it can eat 2 of those, right? Like, this is really, really good value. It doesn't have the force tag, which is a little bit unfortunate. You want to be getting that down early, but the stats more than make up for it. I think this is a great inclusion. I think this is a B-. Maybe it's closer to a C+, but honestly, I'm happy to call it a B- for now and see what happens. Next, we have Praetorian Guard, which is a 3-cost command villainy ground unit at common. It's a 2/5 first order unit that has, while you control a unit with 4 or more power, this unit gains Sentinel. So it's cool because it protects your bigger units, right? Like you have like a big scary unit that your opponent's going to deal with. You play Praetorian Guard. It has Sentinel. Wow, amazing. So is a 3-cost 2/5 with no other text good? We just saw Captain Enoch, and that's the best case scenario for him, and we decided no. Is a 3-cost 2/5 with Sentinel good? I would say yes. I'd say that's a good card. This will be that sometimes. It obviously won't be that on curve, but it will be that sometimes. And again, it will be that whenever you have a unit that you probably want to be attacking base into or attacking their units in a very strategic way for you that your opponent wants to, of course, do the opposite with. And Praetorian Guard will stop them from doing that. I think this card is very, very playable. I don't think it's like exceptional, and you're probably not trying to like first pick it or anything like that. I think it's like a C. I think it's a good card. Next up, we have Dengir Spawn, which is a 4-cost command villainy ground unit at rare. It's a 3/3 creature that has Overwhelm, and when this unit attacks and defeats a unit, give a number of experience tokens to this unit equal to the defeated unit's cost. So this is a very scary unit. There's definitely sauce with like heals. There's like lots of ways to heal. There's sauce with shields, of course. There's a lot of shields. With Grand Inquisitor's ability, this is great. I could be overrating it, but I think it's kind of a kill on sight. Because if your opponent can find a way to deal with like your 2/3 that you played a couple turns ago, like this now just is now a 5/5, and it took a little bit of damage, but if you had a shield on it, or again, Grand Inquisitor's ability, or you can heal it somehow, I think most of the healing's in Heroism, at least the good stuff like on that ship, but this is a very scary card with a very low floor, because sometimes it'll just be a 4-cost 3/3, and that is unfortunate. But if it gets big enough, the fact that it has Overwhelm means it can really take advantage of that. Like, let's say you kill a 2/2 with it, and then later you kill a 4/4 with it, right? Like now it has, the 2/2 maybe costs 2, and the 4/4 costs like, let's say 3. Now it has 5 experience counters. It's like it has 8 power and has Overwhelm. So maybe now you do have to finally make the attack that will kill Dengir Spawn as well. Like, you do that, but you overwhelm for 4 onto base, like, and you've dealt with 3 of their units. Like, obviously that's like kind of the dream scenario for this card, but I think the card is definitely very scary, and with proper deck building can be a real threat at ending the game. So I think it's like a B-, but I think it is a weird card to just throw into a deck. I think you kind of need to have a reason to be doing it. So maybe that's a bit of a build around grade and it's closer to like a C+, but I think it's going to be easy enough to get there if you really want to get there. Just be careful, because also note that this unit does need to be doing the attacking. It can't just like, your opponent can't attack into it and then it's like, oh, I survived that attack, so I get bigger. No, it needs to be doing the attacking. So, hello, it is Editing Ben. Why did I make this video so long? Hello, it is now Editing Ben who is editing the clip where he called himself Editing Ben. We're doing a bit of an Inception thing right now. So I made this video so long for the love of the game, okay? I love doing this. I love it. It's great. Okay, we're going up a level to the Editing Ben now. Okay, bye. I'm here to talk about Dengir Spawn. I gave it a B- in the review, and I think that maybe is a little bit too high. I think for a 4-cost 3/3, that is just too easy to immediately deal with. And I think I was right when I said it's like a kill on sight for your opponent, but like that kill on sight is going to often be literally that turn, or immediately the next turn before it gets an opportunity to attack. There's just enough cheaper units that can immediately kill this that I just don't think this is quite good enough stats wise. That being said, of course, if you pop off with it, it's crazy, but it's probably closer to like a C, maybe a C+. Anyway, back to non-editing Ben. Next, we have Eighth Brother, Hunt Together, which is a 6-cost command villainy ground unit at uncommon. It's a 5/7 Force Imperial Inquisitor, has ambush, and when you play another unit, you may use the Force. If you do, give a unit +2/+2 for this phase. So, of course, I love ambush. A 6-cost 5/7 ambush is already pretty good. Now, ambush cards that have the Force are even better at this format. They're really, really, really strong because there are going to be situations sometimes where you don't have the Force and your opponent knows that you don't have the Force, and there's no way on board for you to get it. So either all your Force units are exhausted, or you don't have any Force units, or you don't have any units at all. And your opponent's like, he would need to have the Force to do this. So that means that my opponent needs to either play a unit and then say it's somehow ready to attack with it like next turn, and then they can have the Force, right? But if you play the Eighth Brother on ambush, you just immediately get the Force and you get to do an attack. So ambush is even better this format when it's on a Force unit. And it says, when you play another unit, you may use the Force, and if you do, give a unit +2/+2 for this phase. So you're going to have the Force immediately after playing this unit because you're attacking with it. It has ambush basically all the time. And then giving units +2/+2 can be good because you can give itself +2/+2. So this comes down, ambushes something and kills it probably. Next turn, you play something, and then you give this +2/+2 if you need to, or you give, most of the time you're going to give a smaller unit +2/+2 because 5 is usually just going to be big enough to do what you want anyway. But sometimes you'll give Eighth Brother +2/+2, and then it can really trade up into like a 7/7 or something, right? Eighth Brother is a really good card, even just like on the ambush text alone. I think it's at least a B-. Next up, we have Point Pain. That's not what it says. Point Rain Reclaimer, a 1-cost command heroism ground unit at common. It's a 1/2 Republic clone trooper that says, when played, if you control a Jedi unit, you may give an experience token to this unit. This is awkward. Like I said, 1-drops are kind of weird in this game, just because of the fact that you start with 2 resources, and you usually want to do that. There are places in the game for 1-drops, of course. Again, Vader is one of the best decks right now, and it runs a lot of 1-drops. Now, if this was a 1-cost 2/3 all the time, that would be pretty good, but it's really not. And you can't play this on turn 1, really, because you're not going to have a Jedi, and it's going to be a 1-cost 1/2, and that sucks. This is a very awkward card to play, and I think we can kind of all see why. Just the stats are not very good. And even if you have the Jedi down like 3 turns later, let's say on like turn 4, you have a Jedi down, you play Point Rain Reclaimer, and it's a 1-cost 2/3. Great. It's turn 4, your opponent just played a 5/5. Yeah, I just don't really see it. I think it's like fine, but really not what you want to be doing. I think it's probably like a D+. Next, we have Gunji finding himself. I've talked about him a lot, and here he is. It is a 2-cost command heroism ground unit at uncommon. It's a 2/5 Force Jedi Wookiee, and he's vanilla, no text. So when I saw this card, I had a bit of a laugh to myself because I thought, no way. And then, this is a real card, and it's awesome. I'm glad it is a real card. I love vanillas. They're really like setting this is what a 2-cost card can be. It's a 2/5. That's awesome. And of course, 5 is a lot. You need to have a lot of, you're probably going to need to invest a lot of actions or resources into dealing with Gunji, because you're probably not going to be finding something with 5 attack until like turn 3 or 4, and then you're going to need to attack the thing that your opponent played on turn 1, and that's really, really nice for your opponent, right? Gunji is also a Force unit, meaning that you pretty much guarantee yourself having the Force pretty early on, because again, your opponent, there's no way that even if they have the initiative, they're probably not going to like untap, I attack, and kill Gunji, because again, 5 costs. There's like ways you can do it with like creatures in that one attack, but then your opponent just used 2 cards to deal with one of yours, and you're fine with that. Gunji is a very strong card. I'm very happy to play him, and I think he's going to be very difficult for your opponents to deal with, especially with the way that he enables giving Force token to you, and then also he's a Jedi, which there's synergy with. So I think Gunji is a B-. And I would like everyone to please note that it is now dark outside. It's fully dark outside. We're not even half done yet, but I'm going to take a bit of a break, so see you in a minute. Next is Jedi Consular, which is a 2-cost command heroism ground unit at common that says it's a 1/4 Force Jedi that says action, exhaust, and use the Force to play a unit from your hand, and it costs 2 less. This is like Jedi Llanowar Elves. Wow, so cool. So this card is very interesting. I said earlier that using the Force is worth like 1 resource approximately, but this is saying actually you get 2 for it. But of course you have to have this unit and be, regularly exhausting it. That means that's a Force unit that you're not attacking with, right? So a line that you'll often have is you'll play a Force unit on turn 1, you'll attack with it on turn 2, get the Force, maybe do something with it. But this kind of changes that play line. It says, okay, you're not going to get the Force on turn 2, probably. I mean, you can if you attack with this, but it's a pretty bad attacker, a 2-cost 1/4. But you're not going to get the Force, but instead you're going to get a 5-drop on turn 2. And that is good, but I kind of just lied to you a little bit there, didn't I? Because in order to do that, you need to use the Force and you need to get the Force. So best way to do that is to have Avar Chris as your leader, or be running the rare green base that just says you can have the Force whenever. This card is a reason to be running that rare Force base. I think usually you don't want to, but this is a card where you really want to maybe have an explosive turn 2, where you play a 5-cost card on turn 2, which of course is insane, right? There are a lot of really strong 5-cost cards in the set, and if you can get them out on turn 2 and start attacking with them on turn 3, you're going to be doing really well. But of course, to do that, you need to have, some way to get the Force that is not attacking. That being said, I mean, even later, like let's say turn 2, you just attack with this, you get the Force, then turn 3, you use this and you play 6-drop on turn 3, like that's also still very good. So I think this card is very strong. I think that it has a lot of flexibility, and if you do just need it to enable the Force, it is okay at that. A 2-cost 1/4 is not good in terms of stats. It's not really going to trade with anything. But, it can get you the Force, and it can use that Force in order to influence the midichlorians to create life, to create a high resource cost life. Anyway, I think the card is good. I think it's probably like a B-, but it might be a little bit lower depending on how aggressive things end up being, because if things are very aggressive, I think this card falls off a little bit. But nevertheless, a 2 discount is a lot, as we learned from Piet. Next, we have Lor Santika, Secret Keeper, a 2-cost command heroism ground unit at uncommon. It's a 3/2 resistance unit that says, when defeated, you may give an experience token to a unique unit. So it's a 2-cost 3/2, which again, historically, that's been fine. That's been all right. I think the floor for a card like that, if it has any sort of text on it, is probably at least a C. And I think this text is pretty good. There's a decent amount of unique units. Of course, this card is a lot better whenever you start with the initiative, because oftentimes, especially if your opponent has like a 2/4 that they start with the initiative and they play a 2/4, that really sucks for you, because they play the 2/4, you play this, they take initiative, next turn they just immediately kill this and you don't get any value. But if you're on the play, if you have the initiative and you have another, a 3-cost unique unit, this can really be good. It can, if you do manage to get the experience counter off of this, it's really quite nice. It's not a Force unit, which of course matters, especially on like turn 1. You usually want to play Force units, you can start enabling your Force stuff, but I think it's still fine. It's probably like a C+. 2-drop that's a 3/2 is generally good. It's a little bit worse this format because there are 2/4s that exist, but I think it's still fine. Next we have Eathcoth Spiritual Warrior, which is a 4-cost command heroism ground unit at rare. It's a 5/4 Force Jedi Republic that says, when defeated, you may use the Force. If you do, put this card into play as a resource. This is a cool card for Ramp. I kind of like this. Ramp is not really an archetype in Draft, although we have seen a couple of Ramp cards in the past few cards, but I think it's an interesting card. Now, 4-cost 5/4 Force tag, Jedi tag, that's just good. That's just like good stats immediately. It's if this was just a vanilla, I think it would be good, and sometimes it will just feel like a vanilla. You play this and you trade up into your opponent's 5-drop, and maybe you decide to put it into a resource, so you have 6 resources. Maybe you get to flip your leader a turn early. There's like interesting lines you can do with this. Of course, it enables the Force, so if you are attacking with Eathcoth into something that will, trade, you can then use the Force that you just got from attacking with Eathcoth. I think that's strong enough. It's well statted. And yeah, like I said, it lets you maybe get your leader down a turn early. So that's always good, and I think it's like a B-. Next, we have Kelleran Beck, the Sabered Hand, which is a 7-cost Command Heroism Ground Unit at Uncommon. It is a 7/7 Force Jedi Republic. It says when played, search the top 7 cards of your deck for a unit, reveal it, and play it. It costs 3 less. This is sort of is it Home 1 that lets you do that to your discard pile? This is like that stapled onto U-Wing reinforcement kind of, although not really either of them. So bad comparison, ignore me. Yeah, I think this card is very solid. So of course, 7 cost 7/7 is pretty good. Like, yeah, whenever you're playing your 7-drop, you want it to have good stats, and this is good stats for sure. It has a Force tag, very relevant. The Jedi tag, very relevant, and in my opinion, what's even more important than both of those things is that it gets value immediately. So even if your opponent does have the removal to deal with Keller and Beck, it's gotten you some value. So this in draft, where you're playing a 30-card deck, 7 cards, especially by turn 7, is like most of the rest of your deck, right? It's going to be a lot of your deck. You're going to see it, and that means if you haven't already drawn whatever unit you would prefer to get with Keller and Beck, you're almost certainly going to find it. It costing 3 less is good because that means if you play this in your 7 resource turn, you can play a 3 or a 2 drop for free. If you end up playing it on your 8 or 9 resource turn, you can play a 4 or a 5 drop. Yeah, it's pretty versatile, and it doesn't even specify Force unit. It can be any unit. So I think Keller and Beck, on being just like a good stats beast, having relevant tags, and then also getting immediate value, is a very good card and solid top end. I'm giving it a B-. Next, we have Yoda, My Ally is the Force, an 8-cost Command Heroism ground unit at Legendary. It is a 5/9 Force Jedi Republic that says when played, you may use the Force. If you do, heal 5 damage from a base. And when you use the Force, you may deal damage to a unit equal to twice the number of units you control. So Yoda is sort of the ideal, like, this is my top end card. 8 is a lot for sure, don't get me wrong, but a deck in Limited can often support like one card that is 8 cost as like my big, I'm ending the game with this card. Now, does Yoda immediately end the game? No, but what Yoda is exceptional at is stopping your opponent from ending the game. And usually whenever you're playing 8 cost cards, somebody's trying to end the game there, right? And Yoda completely reworks the math, right? So if your opponent is like attacking into you and they're like planning out their lethal and whatever, and you play Yoda down, you just heal 5 from your base. That can rapidly throw off the combat math. And then not only that, if they're trying to push for that end bit of damage, they're probably neglecting your units in a way that is definitely like not good value for them, but you know, they don't care about value. They're just trying to close out the game. But now Yoda says, oh, actually those units that you were ignoring are now going to let me kill a bigger unit on your side of the field. Like twice the number of units you control is going to be anywhere from, so that, and that does count himself, is going to be anywhere between, you know, like 4 damage and like 10 damage. You know, it's going to be pretty easy for you to get a bunch of value off of Yoda. And then not only that, so first of all, when you play Yoda, you may use the Force, and then that will trigger the when you use the Force. And then later, when you continue to use the Force, that's just more damage just going out to your opponent's cards. And of course, Yoda is a Force unit, so he will get the Force on his own. The fact he doesn't have Restore, I think it might be the first Yoda that we've seen that doesn't have Restore. I'm not sure, and that definitely is a little bit unfortunate because the 5 damage you heal immediately, that's it. That's all you get for healing. But 5 is a lot for sure. I think Yoda's a very strong card, a good top end. Be careful, make sure your deck can support an 8-drop, and not all decks can, but Yoda's a great card from behind and a decent card at parity or ahead for sure. But where Yoda shines is pulling you from when you're behind to, oh, I'm actually back into this game and I'm a real contender to win. The only thing really keep holding him back is his cost. So I'm going to give him a B-, but I think this is solid top end. And again, one thing that you look for in your top end is, does it do something immediately, right? We were looking at the Mythosaur earlier, and we said that card's probably not that good. And the reason was it just doesn't do anything immediately. Whereas Keller and Beck does something immediately, and Yoda very much does something immediately, right? So these are the top end cards that you want to look for in my experience. Next up, we have Operensis, Ancient Counselor, who is a 3-cost command ground unit at Legendary. It's a 3/5 Force Jedi Republic that says, this unit gains ambush while another friendly unit is ambushed. The same is true for Grit, Hidden, Overwhelm, Saboteur, Sentinel, and Shielded. This unit gains Raid 2 while another friendly unit has Raid. And the same is true for Restore. That's a lot of words. Feel free to go back and listen to that again or look at the card. It's a keyword soup card, and if you just care about draft, you probably don't need to worry about it too much. So it's First of all, of course, it's double command. You're never playing it for 3. If you can somehow play it for 3, it's probably pretty good, but yeah, you're never playing it for 3. You're usually playing it for 5, and a 5 cost 3/4 that maybe has a keyword is probably not good enough. I don't think there's too much to be said about this. Of course, it does have the Force tag and the Jedi tag, which are relevant. And if you do have an ambush unit and you play this, like I've talked about, Force ambush units are really good because they kind of instantly get you the Force token, like straight from your hand, because you're now attacking with a Force unit. But yeah, this is not really something you should be trying to do. It is funny, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes in Constructed. I'm sure someone will try to throw together some kind of keyword soup deck. Whether or not it'll work, I'm not sure, but I think it's a cool card, but unfortunately it's just not for draft. I'm giving it a D. Next we have Village Tender, a 1-cost command ground unit at common. It is a 1/3 Ewok. We finally got some Ewoks that has Hidden and Restore 1. So this is kind of a pushed 1-drop. Like the stat line of 1-cost 1/3 is pretty good, and then it has 2 keywords, right? The Hidden, where it can't be immediately attacked, and Restore 1, which is, a relevant keyword in draft and everywhere. The thing is, Hidden is like almost kind of wasted on 1-drops because really the only time you like to be playing them is on turn 1, and usually only if you can play 2 of them or do something else with your other resource. And of course, on turn 1, nobody's attacking anyway, so Hidden is really not that relevant. So the Hidden keyword only matters if you're playing him later, and that means you've top decked a 1-drop when your opponent maybe has just played like a 5-drop, and that's just not what you want to be doing. Restore is cool, but I don't think it's enough to like make this card super good. It's a curve filler, and like you will play it sometimes, just like to oh no, I need like some low drops, and I'm like, I don't want to play any off aspect cards. Like, okay, yeah, I'll throw in Village Tender, and I think that makes it like a D+. Next we have Malakili, Loving Rancor Keeper, which is a 2-cost command ground unit at rare. It's a 1/4 underworld creature. That says sorry, not creature, that's a type. I'm thinking of magic. It's a 1/4 underworld. That's the only tag it has. It says the first creature unit you play each phase costs 1 less. And if a friendly creature unit would deal damage to a friendly unit, prevent that damage. So a first creature unit you play each phase costing 1 less is very good. This is a good creature synergy card, and if you can get there on creature synergy, it's great. It says if a friendly creature unit would deal damage to a friendly unit, prevent that damage. And I get the flavor on that, but there are cards in past sets. I think one of the Rancors deals damage to every unit, including yours, and this will be good with that, which is flavor win. But I think in this set, and someone can correct me in the comments, but the only creature that deals damage to your units is Bendu, which is a legendary, and we'll talk about it later, I think. It's so you're probably not actually that line of text probably doesn't matter, although it's funny if you get it to work. What really you're playing this for is the discount on creatures, and currently I just, like I've said, there's about 20 creatures. I don't remember the exact number. I have it on my other screen somewhere. Yeah, there are 20 creatures at common and uncommon, and it's just it's an interesting one because if you can play this and then play a 4-drop on turn 2 and a 5-drop on turn 3 and a 6-drop on turn 4, like you feel good about that, like for sure. This is you'll run away with that game if you can get like 2 or more discounts off of this probably. I just don't. I'm not. Something about it. The 2-cost 1/4 stat line is fine. It's not great. It's not a Force unit. But if you're playing a creature deck, you're probably not doing a ton of Force stuff anyway, because most of the creatures are not also Force. And maybe your game plan just doesn't require Force tokens at all. But, given this is the Force set, I think most game plans will involve the Force in some way. So that's, I think, the biggest downside to creature decks. There is some solid upside. Like Ezra is good. That new Surprise Strike is good that we'll see soon. But I'm just not super convinced on creature decks. That being said, I am like totally open to just being wrong on this. Like there is a chance that creature decks are actually just good, and I'm just not aware of that. But I will believe it when I see it. Currently, I think I'm going to give this card a C-. It's still a 2-drop, and it can be a curve filler. And if you get like 1 discount, it feels fine. It's probably like a C or C+. And then if you get like 2 or more discounts, it maybe gets into the B range. But as it stands, I'll believe it when I see it. Next, we have Maz Kanata, the Light Guides, which is a 3-cost command ground unit at uncommon. It's a 3/4 underworld that says when played, you may attack with a force unit. It gets +2/+0 for this attack. So this is like Fleet Lieutenant, except the stats are better, and it works on force units instead of rebel units, and there are a lot of force units in this set. So Maz Kanata is going to be very, very strong. It's a good aggro card. It's well positioned. Like a 3-cost 3/4 is really, like, that's a nice stat line, and then it gets immediate value when you play it. It lets one of your cheaper cards pair out or trade up. Like I've said, there are a few 2/4s in this set, right? And if you play a 2/4 and your opponent plays a 2/4, and then you play Maz Kanata, your 2/4 is now a 4/4 that just ate their 2/4. Amazing. This is great. There's going to be a lot of games that start with that, like, 2/4, 2/4 Maz Kanata, and when that happens, you just feel like you can't lose the game, right? And in most cases, you'll be right. That's just a devastating, like, turn 1, turn 2 combo, and that will happen sometimes. And I think, Maz is one of the best 3-drops you can have. It's probably between a B- and a B. I've, like, rounded it down to a B- here, but honestly, that could be totally wrong. Maz Kanata is a first pickable card for sure. Next up, and of course, Maz is not a force unit herself, but you may attack with a force unit if you have one, right? That gives you the force token as well, and you will have enough force units. Don't worry about, like, getting there on force units. Of course, I should say you need to worry about it a little bit, but, like, you don't need to worry about it that much. Just every now and then, just, like, make an acknowledgement, like, oh, okay, I should probably take some force units, but there's a lot of them, so again, don't worry too much about that. Next, we have Outer Rim Mystic, which is a 3-cost command ground unit at common. It's a 2/6 force fringe and no other text. It's a vanilla, so it's a 3-cost 2/6. It is a force unit, which is relevant, of course. My notes for this card just say, what? A 2/6 is really not that well positioned in terms of, like, how it attacks, but it's kind of okay. It's just a slow way of dealing with a 2-drop, because you can think of a 2-drop on average as being like a 3/3-ish, or like a 3/2, or like a 2/4, or whatever. And this can eat those in 2 attacks, and sometimes it gets eaten in those 2 attacks, but that sometimes you can spread that out and deal with 2 of your opponent's threats, or if they are unfortunate enough to play a 2/2 on turn 1, which will happen sometimes, you feel really good playing this on 2, but yeah, it's just fine. It's a curve filler. I don't really have that much to say about this. It holds equipment okay, I guess, but yeah, I think it's just fine. It's like a C. Next, we have Jedi Temple Guards, a 4-cost command ground unit at common. It's a 2/4 Force Jedi with Ambush and Restore 2. So I love Ambush. It's amazing, but in this particular instance, I'm really not that convinced. So a couple of things. It is an ambush force unit. It gives you the force immediately, and it gives you 2 life immediately, right? You play this, it attacks in, you get the force token, Restore 2 happens. Maybe you eat, like, a small unit or, like, an already damaged unit, but 2/4 is just not really that exciting. There's a card in Magic called Lightning Helix that deals 3 damage to any target, and you heal 3, and this is, like, it costs 2. And this is kind of Lightning Helix, sort of. It deals 2 to a creature, a ground unit, sorry, and you heal 2, but it costs 4, and I guess it sticks around, and it does give you the force token, so it's a little bit more value, but it doesn't always stick around. Yeah, I don't know. I think this card is fine. It's like a curve filler, and every now and then it'll eat something smoller and give you a bit of life, and you'll feel good about that. So it's probably a C. Synergy with Opera and Sissus, though. It gives him Ambush and Restore 2. Holy moly, wow. Next up, we have Kadu, a 4-cost command ground unit at common. It's a 4/4 creature that says, when played, you may give another friendly unit Overwhelm this phase. So 4-cost 4/4 is just, like, pretty good. It's fine. It has creature synergy. Giving another unit Overwhelm is, like, a very minor upside, but it's like an upside. The card is okay positioned. Like, it eats almost every 2-drop. It trades with a lot of 3-drops. And then the Overwhelm every now and then maybe lets you get in for a tiny amount of chip damage. It's fine. You usually probably don't want to be playing this on turn 3 for the Overwhelm, but also on turn 3 just playing a 4/4 is okay. The card's probably between a C and a C-. I've written C- on the screen, but honestly I'm thinking it's probably closer to a C. It's, like, fine. It's a curve filler. You'll play it sometimes. It's a creature, not a force tag, unfortunately, but what are you going to do? Next up, we have 5-cost command ground unit at uncommon. It is Dagoyan Master, which is a 5/5 force unit. It has when played and when defeated, you may use the force. If you do, search the top 5 cards of your deck for a force unit, reveal it, and draw it. So when played and when defeated, that's really good. So this kind of, in a way, so of course you need to have the force, like the force token when you play this, but it is a force unit. So whenever you attack with it, or whenever you, when you trigger the when defeated, right, it's probably going to be, you're going to have the force just from this attacking, right, unless there's some convoluted sequence of your opponent only attacking and you not getting to attack back. But even then, like you've made your opponent make an attack that they probably didn't want to make, and you've gotten the when played ability, probably. If you can never get there on the force, this is a 5-cost 5/5, that's not great, but you're almost always going to be drawing at least one card. I think this card's really strong. I think it's between a, it's probably, I don't know what I was thinking when I wrote this C+ on the screen, because in my notes it's B-, so I think this card is a B-. I think this is good. It's going to regularly draw you at least one, but usually like 2 force cards, and 5-cost 5/5 draw 2. That's insane. Next we have Relic Scavenger. So B-. Ignore what's on the screen. Next we have Relic Scavenger, a 5-cost command ground unit at common. It's a 4/6 fringe, and it has Restore 2. So this is like very quintessential just filler. It's not a force unit, which is unfortunate, but the stats are quite good. Restore 2 means that they do have to deal with this. I mean, so does 4 attack, but like they really should deal with this, because this is usually the point in the game whenever you're sort of starting to figure out really who the beatdown is. And if you play this, they might have to stop being the beatdown if they are, and deal with this, and that can maybe give you time to stabilize and for you to become the beatdown. And if you don't know what I mean when I say who's the beatdown, I should make another video on that, but Google it. There's like a really good article about it as it pertains to Magic, and I think somebody has made a similar one for Star Wars, but I'll make a video on it sometime. Card is pretty good. It's probably between a C and a C+. I think I wrote C+ on the screen, but I'm leaning C now just because it doesn't enable the force stuff, but it will slow down games. So maybe it is a C+. You know what? I was probably right the first time. Next, we have Sifo Dyas commissioning an army, which is a 5-cost command ground unit at rare. It's a 4/4 Force Jedi Republic that has, when defeated, search the top 8 cards of your deck for any number of clone cards with combined cost 4 or less and discard them. For this phase, you may play those cards from your discard pile for free. Whoa, free units. How many clone cards are there in this set? There is 1 at common, and it's not very good. In fact, it's quite bad. So Sifo Dyas is, when defeated, if you've made your deck worse by drafting and putting these clone cards in, you get paid off from a 5-cost 4/4. Force Jedi, relevant tags for sure, but no, this is just not the set for Sifo Dyas, unfortunately. It'll be interesting to see how he plays it in Constructed, but in draft for this set, he is a D. Next, we have Terran Tatek, which is a 5-cost command ground unit at common. It's a 5/5 creature that says, while an opponent controls a force unit, this unit gains ambush. This is incredible. This is just a 5-cost 5/5 ambush. I think this is possibly the best common in the set. This will almost always have ambush because your opponent's almost always going to have a force unit. And even if it didn't have ambush, like 5-cost 5/5 is just like fine stats. That's probably like approximately a C, right? But no, this is almost always having ambush. That is absolutely insane. There's not much I need to say about this card. It trades pretty well. They don't even need to have a force ground unit. They could have a force space unit. It doesn't matter. Yeah, no, this card is incredible. It's probably the best common. It's probably a B. I will be snatching this up whenever I can. I will be first picking this card. Very, very strong card. And it has creature synergy, for sure. There's things you can do with that. It itself is not a force unit, which is a bit of a downside. But hey, it makes your opponent's Terran Tatek worse. Next, we have Acolyte of the Beyond, a 2-cost aggression villainy ground unit at common. It's a 2/3 Sith that says, on attack and when defeated, the force is with you. So this is interesting. It is basically just has the base text on it, where like when you attack with a force unit, the force is with you, but this isn't a force unit. So this doesn't have the downside that most non-force units have, where like attacking with it doesn't give you the force, because there you go, it does. And then if you are running one of the rare bases that has some other criteria, There you go. Now you get the bonus of the common base too. Look at that. And then also if your opponent just immediately kills it before you get to attack, you still get the force. So when you're playing this card, one way or another, you're getting the force. It's a 2 cost 2/3. That upside isn't going to be relevant super often, like because you'll usually be playing the common force bases anyway. So on attack, the force is going to be, with you most of the time. Of course, this isn't a force unit, but I think the card is like fine. It's got good stats. It's like probably a C+. Next up, we have HK47 exclamation die meatbag, which is a 2 cost aggression villainy ground unit at legendary. It's a 2/4 Sith droid that says when an enemy unit is defeated, deal 1 damage to its controller's base. So this is not a force unit, which it's a fun. This is actually one of the fan favorites from Knights of the Old Republic, so I'm happy to see it has made its way into the game. So 2 cost 2/4, of course, already a great stat line. That's like immediately kind of a C+. And this will probably be good in some sort of like aggression villainy aggro deck and constructed. It's probably a little bit less good in draft just because you can't really build around having the insane aggro pile every time. But this chip damage will add up if you're able to do it okay, or build the deck okay. It's pretty good early because again, 2 cost 2/4 that every now and then will get a ping in, and it's pretty good late for like those closing points of damage whenever you play it, and it's like not really your biggest threat, but it will still matter because your opponent will like want to be trading into your bigger threats, but this will be there and it'll be handy. So. Definitely, I think HK47 is a solid card, just good stat line and relevant ability. So it's probably like a B-. Editing Ben here. I don't really know what I was thinking. It's a 2 cost 2/4, which exists in this set a lot, and it doesn't have the force tag. And you really want your 1-drops to have your turn 1 plays to have the force tag. The upside really isn't that huge, and if you play this and your opponent plays a 2/4 that like has the force tag, you feel pretty behind. Like even if this gets in for a couple, I don't know. I think I was wrong. I think it's probably between a C and a C+, but we'll split the difference. Call it a C+. Next, we have Grand Inquisitor, Your Right to Be Afraid, 3 cost aggression villainy ground unit at legendary. It's a 3/4 Force Imperial Inquisitor with hidden, raid 1, and other friendly Inquisitor units gain hidden. So there's one other Inquisitor unit at common or uncommon, and of course though there are the 2 Inquisitor leaders. So there's the Grand Inquisitor and then there's the third sister, Reva, I don't know, Reva. And I have seen Kenobi. It's been a minute. Anyway, I digress. So this unit, 3 cost 3/4, that's just solid stats. It attacks as a 4/4, incredible. It has force tag, which is relevant. It has the Inquisitor tag, which is very minorly relevant, but will come up every now and then. Hidden is really nice, just because if you're playing it on curve as your 3 cost, right? Like, hidden isn't going to come up that often because your opponent's almost never going to trade their 2 cost into it unless they have like, what's that card we saw earlier that, Maz Kanata that like, buffs its power and goes in like that. If this didn't have hidden, that would come up sometimes and that would suck. But you're usually hidden on turn 2. Usually your opponent doesn't attack their 2-drop into your 3-drop most of the time, especially when it's statted this well. So that won't come up when you play it on curve. But if you play it later, that absolutely will come up. Just like pretty much being able to guarantee that you're going to get in for 4, whether that's to base or unit, is very nice. I think this is like well statted enough and has good tags and the keywords are relevant that I think it's probably like a B-. I think the Inquisitor here, Grand Inquisitor, is quite good. And it is even better in a leader where you have an Inquisitor leader, so like Third Sister or Grand Inquisitor. Next up is Purge Trooper, a 3 cost aggression villainy ground unit at common. It's a 4/2 Imperial Trooper that says when played, you may deal 2 damage to a Force unit. So this almost just says you may deal 2 damage to a unit. Like, again, there's so many Force units. I'm being a little bit dramatic, right? Because a lot of the space units are not Force units. And a decent amount of the Grand units are also not Force. But a lot of them are Force units, for sure. And this will come down and deal 2. Now, how much is 2? In a lot of formats, 2 is a lot more than in this format. Again, a lot of the good 2-drops in this format have like 3 or 4 HP, and so this won't immediately just come down and kill their turn 1 play, which is probably a good thing, because that would be insane if this was positioned in such a way that it could just come down and immediately kill their 2-drop, right? But nevertheless, it's like statted pretty well, and it can often, again, if you play 2/4 and your opponent plays a 2/4, and you're able to just do 2 extra damage to their 2/4, then your 2/4 is going to win that combat. That's awesome. And then you also have a 4/2. That being said, of course, if you can't do that, and you play this down and, you deal 2 damage to something, a 2/4 kills this quite well, and then they've probably traded up in resources, and that doesn't feel good either. But all in all, I think the upside is like bigger than the downside here. It's not a force unit, which matters, but 4 power on a 3-drop is definitely pretty good. It's out of range of most of the pings, having 2, although I think there's one ping that does 2, the Kit Fisto ping. But nevertheless, it's a solid card. I think it's like a C+. Next, we have Thralls of the Coven, which is a 5-cost aggression villainy ground unit at common. It's a 3/7 knight unit, and it has raid 3. So this is a big unit. This is a 3/7 for 5, which is a decent size, but it attacks as a 6/7 for 5. So when you play this, your opponent kind of is like, oh, okay, this is almost a must kill, right? Because otherwise, you're going to start hitting their base for 6 every turn. I mean, there are cards that do that, like we talked about Old Daka earlier, right? As a 5-cost 6/6. But, Old Daka is a very strong card. Your opponent's going to want to instantly kill that. And in the same way, your opponent's going to want to instantly kill this. And they're going to have an easier time doing that here than with Old Daka, because it is just a 3-power unit. And it does come out on 5, so usually by then your opponent's going to have enough juice to be able to deal with this, and especially if they, pull down their leader. But sometimes it will get in. I am skeptical of, just 5-cost units that are just kind of stats and don't really do much, especially whenever they don't defend that well, like Thralls of the Coven here. So it's probably between a C and a C+. I think I've rounded it down to a C, but I'm kind of talking myself up to a C+. It's probably in that range, though. It's a good card filler. Next, I have Savage Oppress, Imbued with Hate, which is a 6-cost aggression villainy ground unit at uncommon. It is a 9/6 force knight with Overwhelm. That's pretty crazy. And then there's some downside. When played and when defeated, you may use the force. If you don't, deal 9 damage to your base. So you have to do that when played and when defeated. If you could potentially do 18 to your base with Savage. So you have to be really careful, making sure that you have the force. Now, the when defeated is going to be pretty easy to have the force for, right? Because a lot of the time, because it's a 9/6 with Overwhelm, you're going to be attacking into one of your opponent's units and, killing it and dealing 6 to your opponent's base and Savage dying. So in that case, you've just attacked with a force unit, you have the force, you can use it. But again, that just like eats your force unit. That's a downside. Even if you're not taking the 9, that is a downside. And then again, you have to be a little bit conservative with your use of the force, or you have to be ahead on board in order to play this as well on 6. So definitely a very risky card to play, but I do think that it is a very wacky card as well, because if you can support this, like playing a 5-drop and having it being able to do 9, that's kind of a must answer. Your opponent's going to want to attack into that. And another reason why your opponent's going to want to attack into that is because you probably already have attacked out with your force unit, in order to get Savage down, and your opponent's going to try their best to stop you from getting the force again and then killing Savage, because that way they've just dealt 9 to your base, right? That's pretty devastating when that happens. All in all, though, I think you probably can support it. Having the force is pretty easy, but I might eat my words with this, but I think I'm just going to give it a C. But this is a very the standard deviation on this card is very high. This could be a D if you're not able to get there on the force stuff, and this could be a B if you're really ahead, and it'll feel very strong when you play it ahead. Very good card. It will close out a lot of games, but also potentially very bad card that will close out a lot of games in the other direction. So just be careful. But it's a cool card, and I think I'm just going to average it a C, but it will not ever feel like a C. It will feel either very good or very bad. Next, we have Adigalia, Stern and Focused, which is a 2-cost aggression heroism ground unit at rare. It's a 2/4 Force Jedi Republic that says when an opponent plays an event, deal 1 damage to that player's base. So again, 2-cost 2/4. That's just a good stat line. Immediately probably a C or C+. Yeah, probably a C+. And this has some upside. First of all, has the Force tag and the Jedi tag, very relevant in this format. And then if your opponent ever wants to use removal on it or on something else, they have to take 1 damage to their base, which is not huge, but if you're able to just get like 1 or 2 damage onto their base off of this effect, you feel pretty good about it, right? Like a lot of decks would play a 2-cost 2/4 that's a Force unit that just says like deal 2 damage to your opponent's base or deal 1 damage maybe to your opponent's base. Like that's fine. I don't think the card is crazy or anything, but it's like a solid 2-drop. It enables a lot of stuff with just being a 2-drop with the Force tag and the Jedi tag, so it's probably like a B-. Next, we have Attuned Fairnock, which is a 2-cost aggression, heroism, ground unit at common. It is a 4/1 creature with hidden. So this one is obviously a lot better on the play. There is so much ping in this set that the Attuned Fairnock dies pretty easy. Now, of course, it has hidden, so it can't immediately be attacked. So if you draw this a little bit later and you play this on 4, that's still kind of okay, because it pretty much can guarantee that your opponent is going to have to take 4 to their face or to one of their units. And 2-cost deal 4, that's great, right? I mean, Open Fire is a great card, and it's 3-cost deal 4. Now, of course, this doesn't have quite the versatility that Open Fire does, and you're almost never going to be getting more than 1 hit in with Attuned Fairnock. Like, your opponent is... I guess the one situation where you might is if you start with the initiative and you play this on turn 1, then you attack their base on turn 2 before they can do anything. They probably will actually just need to deal with it with one of their units or whatever, and then you feel great about this. This is way better on the play, and 4 power is very relevant. And again, it being a creature is good too. You could attack for 8 with this if you have the Surprise Strike, but that's an interesting line. If your opponent doesn't have a ping leader, this might go up to like a B-, but if your opponent has a ping leader, it's just pretty tough to have your 2-drop just completely eaten by just like a free effect. Overall, though, I think it's probably like a C+. I like this card. It might play differently, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out. Next up, we have Jedi Knight, a 3-cost aggression, heroism, ground unit at common. It's a 3/3 Force Jedi that says when played, if you have the initiative, deal 2 damage to an enemy ground unit. This card is pretty good. It's obviously strong if you have the initiative. How strong is it when you don't? How strong is a 3-cost 3/3 Force Jedi? Relevant tags, fine stats, probably like a C. You'll have the initiative like 50% of the time, so, on average this deals 1 damage to an enemy ground unit. That's maybe fine. Of course, if you start with the initiative and your opponent plays good old Attuned Fairnock, and and you have the initiative, that feels pretty good because you just played this and it instantly deletes your opponent's turn 1 play. But of course, that's kind of the nuts. You can't expect that to happen all the time. I think this card is just fine. It's probably between a C and a C+. I've written C here. It might go as high as a C+. I think that it's a C+. I don't know what I was thinking when I wrote the C, I'll be honest. It's a good curve filler, good stats, good tags, fine ability. Next, we have Ki-Adi-Mundi, We Must Push On, which is a 4-cost aggression, heroism, ground unit at uncommon. It's a 4/4 Force Jedi Republic that says when played, you may use the Force. If you do, draw 2 cards. So there's Ki-Adi-Mundi back again, making you jump through some hoops to draw 2 cards. This card is, again, relevant tags. It has decent stats, and the ability is very, very good. So let's evaluate this card in 2 situations. The first is, how good is a 4/4 for 4 Force Jedi Republic? It's fine. It's not great. It's okay. It's probably like a C. The tags are good. The stats are fine. Not that good. But, of course, this is not that. How good is a card that says when played, draw 2 cards? And it's a 4-cost 4/4. That card's insane. That card's really good. On turn 3, you're just completely reloading your hand. No questions asked. This card exists between those two, of course, but I think it's closer to the latter. Because I think that if you are, playing a deck with a reasonable curve of low-cost Force units, you can very reliably have the Force on the turn that you play Ki-Adi-Mundi, and then you cash that in for 2 cards. I think that's going to happen most of the time, and this card is very strong, and honestly, it's first pickable. I think this card is like a B. I'm very happy to be playing cards like this. Next up, we have Rey with Palpatine's Power, a 5-cost aggression, heroism, ground unit at rare. It's a 5/5 Force Jedi Resistance that says, when you draw this card during the action phase, if you control an aggression leader or base, you may reveal this card from your hand. If you do, deal 2 damage to a unit and 2 damage to a base. Okay, so there's a lot of words there, but basically it just says if you draw this card during your action phase, so like not during your draw, at the beginning of the turn, you get to deal 2 damage to a unit and 2 damage to a base. So, very strong effect. But how often are you actually drawing cards during the action phase? Not that often, and even when you are, of course, there's not like a high chance that you draw Rey, right? There's 30 cards in your deck, you open up your hand with 6 of them. Like, you know, the chances that you're actually just going to draw Rey on any given draw are pretty low. Now, there are synergies. We've talked about Owen Lars. Owen Lars synergizes quite well with this card, right? You search the top whatever cards for your deck and draw a Jedi. Or what is it, draw a Force unit? I don't remember. But you draw some kind of card that Rey is. And then in that case, yeah, sure, you get to just deal 2 damage to a unit and a base for free. Wow, that's incredible. You have to jump through hoops. It's usually not going to happen. It's usually just a 5-cost 5/5. How good is a 5-cost 5/5? It's probably fine. There's about a dozen ways to draw cards in the action phase. It's okay. It's probably like a C+. And I just don't know if you can really build your deck around drawing Rey during the action phase. But if you do, that feels incredible. I don't know why I wrote B- there. 5-cost 5/5 vanilla basically is probably like a C+. Hi, Editing Ben again. The long recording time must have been getting to me because a 5-cost 5/5 vanilla is absolutely not a C+. And that's pretty much what this is. Of course, it has relevant tags, but honestly, I don't think that's enough to really justify this stat line, especially considering you're basically never getting this ability off. It's probably a C-. Next up, we have Mace Windu leaping into action, a 6-cost aggression heroism grand unit at uncommon. It's a 6/6 Force Jedi Republic with Overwhelm, and when played, you may use the Force. If you do, deal 4 damage to a unit. This is Colossal Dreadmaw, but better? Wait, they can't do that. They can't power creep Colossal Dreadmaw. No such thing exists. But no, seriously, the 6-cost 6/6 with Overwhelm with relevant tags is already quite good. But this is better than that by like a lot. When played, like I've said with like your top end stuff, you want instant value. You want stuff that like even if your opponent has removal, you're like kind of okay with it because you got some of the value of the card immediately. And this does do that, right? This lets you basically kill a smaller unit, which is really, removal's removal, and this is removal that comes attached to a 6/6 Trampler or Overwhelm. The tags are relevant. The damage is, high, and then the removal is great. I have no real downside with this card. I think it's very good. Incredible top end. It's probably like a B. Next, we have Sindralig, Esteemed Blade Master, which is an 8-cost aggression heroism ground unit at Legendary. It's a 5/6 Force Jedi Republic that says when played, you may play a lightsaber upgrade from your hand for free on this unit. If you do, ready him. So, how many lightsaber upgrades are there in the format? The answer is not really enough, and even if there were enough, upgrades, like I've said, are a risky proposition, right? So, could you make a deck, conceivably, where you have enough lightsabers to make Sindralig good? And can you do that in draft? Yeah, there's enough lightsabers at common and uncommon in this format where you could do that. And also, this is like, don't do this, but you can actually play off-aspect lightsabers on Sindralig because it lets you do it for free. So even if you have like a villainy lightsaber, you can just put it on this with the when played effect. Don't do that, but you can in principle. 8 costs 5/6. How good is that? That is egregiously bad. How good is it though if you get a lightsaber on it? Let's say you get a lightsaber that there's the common one that gives +3/+2 that we'll see soon. Okay, cool. Well, now it's an 8/8 for 8 that comes in readied. And that is pretty good. That gets you, I guess it doesn't get you value right away, but it gets you value pretty quickly, right? As long as your opponent doesn't immediately remove it, you're going to get value. That is pretty good. How often will that happen? Depends how you build your deck. Sometimes it will happen basically never. And sometimes it'll happen, almost every time. But then that sort of goes to the next level of analysis, which is, okay, I've built my deck so that it happens every time. Is this the best version of the deck that I could have built? And the answer is probably not, right? I would rather have a good curve of units and have just sort of build a good deck that way and then have Sindralig not work then have a deck with a really funky curve that doesn't have enough units but has a lot of lightsabers, and therefore Syndra like does work well. I would rather have the former deck every time. So I think this card, while you probably can make it work, will probably make your deck worse for doing it. So I think it's probably like a D, but it is kind of funny. I mean, it's like if you, in principle, if you do it and you're somehow able to get the turn 8, you're probably going to win the game off of it. But I think that it's probably like a D, but I hope that someone makes it work because it is a funny card. Next, we have Paz Vizsla, Unyielding Warrior. It's a 5-cost aggression ground unit at rare. It's a 3/6 Mandalorian that says this unit gets +2/+0 for each damage on him. This unit is super interesting in Constructed, especially in Grand Inquisitor. No, I think this unit is very cool. It's very strong, too. The effect is great. I mean, like, unless your opponent can immediately kill it with, like, an attack, it's going to be swinging back with a vengeance, right? Very strong card. But again, it's double aspect. You're never playing it for 5. You're playing for this for 7, and it's not worth it for 7. The card is probably like a D, maybe even a little bit lower, but honestly, I respect this card a lot for Constructed, so I look forward to seeing where it goes in there. Next up, we have Witch of the Mist, a 1-cost aggression ground unit at common. It's a 1/3 Force Knight unit with Hidden. So we're back to 1-drops. This is a Force 1-drop, so it does in principle get you Force on turn 2, but that's only if you started with Initiative, because oftentimes your opponent's just going to be able to, ready all their things and then attack your Witch of the Mist with their good 2-drop, and it's going to die. Once again, Hidden on a 1-drop, it doesn't really do that much, because if you're playing a 1-drop on turn 1, your opponent's not going to be able to attack it anyway. This is like, I guess, extra text for if you, on turn 5, where you have 6 resources, you play a 5-drop, and then also this, and maybe it's like a little bit okay then. It guarantees you Force for the next turn, kinda. But it doesn't even really need Hidden to do that, because why is your opponent attacking a 1/3, right? That's, it's probably not going to happen on turn like 5 or 6. I mean, I think this card is not very good, but again, it's like, whoops, there we go. It's like playable. It's not the end of the world. It's sometimes a curve filler. It's probably like a D+. Next up, we have DRK-1 Probe Droid, a 2-cost aggression ground unit at common. It's a 2/3 droid. This is when played, you may defeat a non-unique upgrade. So that includes things like shield tokens, that includes things like experience tokens, and that includes things like some lightsabers. It's okay. 2-cost 2/3 is, again, it's never like bad. That's an okay stat line. It is like a little bit poorly positioned in the set, just based on the stat lines of some of the other 2-cost units in the set, but it's still fine. It's okay, and if you're ever able to like donk an upgrade with it, you do feel really good about it. Obviously, it's not at doing its best performance on turn 1, because there's no upgrade, which is usually, again, when you want to play your 2-drops. But, if you draw this later and your opponent is harassing you with like a lightsaber that isn't unique, this is going to feel pretty good to play. But again, if you do play it on turn 1, it is just basically a vanilla 2/3 that doesn't even get you the Force, which is definitely points against it. Again, I think it's not super well positioned in the set, but it's still got okay stats. It's probably between a C and a C+. Depends on how prolific upgrades end up being. I'm leaning towards C, but I put C+ just to sort of hedge my bets against like shield and experience counters being like insanely good in the set. Next up, we have Infused Brawler, a 2-cost aggression ground unit at uncommon. It's a 2/2 Force Knight that says, when played, you may use the Force. If you do, give 2 experience tokens to this unit. When this unit completes an attack, defeat an experience token on it. This card is interesting because it is a 2-cost 4/4. That's really, really good, obviously. But it doesn't work on turn 1 because you're not going to have the Force, unless you have, again, one of those situations where you can, like with Avar Chris or the base. And so it's never going to be like a turn 1 4/4. And later, sure, it maybe is like a turn 2 or a turn 3 4/4, but like at that point in the game, a 4/4 is still good, but this is a 4/4 with pretty massive downside, right? Because after an attack, it becomes a 3/3. And then a 2-cost 3/3 is still okay, right? And then after another attack, it becomes a 2/2, if you're able to even attack with it that many times. And then we're like, oh, okay, it's really not that exciting. That being said, I don't think it's like bad. I mean, it's a 2-cost 2/2 is bad for sure. But this is like better than a 2-cost 2/2 for sure. And it does give you the Force right away. But again, if you do have to play this on turn 1, your opponent is probably immediately killing it, right, with their 2/4 or their 2/3. I think the card's really just pretty poorly positioned in the set. And it's just probably like a C minus. Maybe it's a C, but yeah, I'm not very high on this card. Next, we have Jedi in Hiding, a 3-cost aggression ground unit of common. It's a 3/3 Force Jedi. It has Hidden, and when defeated, you may use the Force. If you do, each opponent discards a card from their hand. Hey, maybe this is going in my Quinlan deck. This is cool. I don't know. But yeah, so its stats are okay. 3-cost 3/3. The Force tag is good, of course. The Jedi tag is good, of course. How good is Hidden on this unit? It's fine. I get why it's there from like a flavor perspective, but on like a pure card mechanic, it doesn't really have a ton of purpose to be there because this is kind of the unit that you want to die in a way. But I do also kind of, in a way, understand why they put Hidden on it, because you want it to die kind of on its own terms. You want to attack into something, because that gives you the Force token, which then allows you to use the Force to make your opponent discard a card. And your opponent discarding a card is a very real thing. Sometimes they will just be able to discard the worst card in their deck, and then it's like, whatever, who really cares? I discarded an off-aspect 1-drop that I was forced to run, right? That's not going to happen much, but... But, you know, this could be a real downside, especially in such like a value, a value war like limited. Often just having one fewer card than your opponent, or I guess in this case, one more card than your opponent can be the difference between winning and losing. And then this does, again, stack well into itself, because the first time you make your opponent discard, it sucks for sure for them. But every subsequent time you make them discard, it is worse and worse because they have to keep discarding better and better cards. Eventually, there's a critical mass where, you know, they're just always in top deck mode and they don't have any more cards to discard. But, you know, I'm definitely happy to run a few of these for sure. If my entire 3-drop ground slot is this unit, I think I would be okay with that. I think the card is good. It's fine stats and the ability is reasonably strong. I'm going to give it a C+. Next, we have Marin, Alone with the Dead, which is a 3-cost aggression ground unit at uncommon. It's a 2/5 Force Knight that says on attack, you may discard a card from your hand. If you do, deal 2 damage to your unit. So Marin just like, turns your card into Daring Raid. It's not usually great. Daring Raid's not usually the card you need at any given time, but if it is, then, you know, this lets you do that. And options are always good, as we've talked about. It is a rather tanky Force unit, which is good. It will probably get you the Force token at some point. And again, you want to attack with this for that, and then also for the on-attack ability, which you might need at any given time. Obviously, remember, if you're trading this into like your opponent's 4/4, for example, or I guess not trading, but you know what I mean. Like you're putting this in your opponent's 4/4, and you're using the on-attack trigger to discard a card. That might feel kind of good. And depending on how many resources they paid for that 4/4, it might be good. But keep in mind that you're 2-for-1ing yourself every time you do that. And that's just really not what you want to be doing most of the time. So in general, I think that but again, obviously having the option to do a play that's usually bad but sometimes good is a good thing to have. So I think Marin is a solid card. It's a 3-cost 2/5, which is fine. The tags are good. I think it's probably like a C. Next, we have Tuk-Ata, a 3-cost aggression ground unit common. It's a 4/2 creature with Hidden. So this is where you want Hidden, in my opinion. Because if you played a 3-cost 4/2, your opponent's just going to trade their 2-drop into it, and then they've traded up in resources, and they feel good about themselves because they have a 3-drop now, and you don't. Maybe you have a 2-drop. But this doesn't let them do that. You get to stick around for a turn, and you get to interact however you need to in order to make sure that they can't trade their 2-drop into this, or they won't want to trade their 2-drop into this. So definitely a solid card. It's like a fine curve filler. The hidden keyword on this makes a ton of sense. It's a creature for synergies there. I don't think it's like amazing. It's probably fine. It's probably like a C. Next, we have Hunting Nexu, a 4-cost aggression ground unit at common. It's a 4/4 creature that says while you control another aggression unit, this unit gains Raid 2. This is a reprint. I don't remember from what set. I want to say set Twilight, but I could be wrong. It's a fine unit, a 4-cost 4/4. It's decent stats. It's a creature, and sometimes it attacks as 6/4, and 6 power for 4 resources is a lot, for sure, absolutely. I don't have a ton to say about this card. We've seen how it's played out in the past, which is to say, okay. It might play it a little bit better in this set because of the creature synergy, but I don't think it's incredible. It's probably like a C. Next we have Quinlan Voss, Dark Disciple. It's a 4-cost aggression ground unit at uncommon. It's a 4/5 Force Jedi Republic that has on attack. If this unit has 6 or more power, you may deal 2 damage to an enemy base. Usually it's not going to have 6 or more power, so this sort of wants you to put upgrades on it, or use, I think there's an Asajj card that we'll be seeing soon that buffs power, so there's like a synergy there. It's done by the same artist, Benjamin Paulus, who actually was on my channel recently. That's a plug for one of my videos. He did Jeopardy, where he guessed his own cards and what I've changed about them, so that was pretty fun, along with Axel Hutt and Omerjan Sirit, so I highly recommend you check that out. Anyway, shameless plug over. Cool art aside, this unit is quite strong. 4-cost 4/5 is very good stats. Force tag is good. Republic Jedi tag is good. It has Kanan stats, but the ability is of course not as strong as Kanan for sure. It's not going to have 6 or more power very often, and if it is, you're playing a very dangerous game because you're getting a little bit of extra value off of Quinlan for sure, but it also sets up a very juicy target for your opponent to point removal at. So be very careful about putting things on Quinlan. Of course, there is less like hard removal in this format, but I think it's still a risky card for sure. It's probably between a C and a C+. I wrote C here, but I think the stats probably make it good enough to be like a C+. The stats are just good. Although it will often just be a vanilla 4/5 with good tags. Next we have Wampa, which is a 4-cost aggression ground unit at common. It's a 4/5 creature with Overwhelm. We've seen this before. This was in set 1, I think, Spark of the Rebellion. And how did it play out in Spark of the Rebellion draft? Unfortunately, I only drafted that set a few times because of scarcity, but I remember it playing out pretty okay. I mean, it's good stats for the cost. It's Chillwind Yeti, but it has Overwhelm. I think I wonder if they actually did the Chillwind Yeti thing on purpose because it's kind of a Yeti. I should ask the developers. I'll ping them on Blue Sky. Anyway, this is it's a good card, and it has good stats, and it has Overwhelm, and then of course the creature tag is very relevant. So it's going to be really difficult for your opponent to deal with this on curve if you play it, and you're probably going to be getting some value out of the Overwhelm. So definitely, like Wampa, it's just like a fine stats beast curve filler. It's probably like a C. Next we have Asajj Ventress, Harden Your Heart, which is a 5-cost aggression ground unit at uncommon. It's a 5/6 Force Knight Bounty Hunter that says when played and on attack, give another friendly Force unit +2/+0 for this phase. So this is sort of the synergy with Quinlan, right? Because you buff the 4/5 Quinlan up into a 6/5, and then he gets that extra effect. So if you have both of them down at the same time, that's pretty cool, but that's not likely. You're gonna have both of them down at the same time. Anyway, how strong is this effect? Well, as we've said, lots of Force units. 5-cost 5/6, solid stat line. Force tag is good. Night tag has some synergy. And again, giving another friendly Force unit +2/+0 very likely means that Force unit can now trade up in a way that it wouldn't have been able to before. And you get that value right away. You don't need to wait until you can, ready an attack with Asajj. You're able to right away give another Force unit +2/+0. So, and then again every time. So Asajj is kind of a must kill. It's a great aggro card. It's a great top end aggro card. It comes down on 5, which is when a lot of the leaders flip. Or again, if the leader flips on 6, then Asajj could just attack and buff that leader. So definitely a very well-positioned card in the format. I think it's great top end for aggro, and it's probably a B- or a C+. No, it's probably B-. I don't know why that's there. Next we have Saisi Tin, Courageous Warrior, a 5-cost aggression ground unit at uncommon. It's a 4/6 Force Jedi Republic that says when played, if you have the initiative, deal 1 damage to each of up to 3 units. So there's a lot of ping in this format, and this is one of those ping units, right? If you're able to just destroy some shield tokens, that feels really good. If you're able to finish off some units, that feels good. If you're able to put units in range of being finished off by smaller units, that's also great. I think this card is quite strong. 5-cost 4/6 is pretty good stats, and I think this card is, again, solid, sort of mid-end. This isn't, quite the same, finisher card that Asajj Ventress was, as a top-end for aggro, but this is a very solid mid-range card that will help you get a little bit of extra value in the mid-game, so I like this card. I think it's probably about a C+. Next, we have Ravenous Wrathtar, a 6-cost aggression ground unit at common. It is an 8/5 creature with no extra text. That's it. So that is a lot of attack. 8 attack? if you're able to swing with this even once, that's going to feel incredible. Like you're really never going to just have this die pointlessly. It's always going to either get in a bunch of damage into base or eat at least one of your opponent's units. That being said, it does come down on 6 and 5 HP on a 6 cost unit with no other effects can be pretty tough. Your opponent is probably just going to immediately kill this in whatever way they can, whether that's with like a 5 attack unit or with a couple of smaller units or with a removal spell from their hand. But anything that eats removal or like forces your opponent to make attacks that will kill their own units, you're pretty happy with that. This is made a little bit worse by the presence of shield tokens, because oftentimes your opponent, you'll play this, you'll tap out to play this, right? And then your opponent will give a shield token to one of their units and just attack into the Wrath Tower, and they've traded the shield token for the Wrath Tower, and that feels pretty unfortunate. That being said, the upside of where your opponent can't immediately deal with this, and it gets even one swing to do what it wants with, that's just incredible. So I think that balances out to be a C, but it's like a top-end curve filler. You don't want like a ton of these, but it's okay. Next, we have Bendu. Do You Fear the Storm? An 8-cost aggression ground unit at Legendary. It is a 10/10 force creature that has on attack, deal 3 damage to each other unit. So this is where that friend of the Rancor comes in, because it won't damage your own units. It's like a one-sided board wipe, guys. Whoa. All you need is an uncommon and a legendary across 2 different aspects. Easy. Yeah, this card is quite strong. Obviously, at 8 cost 10/10 is a very good stat line. The force tag, the creature tag, this has both of them. Those are the 2 primary synergies in the set. This has both of them. It's just missing the Jedi tag. Someone needs to induct Bendu into the Jedi Order. So this is pretty strong if you can get it to stick around, but of course this does have the downside that a lot of really high-end cards do, where it doesn't get you any value right away. You can play this and your opponent can just either end the game, because again, someone's always swinging to end the game on turn 8, or they can just remove this right away, and then there's just you've got no value. You've skipped your entire 8 cost turn. Chances are they spent a lot less than 8 resources to deal with this, and they can probably do something else. It's definitely a very risky play. That being said, if you're able to swing with this even once, like, it doesn't matter that it wipes your board. You have a 10/10, right? Like, it wipes your board, it wipes your opponent's board. You have a 10/10. Great. You're going to win that game. So I think that this actually is pretty good top end and will close out a lot of games. It's probably going to be a C+ or a B-, but I put it at a B- because I love the big ship dream. I love to give the benefit of the doubt to the big units, even though it ends up biting me in the end. So don't take this card like crazy highly, but it is a really solid top end card. And if you get it early in the draft portion, you can kind of build your deck accordingly, like where you want to stall out and play Bendu and start attacking with it. Next, you have Adaptive Anger, which is a 1-cost Cunning Villainy ground unit at common. It's a 1/3 Force Fringe that has action, exhaust, and use the Force to exhaust a unit. So this kind of has Grogu text, but Grogu doesn't need to use the Force in order to exhaust the unit. He can just do that. So this is definitely worse than Grogu, but it costs less and it has more attack, which is, I guess, in a way relevant. It is a Force unit that you can get down on turn 1, and it is one of the better 1-cost Force units, because again, you can just kind of either you have an option, so you can either attack and get the Force, or you can exhaust it and not get the Force and exhaust one of your opponent's units later on whenever you have the Force. Obviously, you can't do that on turn 2 usually, because you won't have the Force most of the time, but unless you play 2 of these on turn 1, then you can attack with 1 and then get the Force and then tap the other one to use the Force. Don't do that. That's stupid. But yeah, I don't know. I think this card is not that good. It's probably like a C-. It's probably one of the better 1-drops, but it's probably still about a C-. I don't know why that says C. C-. Next, we have Aura Sing, Patient and Deadly, a 2-cost Cunning Villainy ground unit at uncommon. So 1/4 Underworld Bounty Hunter. It has Hidden and Raid 2. There's Aura Sing. She is pretty well positioned. A 2-cost that attacks as a 3/4 is quite good. The fact it can't be attacked right away, again, doesn't really matter when you play it on 1. But I mean, if an attacker that can attack for 3 is still good on turns later than 1. Not a Force unit, of course, which is tough. But this is okay to play on 1, because it can probably eat your opponent's 1-drop unless they've played a 2/4, which, again, there are a decent amount of. But It's an interesting card, and it is a very aggressive card because oftentimes, again, yeah, your opponent is going to want to start swinging into it with their 2/4, for example. So a line that you'll see kind of often is you'll play this, your opponent will play a 2/4, pass whatever. You're attacking their base for 3, and they're like, oh shoot, he's winning. My opponent's winning this race right now. They're attacking for 3, and I only have a 2/4. So I attack into Aura Sing, and then I only take 1 back, and then Aura Sing attacks into my unit, and they trade. But I got 3 into base, so. That's going to be a thing that happens sometimes. It is a pretty well positioned card, but I think it's still just probably like a C+. Next we have Deceptive Shade, which is a 2-cost Cunning Villainy ground unit at rare. It is a 2/3 Sith Undead that has 1 defeated. The next unit you play this phase gains Ambush for this phase. Very tricky to evaluate this card. So it doesn't have the Force trait. It has the Undead trait, which is kind of cool. That probably means more like Night Sister stuff in the future. Very cool. Obviously, Ambush is a very strong keyword, but you don't get to just do it whenever, right? It's on when defeated, and it's only for that phase. The best units to give Ambush to are sort of bigger units that don't have Ambush, but a bunch of other strong stuff, and you want to be able to take something out of your opponents, right? As we've seen in the past, like something like Wrecker or Poe, or these big units that you can use ECL to get Ambush to. Those are incredibly strong effects. The Vader in this format is going to be another one. But the problem is you can fully tap out all of your resources whenever you need and play that and give it Ambush with ECL. This is not quite that easy, because if your opponent suspects that you're going to do something like that and you play Deceptive Shade, they can just kill it immediately and sort of deny you that ambush, that like max resource ambush. And maybe you get to ambush out a smaller unit, and that's like still good. I mean, ambush is still good, but they also might, be clever and wait for you to take initiative, or wait for you to tap your resources out and do something else, and then they kill Deceptive Shade. And then you've just played a 2-cost 2/3. Now, a 2-cost 2/3 is still fine, don't get me wrong. And the upside on this is high enough that I think it's probably like a B+. Like this is a solid card. Just be careful, because it doesn't just read give whatever I want ambush whenever I want. It does not read that. So just be careful. Next up, we have Nihil Marauder, a 3-cost Cunning Villainy unit, ground unit at common. It's a 1/5 Underworld Trooper Nihil with Raid 3. I will fully say I don't actually know if I'm pronouncing that right. I'm trying to remember what source material that's from, and I can't off the top of my head. It might be Old Republic stuff. I'll need to brush up on that. This is a 3-cost 1/5 that attacks as a 4/5. And of course, a 3-cost 4/5 is very good. This kind of does demand a bit of an answer, because on turn 2, you're playing this, and then on turn 3, you're swinging into your opponent's base for 4. Your opponent's going to probably want to deal with this. It's a pretty solid card. Of course, it defends poorly, so it's kind of an aggressive card. You're going to be swinging into base a lot with this, or trading up into maybe your opponent's 4-cost 4/4. That'll feel pretty good if you're able to eat one of those. This basically, when you play this, your opponent's kind of locked out of playing their 4-cost 4/4, which there are a lot of in this format, until they deal with this card. Because trading up and still keeping their unit, that's very, very good. So I think this card is good. I think it's like a C+. It's a good curve filler. Next, we have Shin Hachi, Overeager Apprentice, a 3-cost Cunning Villainy ground unit at uncommon. It is a 4/2 Hidden Shielded. It is a Force Fringe unit also, so I don't think I mentioned that. So that's quite nice. So Hidden and Shielded means that you were always going to be able to get an attack in with Shin Hati, right? It can't be attacked immediately, and then next turn when it can be attacked, if your opponent does decide they need to kill it, it's still going to take 2 actions on their part to do so. So this gets you the Force whenever you need it, assuming you can attack with it. It's definitely 4/2 is a bit of a fragile stat line, and of course that does trade down with a lot of the 2-cost 2/4s in the set. But it has shielded, so it can, eat 2 of those, and then that's not trading down, that's trading up, because you've traded up to 4 resources and 2 cards. Incredible. I think this card is positioned actually really well in this format, and I'm excited to play it out. And then if you can give it more shield tokens in whatever way, that feels really, really good. And I'm very happy to play this card, and I will use it to enable a lot of my Force shenanigans. Also, if you just start attacking base with it, your opponent is likely unable to race this. It gets down on turn 2 and can just start going in and giving you the Force and, doing an obscene amount of damage to your opponent's base. So I think it's like a B-. Solid card. Next up, we have Second Sister, Seeking the Holocron, which is a 4-cost Cunning Villainy ground unit at rare. It's a 3/6 Force Imperial Inquisitor that has on attack, you may discard 2 cards from your deck. For each Force card discarded this way, ready a resource. So this is good stats. So 4 cost 3/6. It has force tag, which is relevant. These are good stats. You are probably never using this ability. Discarding 2 cards from your deck in limited, depending on the matchup, can be pretty scary. Since you only have 30 cards in your limited deck, usually you're not going through your whole deck, but if you start discarding cards multiple times of this, you very much can, and that is very risky. So you're probably not using this, and then even if you wanted to use this, readying, like, on average, maybe 1 resource when you use this ability, maybe that can get you some value, but that payoff is not that insane. So I think the card's stats are what you play it for, and it's kind of just a 3/6 vanilla with good tags, and that probably makes it like a C. Next up, we have Balin Skull, Enigmatic Master, a 5-cost Cunning Villainy ground unit at Uncommon. It's a 5/5 Force Fringe unit. It has Hidden, and when played, you may use the Force. If you do, return a non-leader unit that costs 4 or less to its owner's hand. Then its owner may play it for free. So this, I guess, has synergy with Shin Hati, which I guess is a flavor win, because, you know, you can use her shield token and then immediately Balin Skull, return it to your hand, play it for free, get the shield token back, and the Hidden again. Like, that's pretty good. Balin Skull has Hidden himself, so he'll always get an attack in if you really want it, or most of the time. Force tag is good, of course, and this when played ability is quite nice. You can target your opponent's stuff with it, but the only time you probably want to do that is either when it's Savage Opress, or no, Savage is a 6 cost, so not Savage Opress. Either when it's a 4, or when it has like upgrades on it that don't come down with its when played. So like if they've attached a lightsaber to it, or they've used like a leader or another unit to give experience or shield to it, like that's maybe a fine case to use that. But you're usually using it on your own stuff to rebuy when played abilities. So that's, and it does a pretty good job doing that. I mean, and a 5 cost 5/5 with the Force tag and Hidden, that's good stats. I think this card is quite solid. It's decent top end, and you'll often get good value out of it. It's probably between a C+ and a B-. I've written in my notes, I'm sure there's sauce that I'm missing here. So I did round it down to a C+, but if there is sauce that I'm missing here, then it's probably a B-. This card is pretty cool. I'm happy to try it out. Next up, we have Marchion Ro, Eye of the Nihil. I need to learn how to pronounce that word. Is it Nihil? Or is it Nihil like Darth Nihilus? I don't know. Anyway, it's a 6-cost Cunning Villainy Grand Unit Legendary. It's a 6/7 Underworld Nihil that has each friendly unit's raid is doubled. So this obviously is a very powerful effect. There are 9 raid cards at common and uncommon. And obviously, if you're able to double those, that is insane. Raid 2 becoming Raid 4, Raid 3 becoming Raid 6, that is incredible, right? Like, if you're able to actually build around this card is probably like a B straight up. It's probably like one of the best cards in your deck. And a 6-cost 6/7, that's just good stats, right? Like, that's Luke Skywalker stats, and Luke Skywalker's a 7-drop, and also has some other stuff going on, but don't worry about that. Yeah, no, this card has great stats, and then of course, if you get there on the raid stuff, it's quite strong. If you don't get there on the raid stuff, and maybe you have a couple of raid units in your deck and you get it down sometimes, this unit's probably like a C+. But I think this unit does have a build around grade of a B. If you get there on the raid stuff and you slam this down, your opponent is going to be scrambling to either remove your lower cost raid units or remove this, because otherwise you're just going to win the game. Maybe that turn, but at the very latest, like next turn. Next, we have Anakin Skywalker, Force Prodigy, which is a 1-cost Cunning Heroism ground unit at special rarity. Why am I talking about this card? Well, I don't know why I put this in here, because it's not in the main set, but that's okay. I'll talk about it while I'm here. I guess it can show up in some hyperspace treatment or whatever. Anyway, it's a 1-cost 1/1 Force Fringe, hidden, shielded. Don't play this card. It's not that good. Again, it is Force and it has shielded, so you'll probably be able to get an attack with it on turn 2 and get your shield or your Force token. But really, it's just such a low impact unit. It's basically just a Force enabler, and there's other ways to do that don't suck. So it's like a D+. But I don't even know why I'm talking about this card, because it's not going to be in basically any pack. Next up, we have BD1, Beep Boo Boo Bweep, which is a 1-cost Cunning Heroism Grand Unit at Uncommon. It is a 1/3 Fringe droid. that has hidden, and when played, choose another friendly unit, and while this unit's in play, the chosen unit gets +1/+0 and gains Saboteur. So again, 1-cost units are really not that good and don't benefit that much from the hidden keyword. Of course, the 1-plate ability is actually good later, unlike some of the other 1-cost things we've seen later earlier. Like if you on your 5 resource turn, you play like a 4-drop and then BD1 and you choose that 4-drop, or you choose another unit. Like, that's okay. There's worse things you can do. That's 2 cards, and that unit does get a bit of a buff, and now you have a 1/3. But it's not a force unit, of course. So this really sucks on turn 1 and is just like a little bit okay later. I don't think this card is unplayable, but I think you should try to avoid it. It's probably like a D+. Next up, we have Youngling Padawan, which is a 2-cost Cunning Heroism ground unit at common. It's a 2/3 Force Jedi that says, when played, the Force is with you. So I think this is an incredible enabler. Going into turn 2 with the Force is great. Obviously, Avar, Chris, and the green base let you just do that. But you don't really want to be playing the green base, and maybe you want to be playing Avar, Chris. I'm not sure yet. But this just lets you do it, and it's a fine statted unit. Of course, there's in the world of 2/4s, a 2/3 is just okay. But a 2/3 trades into 2/4s like it's a 2/4, right? That breaking point exists there, or rather doesn't exist there between 3 and 4. And yeah, just going into turn 2 with the Force so that I can immediately do so. Like, on turn 2, even if your opponent has the initiative, they're probably going to need to attack in order to get the Force, assuming they got a Force unit down on turn 1. But if you play Youngling Padawan, you could just immediately slam something that requires the Force, and that oftentimes will get you a tiny bit of extra tempo over your opponent that can be very handy, and can push your advantage if you started with the initiative, or bring you up to parity and sort of start to get you an advantage if you didn't start with the initiative. So I think this card is quite strong. I think it's probably one of the better 2-drops, and I'm giving it a B-, despite its slightly weaker stats than the 2-drops, most of the 2-drops in this set, or many of the 2-drops in this set. Next, we have Vernestra Rwo, Precocious Knight, a 3-cost Cunning Heroism ground unit at rare. It's a 3/4 Force Jedi that says, when played, you may use the Force. If you do, ready this unit. This is a great thing to curve Padawan into. Look at that. They're right beside each other, almost for a reason. So yeah, you play the Youngling Padawan, and then next turn you immediately play Vernestra Rwo, and you just get a ready 3/4. That's incredible. And then you get the Force again because you attack with the Padawan, or if they kill the Padawan, you attack with Vernestra. Like, incredible card, incredible curve. Now, of course, you're not always going to be going into turn 2 with the Force. But even late game, like, Cassian Andor is like a very strong card in Constructed, partly because he can come out of your resources and immediately swing in for 3, which can close a lot of games, like late game. Your opponent's not expecting you to be able to just do 3 to base randomly out of nowhere, and Vernestra can do that, right? They take initiative because they needed it, and they need to, like, find a top deck, and you don't even let them look for that top deck. You just play Vernestra, and you swing, and you end the game. That will happen a lot. I think this card is very, very strong. It can be strong on turn 2, even if you don't get the readied. Like, a 3-cost 3/4 is fine. It's not great, but it's fine. So I think this card is great early. It's maybe even better late. I think it's at least a B-. That might even be low, though. This is will be a very sought-after card. Next, we have Jedi Sentinel, which is a 4-cost Cunning Heroism ground unit at common. It's a 5/4 Force Jedi that says, when the Force is with you, this unit gains Sentinel. Jedi Sentinel gains Sentinel. Sounds right. Once again, art by Benjamin Paulus. Very cool. So Jedi Sentinel, I think, is pretty good. You can make the Force be with you pretty easily, either with another unit or with Jedi Sentinel herself. You attack with Jedi Sentinel, you get the Force, and now it has Sentinel. So if you go into your 5 resource turn and you don't have Sentinel, if you have initiative, you can just get Sentinel, right? Or if you don't have the Force, you can just get the Force and give this Sentinel, right? And then that's assuming that you get it then, right? That's kind of worst case scenario. Best case scenario is you just already have it. Now you play a 5/4 Sentinel for 4, which is, of course, great stats. And this card is very strong. It'll gum up the ground and require your opponent to make 1 or 2 bad attacks. I think it's a B-. Next up, we have Depa Billaba, A Higher Purpose, which is a 6-cost Cunning Heroism ground unit uncommon. It's a 5/7 Force Jedi Republic with Ambush and Saboteur. So what is there to say about Depa Billaba? I actually talked about her on my appearance on the Force Unlimited podcast, so go check that out. We talked about a couple of the cards here, not as many of the cards I'm talking about now, but we talked about some of the cards. And Depa Blob is one of them, and we were all very impressed with this card. And one thing we talked about was the fact that, yeah, you can kind of... Opponent doesn't expect you to have the Force. This can just come down and give it to you. Again, a Force unit with Ambush, like we've talked about, is very strong. How good is Saboteur in this format? Well, there's a lot of shield tokens, so sometimes your opponent will be feeling pretty confident with their big shielded unit, and Depa Blob just comes down out of nowhere, it defeats the shielded unit and defeats that, and defeats the unit behind it, and then with 7 life, probably sits around a little bit longer. And not only that, but she's also giving you the Force. I think Depa Blob is very, very strong. It's going to be great top end in a like mid-range deck, or a control deck, or an aggro deck. I guess it's not really the top end in a control deck typically, but you know what I mean. I think this goes in pretty much every deck, and I'm very excited to be drafting this as much as I can. I wrote in my notes, this is a banger. So yeah, definitely is a great card, and you should absolutely be drafting cards like this. I will be giving it a B. Next, we have Qui-Gon Jinn. The negotiations will be short. A 7-cost Cunning Heroism ground unit at Legendary. It's a 7/5 Force Jedi Republic. It has Ambush, and when defeated, you may choose a non-leader ground unit. Its owner puts it on the top or bottom of their deck. So Qui-Gon is insane. I think it's probably the best top-end bomb in the format. I'm torn between him and Watto, actually, as like the two like strongest cards for draft for the format, but it definitely could be either. Qui-Gon is an absolute menace. So as we've talked about, Force with Ambush is already amazing. And Qui-Gon comes down and at the very least will 2-for-1 your opponent, and usually more than that. If you just attack him into any smaller unit, 7 is pretty much always going to be enough to kill whatever you need to. So if you attack him into any like smaller unit, he'll stick around, your opponent's going to have to deal with him, and then when they do, you get to remove another one of their units. Now that unit is not hard removed, but it's not, it'll come back later in that they'll draw it, but not only have you, removed one of their draws and replaced it with this unit, but you've also made them pay all the resources for it again. So genuinely an insane card. I misspoke a little bit earlier. They get to choose whether they want to put it on the top or bottom. So of course, giving your opponent a choice, not great, but both of these options are great. If they put it on the bottom, it was basically just like hard removal. If they put it on top, it was sort of waylay plus, because they have now just not drawn a card that they would have otherwise drawn, right? Because, when you draw 2 at the beginning of your turn, you're looking at 2 new cards. But with Qui-Gon, you put a card on top, so they get that card back and then another new card. So genuinely insane card, very, very strong card, and I don't think it's splashable. I don't think it's something you play or pay 9 for, but nevertheless, I think it's very, very strong. I think it's a B+. I wouldn't be surprised if it played a little bit differently than that, but yes, very, very strong card. 5 is a little bit weak on the HP side for sure, and that's probably what's going to keep it from being like constructed good, but you never know. Next up we have Zuckuss the Findsman, who is a 5-cost Cunning ground unit at Legendary. It's a 4/7 Force Bounty Hunter that says on attack, name a card, then discard the top card of the depending player's deck. If the card with that name is discarded, this unit gets +4/+0 for this attack. So it is basically a 5-cost 4/7 vanilla, but it's not 5-cost, it's 7-cost, because you're never playing this for 5, because you're not going to be in a double Cunning deck. It's just not going to happen. How good is that text, though? Is it worth playing this card for 7? I mean, 4/7 for 7 as stats is not great if that was just like the vanilla test. So how good is this on attack thing? Because if it's good enough, maybe it's worth the 7. Well, it's how much is the Force with you is really the question. I don't mean that as a game mechanic. I mean you personally as a player. Is the Force with you? Because if it is, and you can reliably probe the top of your opponent's deck, then it actually, it might be pretty good. This unit gets +4/+0 for this attack. It's an 8/7 it attacks as. Obviously, though, in real life, you're not going to actually be perfectly naming the top of their deck every time, especially in draft, where there's like a lot more like who knows what's actually in their deck. And constructed, if you're playing against Quinlan deck, you know that there's going to be Force throws, you know that there's going to be, Sabines, you know there's going to be Ezras, right? But in draft, you have no idea what your opponent's going to be getting up to in there. So this is never going to happen. It's going to be a 7-cost 4/7 vanilla. Now, that being said, discarding the top card of your opponent's deck in longer games can actually be good. This maybe works towards your mill strategy. But again, draft games don't usually go long enough such that you justify playing a 7-cost 4/7 that maybe discards like 2 cards on the top of your opponent's library. That's not really a thing that you want to be doing. I've talked for long enough. This card is a D at best. Next up we have Babu Frick. Hey, a 1-cost cunning ground unit at rare. It's a 1/4 underworld. Has action, exhaust. You may attack with a friendly droid unit. For this attack, it deals damage equal to its remaining HP instead of its power. So that is very interesting. I'm not a judge yet. As I understand it, though, the damage is all calculated kind of simultaneously. That's Magic rules at least, so I assume it's like that here. So, if you attack this into, if you attack with a 1/4 droid into a 2/2, the droid will do 4 damage and not take the 2 and then deal 2. That won't happen. That's a bit of an upside. But how many droids are actually in this format? That's a serious question. I don't remember. Yeah, so there are 5 droid units in this format that are common and uncommon, and then, of course, HK-47 at Legendary. None of them have, like, a massively higher HP when compared to its attacks, so this doesn't give, like, a massive benefit there. You're playing a 1-cost 1/4, which ultimately is good stats for the cost, but again, you really have to justify your turn 1 plays, and this just really doesn't do it. That being said, again, it's not unplayable. It sort of is the same as all your other 1-drops. It doesn't have the Force tag, which is pretty big downside for a 1-drop, but it's like fine. You play it if you need to. It's probably like a D+. It might maybe be a C-. Like 1/4 is decent stats on a 1-cost. Next up, we have Lothcat, a 2-cost cunning ground unit at common. It's a 2/1 creature. It says when played and when defeated, you may exhaust a ground unit. This is an interesting card because it is a 2-cost card that you absolutely do not want to play on turn 1. If you play this on turn 1, there's a really good chance it's going to die to like some random ping. It's going to die to like your opponent's like 1/4 that, discounts a card by 2. Like there's a lot of things that could go wrong here. And then not only have you not gotten the 1 played value, but you're also not going to get the 1 defeated value. But if you play this later, that's actually fine, right? It's a 2/1. It has a little bit of creature synergy. So, you can maybe attack in and kill a smaller unit and exhaust a bigger unit. Like, that's all stuff that you can do late game. But yeah, I'm not very high on this card. I think it's a 2-cost card that you don't want to play early. And, usually playing on curve is what you want to be doing in draft games. So a card that sort of disincentivizes you from doing that is not what you want to be doing most of the time. It's probably like a C-. Next up, we have Mysterious Hermit, a 2-cost cunning ground unit at common. It's a 1/4 Force Fringe with Ambush. Now, as we know, Ambush is a very strong keyword, but when you put it on a 1-attack unit, it's not really doing that well. What's special about this unit is that it gets you the Force on turn 1 immediately, from whenever you're on the draw or when your opponent has the initiative. They play a unit, you play this. Unless they play Lothcat as their number 1 unit or as their first unit, right? It's not going to kill their unit, but it will get you the Force right away, and that will set you up for maybe some nice turn 2 plays. So I actually think this is pretty good. And then late game. Again, it's a Force unit with Ambush. It gets you Force right out of your hand. It does have Ambush, which is a good keyword, but again, you might be able to just like sort of late game treat this as like a 2-cost, deal 1 damage to a unit, get the Force token, and that's not great, but it's fine. But no, I like this card. I'm happy with it, and you'll actually probably start some games if you have the initiative with I pass, they play something, I do this. You might be willingly giving up the initiative for this card, depending on what your curve is. So that's pretty cool. I think it's like a C+. Next up, we have Tusken Tracker, a 3-cost cunning ground unit at common. It's a 2/4 Tusken with Raid 2, and when played, each enemy unit loses Hidden for this phase. So 3-cost 2/4 with Raid 2, so it attacks as a 4/4, is quite good, right? We saw, I think it was Knights of Ren, which is a 3-cost just 4/4 unconditional. That's quite good. This is a lot worse than this for sure. But, I mean, it still is something that your opponent's probably going to want to deal with. In this format, there are a lot of 2 costs with 2 force stats, so, you are really wanting to get value out of the raid and the 1 played here. Otherwise, it's going to feel pretty bad to play this card in a field where your opponent maybe paid 1 less for the exact same card. But you will be able to get the raid pretty often with this. And the the removing hidden thing is going to come up sometimes, but, it's not going to be often. And I think evaluating this card depends in part on how good hidden is in this format. If hidden is really good, this card might actually just be a staple in your deck. But if hidden is terrible, then, the floor is still fine. I mean, it's a 3-cost 2/4 with raid 2. I like this card. I think it's like a C+. It doesn't have the force tag, and as a unit that you want to be attacking all the time, you want your, attacking units to be force units, but that's okay. Next up, we have Charging Philak, a 4-cost Cunning ground unit at common. It's a 3/4 creature with ambush and hidden. Now, here's a good ambush unit. Now, this one does not have the force, but that's okay. One thing that often will happen with ambush units, and this isn't a bad thing, just to be clear, I'm not like, dissing ambush units here, because this is still good, but like you'll play an ambush unit, you'll take out a small unit, and then they'll throw another small unit at your ambush unit, and it'll take it out. And yes, they've just been 2 for 1 for sure. Again, ambush is great, but or they'll like put a big unit into the ambush unit, and their unit won't die, and your ambush unit will, and then that's also good for you because they didn't hit your base or another unit with that attack. But this kind of denies them that option, and it's always good to deny your opponent's options, right? You play this, you take out a small one of your opponent's units, and then they can't touch this for a turn. Next turn, you might get another swing in with this. And how valuable is that second swing? Well, it's not a force unit, so it's not going to get you the force token. But, I mean, you still you're the one who gets to choose where it goes rather than your opponent, so that is always an upside. So, yeah, I think this is a very strong card, a solid curve filler. I don't think it's exceptional by any means. But no, I like it. I think it's probably a B-. I wrote C+ here. I don't know why. I think it's probably a B-. Oh, the reason I wrote C+ here is because I was worried that it wasn't going to play very well into some of the existing cards because there's a lot of high toughness units in the set. But I think that it's probably still a B-, but it might be a C+. I don't know. Next up, we have Dooku. It's Too Late, a 4-cost Cunning ground unit at uncommon. It's a 5/4 Force Jedi with hidden, and when played, each friendly unit with hidden can't be attacked for this phase. So, as you may know, hidden, it stops them from being attacked the turn they come down, but this just sort of refires that hidden ability. So they can't be attacked the turn they come down, and then next turn comes along, they can be attacked again. You play Dooku, now they can't be attacked again for that phase. So it sort of, re-triggers the hidden ability in a way. Now let's talk about the unit itself. How good is a 4-cost 5/4 with hidden? I think it's really good. One of the downsides with 4-cost 5/4s is that they can sometimes trade down. Like you play this and then your opponent has a 4/3 that they played last turn, or a 4/4 even that they played last turn in this set. And they just trade into Dooku right away, and they've traded up on resources and feel good about that. And hidden here means that won't happen. You'll basically always get an opportunity to attack with Dooku if you want it. And the 5 damage is a lot on 4 resources, and it's a force tag, so it'll get you that force token. Very strong card, I think. Good stats for the cost. I think the ability is decent. Probably not exceptional, but it can definitely ruin your opponent's game plan, right? If there's like a hidden unit that they do really want to kill, and then you just play Dooku before they have an opportunity to do it, that can really make them have to rethink their entire strategy if played at the right time. That won't always happen, but when it does, it'll be nice. I think Dooku is a B-. Next up, we have Lifewind Sage, a 4-cost Cunning ground unit at common. It's a 3/5 force unit. It says while an enemy unit is exhausted, this unit gains Raid 2. So this is an interesting card. I actually kind of like it. I wrote in my notes here, there's sauce. So a 4-cost 3/4 force unit, that's fine actually. Just like if it had no other text. It's not great, but it's fine. You get the force with it. It's probably going to take 2 of your opponent's units to get rid of it, whether that's you attacking into them or them attacking into you. Give it sometimes Raid 2, so it sometimes is a 4-cost 5/5 force unit. I think that's pretty good. It trades up okay into a lot of 5 or even 6 drops in the format, and your opponent having an exhausted unit is like a pretty easy thing to do. Especially, I mean, it'll just happen naturally throughout the course of the game, right? It'll make them really consider, oh, okay, I want to attack with my unit, but if I do, their life wind sage is going to get bigger. So, do I do that now, or do I play other cards first? Do I how do I sequence this turn now? It can change things up in a real way. So I think there's definitely sauce here. It's probably between a C and a C+, and I've rounded up because I like cards like this that make your opponent play a little bit of a game. Next up, we have Sorcerers of Tund, which is a 6-cost cunning ground unit at common. It's a 6/6 force fringe that has shielded. Okay, so Colossal Dreadmaw has a shield now. So how good is a 6-cost 6/6 just by itself? It's probably like a C, maybe. It's probably like at most a C. We've seen this with Overwhelm, I think, twice in this set, and that's quite good, of course, because, when you have a high power unit, Overwhelm is a very strong keyword. Shielded is interesting. Again, like I've said in the set, there's a lot of ping, and this is a great target for ping. Getting rid of the shield, and then just you have a vanilla 6-cost 6/6, which is fine. But if you get to do an attack with this and take out a big unit, because shielded does play well on units with a lot of power. So I think that this card is probably between a C and a C+. I think it's probably closer to a C+. Next up, we have Kylo Ren, I Know Your Story, which is a 2-cost villainy ground unit at uncommon. It's a 2/3 force first order, and it has Overwhelm, and when you play an upgrade on this unit, you may use the force. If you do, draw a card. So, like I've said in the past, it's not really a great idea to fill your deck with upgrades to make the few cards that synergize with upgrades better, and it does make them better. Every time you play an upgrade, drawing a card, assuming you have the force, that's really good. And it will make Kylo very beefy, but again, the downside is there just is that risk always when you're playing upgrades on units of, am I going to get absolutely blown out here? Because now Kylo does mitigate that a little bit, because if you put an upgrade on this, you draw a card, then your opponent removes it. Sure, you're still definitely down, but it was, softened a little bit by the fact that you got a card out of it. So I think it's a pretty strong effect. I'm not convinced that it's worth sort of changing your deck too much. I would still lean towards just having a solid creature curve, a solid unit curve, than having kind of a shoddy unit curve with decent upgrades and relying on Kylo to sort of get you there. Now, Overwhelm is a good keyword whenever you're talking about a unit that you want to stick a bunch of equipment onto, because if you buff his power a bunch of times, of course, Overwhelm gets a lot better, and he will give you the Force token. So, now the sequencing is a little bit weird, because usually you want to attach the upgrade before you attack, but then if you do that, you might not have the Force token, so you might be in a spot where you need to attack first, then attach the upgrade, and you lose a bit of value there. So there's a bit of a weird anti-synergistic sequencing thing that goes on with Kylo here, but I mean, a 2-cost 2/3 is good. Overwhelm is good, not so much on a 2 attack unit, but if you do buff it, and you probably will have 1 or 2 upgrades in a lot of your decks, and that's fine, and if you can put those on Kylo, you feel very good about that. So I think the card's fine. It's probably between a C and a C+, so I just put it at a C+. Next up, we have Fallen Jedi, which is a 3-cost 3/4 Force Jedi unit in Villainy. It's a ground unit at common. Said that in a weird order, but that's okay. We got there. And it's a vanilla, so it's a 3-cost 3/4. It does have the Force tag, and it has the Jedi tag. And it is a Jedi with the Villainy tag, which is kind of cool. I think Ponkrell has that, and I don't know if anyone else does. I could be wrong. So how good is a 3-cost 3/4 with the Force tag? That's all this card is. I think it is very good. It trades pretty well into a lot of the format. It's not quite as good as Knights of Ren, obviously, and that 3-4 is a pretty big break point. There's a lot of 2/4s for 2, and this does not just completely eat those in the same way that Knights of Ren does. But 3 is still very respectable. There's still a lot of 2/3s. We just saw one. We'll probably see more. I'm not sure exactly what order things show up here in. It survives attacks from 3/2s. So this is a very strong thing to play on turn 2. And of course, it does get you the Force token pretty often. So I like this card. It's a great curve filler. I'm very happy to pick it up. Definitely not first pick, but if I see this pick 4, I'm very happy. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, we have Sand Trooper Cavalry, a 4-cost villainy ground unit at common. It's a 2/6 Imperial creature trooper that has grit. So 2/6 is exactly what you want to see for a stat line for a grit unit, because it's almost never going to die in one attack at its respective phase in the game, which means it's going to get one really big swing, or it's going to have to defend, or it's going to defend sometime where it has like a lot of attack, and it's going to maybe take out a big unit of your opponent's, possibly. Now, generally, your opponent's going to try to sequence this, so their bigger unit attacks in first, and then they just kind of throw a smaller unit at it to finish it off. But that's not always going to be possible, and sometimes it's just going to be a big unit. I think this card is fine, for sure. I don't think it's like exceptional or anything, but it's probably like a C. It's a solid curve filler, and that keyword is great with that stat line. It also is a creature, so some synergy there. Next up, we have Darth Malak, Covetous Apprentice, a 5-cost villainy ground unit at Legendary. It is a 4/7 for Sith, and it has Overwhelm, and when played, if you control a Sith leader unit, you may ready this unit. So this card is a build-around, in my opinion. Or a build-around is not the right term. This card deserves 2 grades, so I'm going to give it 2 grades. The first grade is, do you have a Sith leader? And if not, that's 1 grade. And the second grade is, if you have a Sith leader, it's a different grade. So how many Sith leaders are there in the format? Well, there's 2. There's Revan, which you should not be playing, and there's Maul, which you absolutely should be playing. So in pre-release, if you're playing the Maul leader, which is the only time, unless you open a showcase, that you're going to be able to play the Maul leader, I think this card's going to be exceptional. If you're just doing this in a draft and you see this, you probably don't want to take it, because you're not going to be having a Sith leader. Do not try to play Darth Revan. Don't do it. You're not going to have a Sith leader, and it's just not going to end up being very good. Now, that being said, it's still fine. It's a curve filler, 5-cost 4/7 Overwhelm. It, holds equipment decently. 4 is like not a ton of attack for Overwhelm, but on a 5-drop that's that tanky, it absolutely can be. This card is just okay. Now, if it comes in readied, that's incredible. This is just going to be an absolute beating if you can get it to come in readied. But again, you pretty much need to be running Maul to do that. So this has 2 grades. It's probably like a C. It's probably a C+, actually. It does have the Force tag, which is relevant. And if you don't have a Sith leader, and it's probably a B if you do have a Sith leader. I think that it's a very different situation. Next up, we have HK-87 Assassin Droid, a 5-cost villainy ground unit at uncommon. It's a 4/4 Imperial droid that has 1 defeated, deal 2 damage to each ground unit. I think this is a little bit weak. 5 cost for 4/4 is obviously not great stats. It doesn't have like a Force tag. The when defeated is maybe fine, and you can probably find a way to make that work a little bit better for you than your opponent. Like if they have like a 6/6 and you attack that here, maybe you wipe both of your boards and but you kill their like big 6/6 that was like a huge threat. That's something that you could do. It's definitely though. It's what I would call like a desperation pick. Like you kind of like need this. You kind of need this in order to want to play it. It's probably like a D+. Next up, we have Army of the Dead. It's a 6-cost villainy ground unit at common. It's a 7/6 Knight Undead, and that's it. So it's a 6-cost 7/6 vanilla. Does it have relevant tags? Kinda. I mean, Knight has a tiny bit of synergy, not very much. That is, of course, a solid stat line. It's a very good stats piece. In the last set, Jump to Lightspeed, at the pre-release, I pulled the Vader, which is a 6-cost 7/7, and then he has piloting or whatever. I never played him with piloting. It was always just the ground unit, and a 6-cost 7/7 felt really good every time. I was always happy. My opponent was always like, ugh. And it was truly just a 6-cost 7/7 vanilla. Now, this is, of course, a 7/6 vanilla, and that, 6 to 7 does matter. There's a decent amount of, like, 6/6s and stuff like that in the format. But, it's still just like a solid stats piece. It's a curve filler. It's like top end if you need top end and didn't pull, like, Qui-Gon or something awesome like that. It's probably a C. Next, we have The Sun, Embodiment of Darkness, which is a 7-cost villainy ground unit at rare. It is a 6/8 Force unit that says, while the Force is with you, each friendly unit gets +2/+0. This is the 7-drop that you want to be playing. This is so much better than Army of the Dead. Ignore that rating that just popped up. So each friendly unit getting +2/+0 is a absolute beating. This card is, of course, 8 is very difficult to kill, even on 7 attack. and on turn 7, on the 7 resource turn. And then each friendly unit, so that's itself as well. This is a 7 cost 8/8 a lot of the time, and it can give you the force, right? Even if you play it, it's a 6/8, and you somehow don't have any other force units. Next turn, you're going to attack with this. It's going to immediately attack as an 8/8, and then the rest of your board is also going to be buffed until you use the force, which you presumably won't do until you're done attacking with all of your other units. No, this is an absolute beating. I'm giving this it's probably between a B- and a B. It's very strong top end. I think I'm going to give it a B. And the reason for that mostly is because of not mostly, but part of the reason for that, and what maybe pushed me from B- to B, is the aspect cost. It's just villainy. You can play this anywhere, so taking this a little bit earlier is totally a reasonable thing to do. Next up, we have Refugee of the Path, a 1-cost heroism ground unit at common. It's a 0/3 force fringe that says when played, you may give a shield token to a unit with Sentinel. This is a wacky card. I wrote what beside my notes for this card. I think this might actually possibly be the worst card. It's probably competing with Ogdo Bogdo there. Worst like non-leader, non-base card, but it's really not good. You really shouldn't be playing this card. It's just really, I don't know what's going on here, because like if you like late game you play this and one of your sentinels gets shield for 1, and you also get a 0/3 force that I guess gives you the force token. Like, sure, I guess, but like first of all, that's the best case scenario and it's still not that good. But in every other scenario, this is just really, like, if my opponent plays this on turn 1, I'm like, yeah, okay, I'm winning this game. So, no, this card is terrible. Don't play this. It's like a D-. The only reason I'm not giving it an F is because it doesn't, like, make your deck that much worse, right? I mean, it's just 1 card slot. But yeah, don't play this card. Next up, we have Caretaker Matron, a 2-cost heroism ground unit at uncommon. It's a 0/4 fringe unit that has action exhaust. If you played a force card this phase, draw a card. Now this, on the other hand, is actually a very solid 0 attack card. It itself does not have the force trait, which is definitely a downside. But it's, you play this on 1 if you can expect the game to go long and you're hoping your opponent isn't doing aggro stuff. And then next turn, you play your force card on turn 2 and you draw a card. And then you play a force card on turn 3 and you draw a card. And your opponent has to either realize immediately that this is a problem and it has to go, and they usually probably spend 2 actions getting rid of it, and you probably get at least 1 card out of it. Or they ignore it for a little bit, and you've drawn like 4 cards off of it, and then they go, oh, okay, the whole reason that you're winning this game is because of this one random 0/4, and I need to now deal with that. So I think this card is a really good draw engine. It's like Hux from JTL, which ended up being an okay draw engine, but it's a lot more consistent than that. Now, Hux had some other good stuff going for him as well, but I think this card is actually very solid. I think it's probably like a C+. Also, a totally okay card to play late as well. Next up, we have Voltex, which is a 2-cost heroism ground unit at common. It's a 3/2 creature, and it has Hidden. So, like I've mentioned in the past, Hidden is kind of wasted on 2-cost cards usually, because, again, ideally in draft you're curving out, and you want to play this on your 2-resource turn. And if you do so, it's just a vanilla 3/2, I guess, with the creature tag, and the Hidden is completely irrelevant. That being said, 2-cost 3/2 is fine stats. There are a decent amount of 2/4s again, as I've mentioned in this format, so that is a little bit of a problem for the stat line, but your opponent isn't always going to have one, and when they don't, it's fine. And if they do even, there's a decent amount of ping as well, so maybe you can, ping away the last HP on their unit. So it's fine. It's not very well positioned, but it's an okay unit. It's probably like a C. It's a curve filler. Next up is Grogu Mysterious Child, a 3-cost heroism ground unit at Legendary. It is a 1/6 with Hidden. It has the Force tag. And it says action, exhaust, heal up to 2 damage from a unit. If you do, deal that much damage to a unit. I think this card is really strong. So Hidden means that it's always going to get to do this action once, which is, of course, awesome. And this action is very strong. It doesn't even require the force. This is the sort of action that you're like, oh yeah, but you have to use your force token for, right? But no, you don't. You can just do this. And if in a pinch, you can attack with Grogu and get the force token because he is a force unit. Of course, you don't really want to be doing that usually. Usually you just want to sit back and, action with this. But if you, in a pinch, need the force token, it can attack for 1 and do something like that. There will also be situations where you don't need to heal anything up, like all your units are full HP, and in that situation, sure, I guess that's all. You can also attack with Grogu. Grogu can also do this to himself, so he secretly is a 1/8 for 3, really, that also pings something for 2 over and over again. I think Grogu is a very, very strong card, and I think it is a B. I'm more than happy to play this card. Again, and the fact that it's only in Heroism is very, very strong for it. So I think it's about a B. Next up, we have Gungan Warrior, which is a 3-cost Heroism ground unit at common. It's a 3/2 Gungan Trooper, and it has Shielded and Restore 1. This card isn't like massively exciting. A 3-cost 3/2, of course, is just not great stats, and it is better than that, of course. Like Shielded and Restore 1 matter. Restore 1 means that your opponent is going to eventually kind of want to deal with it, especially if you play it on curve. And Shielded means it can usually, eat a hit first. But again, a lot of ping in this format, and if this gets pinged, it now trades down with a lot of 2-drops, and not just trades down, but doesn't even get the 2-drop. So definitely, it's like a fine card. There's just a lot better you can be doing on 3 in this format. I think this card is like a C. It's fine. It's a curve filler. Next up, we have Jocasta Nu, the Gift of Knowledge, which is a 3-cost Heroism ground unit at uncommon. It's a 3/4 Force Jedi Republic that says, when played, you may attach a friendly upgrade on a friendly unit to a different eligible unit. This is an interesting one because, so the stat line is good, and the tags are, of course, good, Force and Jedi, and sometimes it'll be relevant, usually for shields or experience counters. It's good with the Obi-Wan leader that kind of spreads out experience counters, and it gives them to units that don't have experience counters because, you've spread them out, you can't use Obi-Wan's ability anymore, but oh look, you play Jocasta Nu, move one of the experience counters, and now Obi-Wan can give another one to that unit. Incredible. Of course, it only does that once, it only does that one played, so it's for the most part a 3-cost 3/4 Force Jedi Republic, and, I think that stat line is totally fine. I think it's like a C+. The fact it is a just straight Heroism unit made me consider putting it up to B-, but I think it's fine at a C+. Next up, we have Luke Skywalker, a Hero's Beginning, a 4-cost Heroism ground unit at rare. It's a 3/5 Force Fringe unit that says when you play another unique unit, you may use the Force. If you do, give an experience token and a shield token to this unit. So let's evaluate it in 2 ways. First way, 4-cost 3/5 Force unit. That is pretty good. It's not bad. It's not great. I think it is a totally respectable stat line. Trade's okay. It plays well into the format. When you play another unique unit, and there are a lot of them, and you use the Force, which you can get either by attacking with Luke or something else, you give an experience token and a shield token to it, so it becomes a 4/6 for 4, which is, of course, a very good stat line with a shield. So that's an insane stat line. It's, of course, not always going to be able to do that, but it is kind of a kill-on-sight threat for your opponent because they see this and they go, oh, shoot, does my opponent have a 5-drop unique unit that they're going to play on curve, buff Luke, give him a shield, and they're going to run away with the game. So I've given this card a B-, but it seems really strong, and I'm kind of suspicious, and I think it might actually be closer to a B. I really like this card a lot. I'll be definitely picking it highly. Next, we have the Daughter, Embodiment of Light, which is a 5-cost Heroism ground unit at rare. It's a 4/6 Force unit that says when damage is dealt to your base, you may use the Force. If you do, heal 2 damage for your base. This is very strong because it is a Force unit itself. So in a way, it kind of has like better Restore 2. Because, every time you're attacking, you're getting the Force, which then lets you heal 2 from your base. So, it kind of has, but the reason I say it's better Restore 2 is because other units can also do the thing. In a way, it kind of gives all your Force units Restore 2, and that, as an option at least, you don't have to do it, but again, having an option is good. And that is very strong. The 5-cost 4/6 stat line is quite good, and the Force tag is very relevant, and I think that the ability is just so nuts. If you're building this deck correctly, you probably want to go for like a big late game plan, because if you kept this unit down, it's going to be really difficult for your opponent to like close at the game anytime soon. They're basically going to need to attack the Daughter, and with her big stat line, that's like probably going to be able to, or you're probably going to be able to get a couple of hits that would normally maybe have gone to your base or other units that you have. So genuinely, the Daughter, very, very strong card. I think it's like a B. It enables itself. It's crazy. I wrote in my notes this might be an overrate, but honestly that might be an underrate. This card's crazy. Next up we have Porg, a 0-cost 1/1 creature with no aspect. It's a ground unit at common, and that's it. It's just a 0-cost 1/1 creature. And I mean creature as in the tag. I'm not misusing Magic terminology. So I wrote in my notes, LMAO, turn 1, I cast 4 Porgs, your move, which is the thing you can do, I guess. But no, I think Porg is kind of one of those cards where it's like reluctantly like, okay, fine, I'll play it, but I really don't want to. And it is better than a lot of the 1-drops in the format because you can still play your 2-drop on turn 1 and then also just have another 1/1. Just there you go. It costs you a card, which is the big downside, of course. But you know, sometimes it's nice to just have another 1/1. In principle, there's creature synergy that you can do with it. I don't think it's great though. I think it's like a D. But I like it. It's funny. Maybe it's a D+. I hope that people make it work. I hope that the turn 1 I cast 4 Porgs, your move line actually happens. Next up we have Curious Flock, a 1-cost aspectless ground unit at common. It's a 1/1 creature that says when played, pay up to 6. For each resource paid this way, give an experience token to this unit. So basically it's either a 1-cost 1/1, a 2-cost 2/2, a 3-cost 3/3, all the way up to a 7-cost 7/7. And I think that's incredible. Obviously, you know, and it's just a vanilla. Granted, some creature synergy. What I really like about this card is almost on like a meta level. Like, this card is never great. Like, a 1-cost 1/1 is not good. A 2-cost 2/2 is not good. A 3-cost 3/3 is not good. A 4-cost 4/4 is not great, right? Like, none of those stat lines are particularly great if they're just vanillas. But what's great about Curious Flock is that it can be any of those. And as we've talked about in the past, giving yourself an option is always so good. How many times in the game have you been like, oh man, I really wish I had a 3/3 I could just play on turn 2? Or, oh man, I really wish I had like a 4/4 I could play on turn 3, right? Like, these things happen all the time, and Curious Flock is not any one of those things. It's all of them. It's going to be the like sort of cement, the glue that kind of holds your curve together if you have like kind of a shoddy curve. And you're never going to be like super excited about playing poor or the Curious Flock, but like it's gonna, you know, it's gonna like win you a lot of games, just by not having to like skip a turn or play like a brutally inefficient, you know, having to play like your 2-cost card on like turn 6 because like nothing else is good right now. Like just being able to put down a 7/7, boom, done, great, it's fine, right? I think this is a very, very good card that people are gonna underrate. I think it's a C+. Next up, we have Gifted Urchin, a ground unit at common that once again is aspectless. It's a 1/4 Force Fringe unit, and it is a vanilla. So this is your aspectless Force unit. It's, you know, obviously having a Force unit out on turn 1 is good, and a 4 HP, you know, stat for 2 costs is good. The 1 attack is tough. I think again, this is one of those cards where like, if you need it, you need it, and you'll play it in your curve, and it'll be fine, but you're not going to be super excited about it. There's not much more to say about this. It's probably like a C-. Next up is Kowakian Monkey Lizard, which is a 2-cost ground unit at common. Once again, no aspect. It is a 2/1 creature that has ambush. So this is like funny, but like probably no. I mean, in principle, it's 2-cost daring raid that can only hit ground units. It's very, very seldom going to be anything other than that, and I think that's just really not good. It's probably like a C-. Nothing else that you don't want to do anything with this. There's no creature synergy. I know it says creature, but there's no creature synergy. Next up we have Pelimoto, I Should Charge You More, which is a 2-cost 1/4 fringe ground unit at uncommon. Once again, no aspect. It has on attack, give an experience token to a friendly vehicle or droid unit. So not bad if you have space units that you like. It's got a weird stat line, but it, you know, it can get decent enough value. Like, the ideal line for this is you play this on turn 1, then you play like some random spaceship on turn 2, then you start attacking with Pelimoto, and eventually your opponent's going to want to deal with it because your space unit gets an experience or 2 experience or sometimes 3 experience. And I think if you can even get 1 experience out of Pelimoto, it becomes a good card, right? It's 2 costs for 2/5 of stats. That's Gungi stats, and we love Gungi. Like, I think this card is quite acceptable. I may be overrating it a little bit, but I'm gonna give it a, oh, okay, in my notes it says C+, and here it says C, so I guess I already curbed my overrate. So there we go. It's probably between a C and a C+. Next, we have a 5-cost ground unit at common in Ravening Gundark. Once again, no aspect. It's a 5/4 creature that says when played, deal 1 damage to a ground unit. So 5-cost 5/4, not great stat line. It's a creature, so sure there's some synergy there. And then when played, it deals 1 damage to something and pings something. The biggest utility for this is getting rid of shields, and that's going to be what it's usually used for. This is, once again, one of those reluctant, like, okay, fine, I really need a 5-drop, I'll play this in my deck, but you're not going to be excited about it. But that being said, you will see it a lot because, somebody at your table is going to need a 5-drop, and this card is aspectless. It goes anywhere, so you will probably run into this card pretty often. So, if you have a unit that you really want to keep shielded on 5, just be careful. The Gundark might be ravening. Anyway, so C-, I don't know if I said that. Next up, we have the Father, Maintaining the Balance, an 8-cost ground unit at Legendary that once again is aspectless. It is a 5/10 Force unit, and it says, when you use the Force, you may deal 1 damage to this unit. If you do, the Force is with you. So it's infinite Force. Every time you use the Force, you can just, instead of using the Force truly, you can just deal 1 damage to this unit, basically, is what this says. So every instance of use the Force is replaced with deal 1 damage to the Father, which that's not strictly true, but, it kind of is. There are situations where you don't deal 1 damage to it, and then you just attack with the Father on your next possible action, right? Because it's a Force unit, it can get you the Force back. I mean, it's cool, for sure, but there's so much better you can do for 8, and are you, in real desperate need of, constant uses of the Force on turn 8? Probably not. Or on the 8 resource turn? Probably not. I think this card is, just fine. It's probably, a C-. Oh, okay, I've given it a D+ here. Okay, well, it's between there. And I believe that is it for ground units, which takes us into events. So let me get started with that. Let me have some water to make sure my voice doesn't die. You guys are going to watch it get dark again in the background, maybe, depending on how long it takes me to get through the events and upgrades, which is probably a while. All right, well, let's not waste any more time. Next up, we have Drain Essence, which is a 2-cost villainy vigilance event at common. It is a force event. Sorry, I should specify the subtype. It says deal 2 damage to a unit, the Force is with you. So here's one of the few ways to get the Force without attacking with a unit or doing anything else like that. It is also 2-cost deal 2 to something, which, as we've talked about with the Kowakian Monkey Lizard, probably not. Now, of course, this can hit space units as well. And it does give you that bonus of the Force is with you. So imagine the Monkey Lizard could be either space or ground and had the Force tag. That's basically what Drain Essence is. Now, of course, that would be a much better card, and Drain Essence is a much better card. So while I like removal, there are a lot of big butts in this format, and this probably won't often kill something outright. And that is definitely a real downside on this card. So I do love removal, though, so it's hard for me to give removal a low rating. I think it's probably a C. Next up, we have Always 2, which is a 4-cost Vigilance Villainy Legendary event, Sith event, that says choose 2 friendly unique Sith units. If you do, give 2 shield tokens and 2 experience tokens to each of the chosen units, then defeat all other friendly units. So, let's ask ourselves, how many Sith units are there that are unique? There's 1 at common and uncommon, and then 2 leaders. That's it. So, obviously this card is strong, but the hoops you have to jump through for it are absolutely insane. Don't play this card. You really shouldn't. You're just never going to get it to work. It's probably a D-. Although it is funny and constructed, and the effect is very, very strong. So I look forward to seeing if that ends up being a thing. I don't think we've seen a real Sith deck, so could be cool. Next up, we have The Tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise, which is a learned event that is a 5-cost and vigilance villainy and at rare. And it says, choose a friendly unit. For this phase, it can't be defeated by having no remaining HP. An opponent chooses a leader or a unit they control, defeat that unit. So this basically gives one of your units Chirrut's ability from set 1 and then Power of the Dark Sides. It's sort of both of those stapled to 1, and it's like a flavor win. He could save others from death, but not himself. I guess the unit that they sacrifice is Darth Plagueis. I don't know. There's definitely a flavor win in there somewhere. Removal's removal for sure. And the choose a friendly unit for this phase, it can't be defeated by having no remaining HP, is not really a massive upside in draft. Usually, as a Tarut player, I can tell you, usually you want to pair this with heals, or you want to pair this with upgrades, or you want to pair this in a pinch with like a big sentinel, where, you know, if you give this to a sentinel, they're not attacking your base this phase in that arena. They have to just keep running into the sentinel, or more likely they will run into it until it has 0 HP, and then, you know, just hold back their other units and claim initiative or something. And then Power of the Dark Side is good. So yeah, so really the top line of this text is not going to come up that often, although it will sometimes. It's an absolute beating. I can tell you as a true player that if your opponent invests resources to like kill one of your units and then you're able to heal it up, completely just devastating to your opponent. Again, don't expect to do that this often. What you're really playing this for the most part, is the second part. An opponent chooses a unit they control, defeat that unit. Power of the Dark Side is a great card, partially because you could play it on turn 2 and just make your opponent lose their 1-drop, or their 2-drop, sorry. And you can't do that here. You have to play this on your 5 resource turn when your opponent might have a couple of units and they can, you know, sort of pick the worst one and sacrifice it. And it's just a lot worse. But, you know, that being said, removal is removal, and there are going to be times where this card does do quite well, and maybe even times that this top line of text is relevant. When this top line of text is relevant, you will feel very good about this card, but that won't usually happen. It's probably like a C. Next up, we have Calm in the Storm, which is a 2-cost force event at uncommon. In Vigilance and Heroism. It says, exhaust a friendly unit. If you do, give a shield token and 2 experience tokens to it. This one is kind of interesting because it's a pretty big tempo loss, but 2 cost for 2 experience and a shield is very strong. So, you know, you're taking a massive value gain. It's like the trade offer guy. He's trading you value in exchange for tempo. And that trade can be worth it sometimes, and sometimes it's not worth it. When is totally up to you. This is a lot of value, and putting it on a smaller unit can really buff it up to be a really formidable force. It's probably like a C- in my estimation, but it could be anything. And if you put it on like a Sentinel late game, that also is pretty cool. But all right, next up we have Cure Wounds, which is a 1-cost Vigilance Force event at common, which says use the Force. If you do, heal 6 damage from a unit. This is interesting. So I'm not really a big fan of heal this unit and do nothing else cards. They don't really affect the board in like a meaningful way. But that being said, 1 to heal 6 is a lot. Now, it's not really 1 to heal 6 because you do need to use the Force. But maybe healing your units will give you more opportunities to get that force back, and it's maybe not that big of a downside. Also, I like the Old Republic drawing. I think this card is a C-. Next up, we have Sorcerer Stance, which is a 1-cost Vigilance event Learned at uncommon that says play a Force unit from your hand, paying its cost, and give a shield token to it. So it's just basically adds 1 to the cost of any force unit you want to play, and as a result, you get a shield on it as well. Now, that's what I would say if I was wrong, but what this actually is worse than that, because not only does it do that, but it takes 2 cards. So not only do they overcharge you for the unit, but they also super overcharge you because you're paying 2 cards for one unit. Now, yeah, sure, the unit has a shield token, but most of the time that's not going to be that handy. And like I've said, a lot of ping in this format, decent amount of good saboteur in this format. There's just so many ways to get blown out by this card. I think it's just really not that worth it. I'm going to give it a D. Next up is Crushing Blow, which is a 3-cost event tactic at common in Vigilance that says defeat a non-leader unit that costs 2 or less. Removal's removal. This is always trading down on resources, unfortunately, unless, of course, you get something with an upgrade on it, and then it feels really good. Like, you're spending 3, and you're destroying something almost always that costs 2. And, of course, that's not exactly what you want to be doing, but removal's removal, and having that option about, like, you know, which 2-drop to kill is great. And then, of course, if it has an upgrade on it, and there will be people in this format that really try to stack upgrades, and this will feel really good because, you know, what is like a nuts curve to an upgrade deck is like they play their turn 1 unit, and then turn 2 they play like a lightsaber on it, and most of the time that'll feel crazy, of course, but then if you have this card, you've just completely ruined it for them, and that'll feel really good. So I think this card is just okay. Removal's removal. It's not great removal. It's a pretty unfortunate draw late game, but it's probably still like a C+. Next up, we have Whirlwind of Power, which is a 3-cost Vigilance event, Force event at common that says, give a unit -2/-2 for this phase, and if you control a Force unit, give it -3/-3 instead. So you're going to have a Force unit like pretty often. It'll basically always be -3/-3 if you've built your deck around having any amount of Force units. Of course, 3 costs for -2/-2 isn't great. We've seen cards like that in the past make an opening, saw some fringe play. But that was a while ago and in a very specific setting, whereas this you probably wouldn't see play if it just said give a unit -2/-2. Even in draft, that probably wouldn't be good enough. But -3/-3 is a different ballgame for sure. That gets a whole another sort of section of units. So I think this is really good. It won't always trade down like the other one will. Sometimes it'll trade even, and sometimes it'll even trade up on resources. So I think this is the best one we've seen so far. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, we have Shatterpoint, which is a 4-cost Vigilance Force event at uncommon that says choose 1. Already like it. Defeat a non-leader unit with 3 or less remaining HP, or use the Force if you do defeat a non-leader unit. So this is sort of 2 modes on a removal spell. You can either defeat a small unit just by playing the removal spell, or defeat whatever unit you want. You just also have to use the Force. So it becomes Vanquish for 1 less, but you have to use the Force. So this sort of plays into people's perception that the Force is worth 1 resource, because this is just Vanquish if you pay the Force for it. And Vanquish, of course, costs 5. So this is now very quickly dethroned. Whirlwind of Power was very quickly dethroned. This is now the best removal spell we've seen in this format. Vanquish for 4 is, of course, incredible. And a little spoiler, this is probably, let me just check my list. I believe this is just going to be the best removal spell in this format. So very good. People are going to be taking it very highly, sometimes even first pick, because not only is it the best removal spell in the format, but removal is pretty rare in this format, especially hard removal, and there are big units with big butts, and it's going to be hard to just straight up be using damage removal all the time. So a card like Shatterpoint is a real premium, and I will be snatching it up as many as I can get. Now, it is at uncommon, so it's not going to be like the last set where I could have like 3 direct hits in my deck and make all my opponents steam because of that. You're going to have maybe 1 if you're lucky, maybe 2. But yes, this card is very strong. And then, of course, you know, in a pinch, you don't even need to use the Force. You can just defeat a smaller unit. That'll happen often if your opponent's been stacking upgrades like we just talked about. But yes, this card is very good. It's Vanquish for 4 a lot of the time, and I'm giving it a B. Next, we have Following the Path, which is a 1-cost command heroism plan event at common that says search the top 8 cards of your deck for up to 2 Force units, reveal them, and then put them on top of your deck in any order. So every time I read this card, I get really excited because I'm like, oh my goodness, the top 8 cards is a lot of my 30-card deck, and 2 Force units? That's incredible. And then I realized, oh, I don't actually get to draw them. I just put them on top. So yeah, sure, I'm drawing them both next turn, but that denies me 2 other draws that I could have had, and probably these will be better than that. So, you know, it's not an unplayable card or anything, but it doesn't give you any card advantage. It gives you, and this is if you're like really trying to be a sweat, it gives you information as well by, you know, you put 6 cards on the bottom of your deck in this by using this card, so you kind of know what you're not going to draw for a while. And, you know, if that game does get down to the last 6, you know what you're going to draw. Not in what order, because it does say random, but still. I think this card is okay. It's not going to be that great. And again, so I give this spiel kind of every time, where if the card is not a unit or, like, removal, like if it doesn't, like, directly affect the board in some way, there's places for it, but you don't want too many. And this is kind of one of those cards. There are going to be decks where playing 1 copy of Following the Path is fine, but just be careful. I think this card is like a C-. It doesn't impress me that much, but you'll run it sometimes. Next up, we have Luminous Beings, a 6-cost command heroism force event at rare that says put up to 3 Force units from your discard pile on the bottom of your deck in a random order. Give that many units, +4/+4 for this phase. That is a lot. So 6 costs for 12 damage, assuming you can get all of them, is pretty incredible. I will be real with you. I don't actually know how to value this card because, of course, this is contingent on you having 3 force units in your discard pile, which you'll sometimes have on the 6 resource turn. 6 cost for 12 base damage seems crazy, so I'm trying to figure out like what's the catch. And I think the catch is that you don't always play this on 6 resource turn. You can sometimes play this on like 7 or 8 resource turn whenever you've, really loaded up your discard pile. And because if you only have 1 force unit, then you're paying only 1 force unit in your discard pile. Then you're paying 6 costs for +4/+4, and of course that's terrible. And if you do it twice, 6 costs for +4/+4 across 2 bodies it's okay. And then if you're doing it 3 times, that's incredibly good. So I think they've done a good job at like, bad option, fine option, great option. Like they did good with that, I think. But like what I just am trying to figure out is how easy it'll be to get that great option. And then of course there is the thing that this doesn't like affect the board necessarily, but like surprise +12 damage can affect the board in interesting ways. Like you kind of don't even really need to affect the board when it's that efficient, right? You can just either go 12 to dome, 12 plus whatever the units you have on the field are to dome, right? Or you can like start being very efficiently taking out, trading up your 2-drop that is now a 6/8 in with your opponent's like 5/5s, right? That's gonna feel insane. I think this card is really difficult to evaluate, and I could be completely wrong, but I'm going to call it a C+ for now, because I just don't know how easy it'll be to get those force units. And if it is, this card's crazy. Next up, we have Directed by the Force, which is a 1-cost force event in command at uncommon that says the force is with you. You may play a unit from your hand, paying its cost. So this is another sort of point in favor of everyone saying the force costs 1 resource, basically, because this literally is saying, yes, you can pay 1 resource for the force. But once again, that's not entirely true, is it? You're paying 1 resource and a card for the force, and that matters, honestly, more than the 1 resource. The card matters. And so that's why this card I just don't think is very good. I think it's like a D. If you like are so desperate for the force for some reason, like I don't know, you somehow don't get like any force units at all, and but you really need it for your 4 copies of Shatterpoint, then like I don't know, maybe, but I don't think so. I think you should avoid this. Next up, we have Nieman's Strike, which is a 1-cost command learned event at uncommon that says attack with a force unit. Even if it's exhausted, it gets +1/+0 for this attack and can't attack bases for this attack. We've seen cards like this before. I think in JTL we saw a card like this, and I underestimated it a little bit, I think. It ended up being okay, and I think this card will be okay too. There were times where I got completely ruined by this card. I don't think I ever played, sorry, not this specific card, but like the equivalent in JTL. I don't think I ever actually played that card. I think it was called Dogfight, but don't quote me on that. I don't think I ever actually played that card, but I got beat by it a few times, and that made me kind of respect it a little bit more, and I was really not expecting to respect a card like this. Once again, cards like this that don't like directly affect the board, you don't want too many of them. Like you can probably run 1 of these and it'll be okay, but yeah, be very careful. So it's probably about a C. Next up is the Burden of Masters, which is a 1-cost command event, learned event at rare, that says put a force unit from your discard pile on the bottom of your deck. If you do, play a unit from your hand and give 2 experience tokens to it. So this is sort of like that earlier card, right? Luminous Beings, where you want to be taking force cards from your discard and putting them on the bottom. So don't play this in the same deck as Luminous Beings, because you're probably not going to have enough force units in your discard to do that. Is 1 cost enough to give a unit +2/+2 forever? I think that's like pretty efficient. That's quite strong. Of course, this is not that. You have to jump through hoops to do that a little bit. But I think that the hoops are pretty reasonable to do, and the effect is quite solid. And of course, 2 experience counters is a lot. Now, it's not exactly that. You need to have a unit in your hand as well. You can't just like have something on the field that you played a few turns ago. You need to play something from your hand. But no, I think this is good, and you're guaranteed to get all of the value out of it as well. Like if you do put this on a unit on the field, like if you were able to do that, there's a chance that this unit's already been attacked or already attacked, and you've kind of lost a little bit of the value. You're kind of guaranteed right away to get that you're getting all of the value out of this now bigger unit. Again, I don't think the card is exceptional by any means, and I think the hoop is not irrelevant, so I think it's probably like a C+. Next up is Overpower, a 3-cost command event innate at common that says give a unit +3/+3 and Overwhelm for this phase. So +3/+3 and Overwhelm, that is a great combination because you'll be able to make use of the Overwhelm a lot better whenever your unit is 3 larger, for sure. How good is 3 cost for +3/+3? I think it's pretty good. It means basically any one of your units is going to be able to trade up and going to be able to maybe even get a tiny bit of base damage in. I like that. Once again, it's one of those cards. Don't play too many of them, but having like one of these is probably okay. It's probably like a C. Next up is Rampage, which is a 3-cost command event at uncommon innate, and it says each friendly creature unit gets +2/+2 for this phase. So this is an interesting one because it's not something you want to play on 3 resource turn. It's something you want to play late when you've built up your board of creatures, including perhaps those Purrgil in space. And if you've done that, this unit is quite strong. I mean, how many creatures do you need to have before this feels very good? I think 3, because if you have, this is a 3-cost give something +3/+3 and Overwhelm. So if you only have 1 creature, this is 3 costs give it +2/+2, which is obviously bad. And if you have 2 creatures, it's 3 costs give something +4/+4, which is actually a card we've seen before. It's okay. And if you have 3 creatures, it's 3 costs give something +6/+6. And now we're talking, right? That's quite a strong thing to do. Once again, this is one of those cards. Don't run too many. I think the card is like a C- in general. There are 21 creatures though at common and uncommon, and if you get there, I would give it like a build around B-, and it would help you finish games out pretty often because the creature decks do also tend to be a kind of aggressive. Next up, we have Protect the Pod, which is a 4-cost command event tactic at common that says a friendly non-vehicle unit deals damage equal to its remaining HP to an enemy unit. This is removal, which is good. Of course, removal is at a premium. How good is this piece of removal? Well, it's probably not that great. It's okay. I mean, it's 4 cost, probably dealing a few damage to something, and that is pretty good. Non-vehicle is a relevant line of text. It's not like JTL where everything's a vehicle, but there are still vehicles for sure. I think this card is completely reasonable removal. There's not actually that much to say about it. I will actually, the one thing I'll mention is that there are a lot of units with, like I've said, big HP stats compared to their attack stats in this set, so this works particularly well with them. But yeah, I think removal's removal. This is probably a B-. Ignore the C+ there. Next up, we have Deathfield, which is a 4-cost aggression villainy event force at rare. It says deal 2 damage to each non-vehicle enemy unit, and if you control a force unit, draw a card. So this is a one-sided board wipe, and I say that with such silly quotation marks because it's not 2 damage is not going to be enough to completely wipe your opponent's board. But you can usually set this up in such a way that it does feel pretty good. You can do attacks in a way that leave a lot of your opponents with 2 or 1 HP, and then you can drop this. There are, as we know, a lot of force units in this format, so getting to draw a card off of this is pretty reliable. If you can't draw a card off of this, that is pretty tough. I probably wouldn't be running it, but if you can, I think that's a very solid effect. Removal's removal. You can set this up quite nicely, and it's even fine on the 4-drop turn because usually stuff still has pretty low HP at that point. So I think it's a B-, but that might be a slight overrate. Next up, we have Focus Determines Reality, which is a 2-cost aggression heroism force event at uncommon. It says each friendly force unit gets raid 1 and saboteur for this phase. So it's it's 2 resources for probably +2 damage, and I just don't really think that's good enough. Now, of course, you can kind of spread out where that goes, and Saboteur is very relevant because of all the shield tokens, so, it's a little bit better than that. It's probably a C-. You can probably run 1 copy of it and it'll be okay, but again, don't run too many of these. Next up is Sorceress Blast, which is a 1-cost aggression event, force event, at common, and it says use the force. If you do, deal 3 damage to your unit. This is Bolt. Look at that. Bolt detected. We got Bolt here. This is Bolt. This is real Bolt. Almost, kinda. It can't hit bases, and you have to use the force. But other than that, it's Bolt. Holy moly. No, I think this card is quite strong. So, of course, 1 cost deal 3 is insane. It's not quite that good. If it was quite that good, then you would be able to just play it on your opponent's 2-drop and kill it most of the time. But, later game, you can draw this and you'll have the force pretty reliably, and then 1 cost for deal 3 is incredibly efficient. Incredibly efficient. So removal is removal. This is Bolt. I don't think I can give it anything lower than a B-. Next up, we have Unleash Rage, which is a 1 cost aggression force event at common. It says use the force. If you do, give a friendly unit +3/+0 for this phase. This is Bolt at home, so this is almost Bolt. This Bolt can go face though, which is cool. But yes, this is definitely not quite as good as the previous card. So it's just 1 cost. You have to use the force, and the difference between why this unit. So sorry, I shouldn't assume that people know why this is worse than the Bolt. So a couple of reasons. Primarily, you have to have a unit for this, whereas you don't for the Bolt. And there will be some situations where you just don't have the unit, and getting that 3 damage on one of their units is going to be really good. Another reason why this is not as good as the Bolt is because if you put this on one of your units, there is a real chance that your opponent can just remove your unit, and that just leaves you in a pretty awkward spot. You've just spent a card and a resource on a unit that now no longer exists. And maybe in that situation, your opponent had to trade a slightly larger unit into it, or rather, they lost a unit that they wouldn't have previously lost because of the extra power it got from Unleash Rage. But, that situation it still feels probably kind of okay for them. Now, this is still pretty good if you can put it on a unit that they can't immediately kill, or maybe a unit in an arena that they're kind of neglecting. So like if in this case, that'll be the space arena pretty often. It will feel pretty good. An extra 3 to base for 1 is a good rate. Or more realistically, what you're wanting to do with this card is trading up. Like put this on a 2 cost 2/3, and now it's a 5/3, and it can trade into one of their 5 drops, and you feel okay about that. Like there's a lot of things that you can do with this effect. It's still okay. It's not as good as Sorcerer's Blast, but it's probably like a C+. Also, this art is awesome. Next up, we have Ataru Onslaught, also cool art. That is a 2 cost aggression learned event at uncommon. This is ready a force unit with 4 or less power. So there was a card in Jump to Lightspeed called Kyogre Turn or something like that. And I underrated that card. It was actually in one of my videos about the cards that I most underrated from JTL. And the reason why I underrated that card was because it was an effect that didn't really seem to do that much. It asked you to take so many actions to get the value from it. And when you finally did, you were probably getting in for an extra 3 damage. And you spent 3 resources and multiple actions. You've lost the initiative probably to do all that. Probably not worth it. But it ended up being good because pilots were a thing, and you could very often just have an extra 6. And then especially if you were running Luke as your leader, that meant you got to have an extra attack and do the Luke on attack ability where you got to ping something for 3. So this has all of that except for all of the good parts. So this still makes you basically guaranteed lose initiative. You have to take 1,000,000 actions and you have to spend resources. Now it's less resources, but it's also less power. And it's pretty situational, force unit. I think Kyogre Turn is also pretty situational as fighter or transport. Don't quote me on that. I just don't think this card is good. There will be situations where it will close the game for you. Your opponent takes initiative, they're at 4 life, and you have a force unit with 4 attack. Boom, you do this, and you're done. But no, I just don't think this card is particularly impressive. I think it is a C- at best. Next up, we have Do or Do Not, which is a 2 cost aggression force event at common that says you may use the force. If you do, draw 2 cards. If you don't, draw a card. So Do or Do Not. So I love the flavor for this, and it is Divination for 2, and I love Divination for 2. That's awesome. That's incredible. I think 2 costs to draw 2 cards is awesome. Of course, this is a card that you would rather draw later game than early game, because early game, you're not going to be able to take advantage of that force. The force token is going to be a lot more in demand. You're going to need it for a bunch of other stuff, and it's not going to be as easy to get as it will be in the later game. So definitely you want to draw this late, and also when you are in the late game, you're usually kind of going in top deck wars with your opponent, and drawing an extra 2 is definitely something that can help you out. So I think this card is pretty good, and then in a pinch, you can just cycle it for 2 if you need to, and draw a card. I think it is a C. Next up is Lightsaber Throw, a 2 cost aggression event tactic at uncommon that says discard a lightsaber card from your hand. If you do, deal 4 damage to a ground unit and draw a card. I love the flavor on this card. It's super cool, but I don't think it's very good, and I think that it's pretty obvious why it's not very good. Now, of course, 2 costs to deal 4 to a ground unit and draw a card is really good, but you have to discard a card to do that. And not just any card. It has to specifically be a lightsaber. And there aren't that many lightsabers that are, worth putting in your deck in this format. There are a few, and they're good. But like I've mentioned in the past, you don't want to have a really weird curve with not that many units just so you make lightsaber throw work. That's not really a thing that you want to do. You would rather have a deck where lightsaber throw doesn't work and you just don't play lightsaber throw with like a good unit curve. That's how you're going to win more games than having it's pretty efficient removal spells sometimes. I think this card is way too situational, and I'm giving it a D-. I just really don't think you should play this. Maybe that's a tiny bit of an underrate. Maybe it's like a D, but honestly, I just don't think so. Next up is Time of Crisis, which is a 4-cost aggression event at rare. It's a disaster that says each player chooses a unit they control and deal 3 damage to each unit not chosen this way. So as we've talked about, giving your opponent a choice is bad, and there isn't really, as far as I can tell, a way that you make this work better for you. You're going to choose your best unit, they're going to choose their best unit, generally. Maybe there will be like some weird play where you choose a unit that maximizes the amount of units that are still alive, but generally, especially if you play this on curve, you're both going to have a 3-drop, or maybe your opponent will have a 4-drop even left over. I'm just not that excited by this card. It's removal kind of, but it removes your stuff too. I just don't think it's that good, and I don't think you can make it work in a way that is consistently going to be beneficial to you. I think it's like a D+. Next up we have As I Have Foreseen, which is a 1-cost Cunning Villainy event, Force event at rare. This is look at the top card of your deck. You may use the Force. If you do, play that card. It costs 4 less. That is an insane discount. I am looking forward to doing some shenanigans with this in Constructed, I'll be honest. I'm sure a lot of people are. So it's basically a 3 discount because you're paying 1 for this card. But like playing a 5-drop on turn 1, now there are 2 of them wishes they could be that efficient, right? Like this is just so good. Now, of course, you don't get to choose what the card is. You're kind of at the mercy of the top of your deck here, which is why I think they were able to make the discount so aggressive, because you just don't know if you're going to actually get something good or if you're going to hit a 2-drop off the top. Then yeah, you get that for only 1 cost. Oh boy. But even then, it's not bad because you just drew a card and then played it. For those of you who have played Ezra in the past, especially if you played it in like a Quinlan deck or something like that, but honestly in any deck, you know how crazy good it is to attack with Ezra, look at the top card of your library, and just play that. Like, there have times... So I've been playing Ezra recently, and there have been times where, like, I have, let's say, Sabine in my hand, and I have something that's slightly more resource efficient, and I want to play the more resource efficient card, but I have Ezra on the field. I attack with Ezra, I look at the top card, and it's Sabine, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll just play that now, right? Because, like, even though that's, like, technically not the most, like, resource efficient play I could have done, like, the amount of, like, I'm going to be able to do that next turn, and now I also have Sabine, and, obviously not always I'll be able to do that. It depends on the board state and a lot of other complicated things, but the value of just, like, ripping a card off the top of your deck and putting it onto the field cannot be understated. That is a lot better than it seems. It is drawing a card and playing it in sort of one. It's very good. Now, again, you're at the mercy of what's at the top of your deck with this, but I think there's some real sauce here. I'm genuinely excited to play this card in draft. I guess I'm just a gambler, but I think that this could be cool. And then the worst case scenario for this card is you play it on like turn 1, or I guess not turn 1 because you won't have the Force, but like let's say turn 2 and you manage to get the Force by then, and you rip like your 8-drop off the top, and it's like, okay, well, even with the big discount, I still can't play that. So this card is a little bit difficult to evaluate, and sometimes it'll just whiff in situations like that, and that definitely sucks a lot, but man, this is good. One other tiny thing I should mention is it's not quite as good as the Ezra thing, because the Ezra thing, you're not using a card to do that. Ezra just does that consistently. In a way, you're using Ezra, but once he's down, he's sort of infinitely getting that value until your opponent deals with it, whereas this is only getting the value 1 time. So you are still using a card to get a card, so it's not quite as crazy as what I was describing, but it's still very good. Anyway, I've yapped enough about this card. It's probably like a C+, but it's probably going to be one of my favorite cards in the set, because it's goofy for sure. Next up, we have Liberated by Darkness, a 5-cost Cunning Villainy Force event at rare that says use the Force. If you do, take control of a non-leader unit. At the start of the regroup phase, its owner takes control of it. So one thing this doesn't do that a lot of previous things have done is it doesn't ready it. So, for example, Commandeer is sort of a similar effect in Jump to Lightspeed, and that readied it. Now, this also doesn't have the downside of a cost restriction. Like, you could steal your opponent's 9-drop with this, right? And that is definitely very good. You can probably make this card work out very well from you. So, obviously, worst case scenario is you take one of their units, and you're never going to take an exhausted unit, obviously, but you take one of their units, you attack their base with it for 5 or whatever, and then they get it back. But what you're going to try to do is take one of their units and then use it to attack one of their other units, and ideally both of those die, because then you're 2 for winning them. So in a way, this is removal, but it's removal you kind of have to jump through hoops for, but it is still a very strong card. I underrated Panther and Starship Thief in the last set pretty aggressively, and I don't want to make that same mistake here, although I still might be underrating it a little bit, because I think you can really make this work very well for you, but I'm giving it a B-. The one downside of the strategy I just described is your opponent can see it coming, so they can sometimes play around it, because once you've played this and stolen one of their units, they presumably know you're going to run that into whatever makes the most sense for you. So just keep that in mind, that your opponent will probably try their best to play around it once you've played it. But nevertheless, B-. Next up is Mind Trick, a 2-cost cunning heroism force trick event at rare that says exhaust any number of units with a combined power of 4 or less. If you control a force unit, those units lose all abilities and can't gain abilities for this phase. So I don't actually know how much the losing abilities matters in this format. Things like, obviously you can get some restore out of there, some raid out of there, some grit, but keywords like shielded or ambush or hidden don't really it doesn't really matter if you get rid of those most of the time, unless I guess hidden on the turn it comes down. But I think that you're playing this for the exhaust, and even then it's not that good. You're probably going to get to exhaust maximum 2 units, and that will feel okay, but that's kind of the best case scenario for you. It's usually going to be 2 costs, exhaust a medium-sized or small unit, and then maybe get a tiny bit of extra value. I was just talking about raid and restore, but those actually don't even matter because they're exhausted. They can't attack. So and same with overwhelm. So what keywords actually matter here? I guess hidden. No, hidden. Does hidden matter? No, hidden doesn't. So hidden would matter. So you play this, your opponent's things would lose hidden, and you could attack them. Would anything else matter that's in this set? I don't know. Come in the comments and tell me if I'm missing something. But yeah, I just don't think this is all that good. Oh, I guess Sentinel. Sentinel is something that maybe will come up every now and then. But their big Sentinel that's in their way is probably going to have a higher power than 4 anyway, so it won't even be able to be targeted with this. I just think this card's really not that impressive. I think it's probably a C-. It might be cool and constructed. Next up, we have Premonition of Doom, a 3-cost cunning heroism force event at rare. This is the next time you take initiative this phase, exhaust all units. This one is super interesting. My notes just say, how do I evaluate this card? And that's true. It's really difficult to do because when you play this, your opponent can basically just counterspell you by just saying, okay, I take initiative. And then you've just spent 3 mana or 3 resources to do nothing. Now, I say to do nothing, but there's a good chance that they didn't want to take initiative there and they would have rather, do stuff with their units, whether that's attack your base or units, play some cards. So that means that the best way to use this card is to play it right at the beginning of a phase, because then your opponent makes the decision, oh, okay, I have to right now either take initiative or risk getting all of my units exhausted. And they're usually probably going to be okay with all of their units being exhausted, because that means that you're kind of locked out of the rest of that turn and they're not. They can kind of continue to add to the board. And sure, you lost some tempo on attacking their base, but they also lost tempo on attacking your base. So maybe there's going to be a little bit of mind games where they play this and then you're okay, and I play a unit, and then they attack with one of their units and you're okay, how many units am I okay with them attacking for before I claim initiative so they can't do it? And then wait, okay, so how many would they think that I'm okay with? So then there's a bit of a mind game that goes on here, but really I think this card's just not very good. It's probably a D+. I don't think you should play this card, but I'm open to being wrong about it. This is a super weird one. Next we have Force Speed, which is a 1-cost Cunning event, force event at uncommon. It says attack with a unit. For this attack, it gains on attack. Return any number of non-unique upgrades attached to the defender to their owner's hand. I feel like I don't need to say this at this point. It's double command or double cunning. You're never going to play this for 1. You're going to play this for 3. And do you really want to do 3-cost return, like destroy a couple of shield tokens or experience tokens, which is what this will be most of the time? You don't want to do that. This card is not what you want to be doing. It's a D-. Next up, we have Disturbance of the Force. It is a 1-cost Cunning event, force event at common that says if a friendly unit left play this phase, the Force is with you, and you may give a shield token to a unit. So this is one of the other ways to get the Force that is not attacking with a unit. And again, there's not all that many of them, so if you absolutely need it in a pinch, this is the way to do that. But really, you're going to be creating a disturbance by playing this card, because it's just not all that good. Is 1 cost for the Force and a shield token good? I think no, because of, the Force is 1 resource. So basically you're kind of saying, okay, I get a free shield token. Would I play in draft a 0 cost to give something a shield token card? And the answer is probably no. Oh, conditional, just by the way. So it has to a friendly unit has to have left play this phase. So would I play a card that was 0 cost, a friendly unit left play this phase? If a friendly unit left play this phase, give the shield token to a unit. No, I wouldn't play that card. Because again, the actual card itself that it's printed on is worth stuff in draft. It's, you could have drawn another card, anything else even, and it would be often better than this. So yeah, I don't think you should be playing cards like this. Is it the worst value card in the format? No, for sure. Like, you could maybe put this in if you absolutely need to, but I think you really should avoid it if possible. It's probably a D. Next up, we have Force Slow, which is a 1-cost Cunning force event at common. It says, give an exhausted unit -8/-0 for this phase. So this one is really interesting because it needs to be an exhausted unit. So this is not going to negatively affect their actual attack. They're going to have gotten their big attack in, whatever that is. But this just says, okay, hold on. I want to get rid of this unit, but I don't want to lose all of my units attacking it. So I'm going to basically set its attack to 0, which is what this does for 95% of the units in this set. And I'm just going to take my time running my units into it, and your unit will die and mine will live. So this is like a weird way of putting it, but in a way this says destroy an enemy unit, exhaust 3 of your readied units, or you may exhaust 3 of your readied units if you do destroy an enemy unit. And it's not quite like that, but it's an interesting card. I don't think it's particularly good. But once again, this is a card that if you absolutely need to in a pinch, you can run it, and every now and then it will do something for you. It's probably a D+. Next, we have Impossible Escape, a 1-cost Cunning force event at uncommon that says you may either exhaust a friendly unit or use the Force. If you do either, exhaust an enemy unit and draw a card. So you probably usually want to use the Force for this because exhausting a friendly unit is something you can do when attacking, and if you have Force units, that gives you the Force. So you would usually rather attack and exhaust your unit than not attack and exhaust your unit. But of course, in a pinch, whether you don't have a Force unit or there's no attacks that are feasible right now, you can do that as well. So 1 cost to exhaust an enemy unit is, of course, not great, but this does replace itself. It draws a card. So I actually think this is not that bad of a card. I weirdly kind of like it, and I know that I probably shouldn't. I probably shouldn't like this card, but I kind of do, and I'm interested to see how it plays out. That being said, I'm under no illusion that it's exceptional or anything. It's probably still a C-, but I'm interested to see how it plays out. It replaces itself. It can maybe get you a little bit of tempo. It's growing on me. Maybe C- is an underrate. Okay, keep an eye on this one. Next up, we have Psychometry. Psychometry? Yeah, maybe. It's a 1-cost Cunning event, force event at rare that says choose another card in your discard pile, search the top 5 cards of your deck for a card that shares a trait with the chosen card, reveal it, and draw it. So typically what this basically says is look at the top 5 cards of your library and grab a Force card, but only if you have a Force card in your discard. I think that is pretty situational, but also I don't think it's unrealistic that you'll have a Force unit in your discard pile at any point in the game. Or, and again, I'm saying Force, it doesn't need to be a Force unit. If you've built your deck around something else, it can be that too, but it'll usually be a Force unit. I think that drawing this late is totally reasonable. Like if you draw this on your 7 resource turn, and you'll by then you'll have a force unit in your discard pile, and then you can look through the top 5 cards of your deck and find a 6 cost force unit. That'll feel okay because you played this, you drew that, you played that. It's not bad at all. I think this card is about a C. You don't want more than 1 copy of it though. Don't run too many of these. It's a rare, so you probably won't have to worry about that. Next up, we have Xian Flurry, which is a 1-cost Cunning Learned event at Uncommon that says play a force unit from your hand, paying its cost. It gains ambush for this phase. The next time it would be dealt damage this phase, prevent 2 of that damage. I just wrote in my notes, whoa. This might actually be better than Shatterpoint. I'm not actually sure. So, we've seen cards like this in the past. What's it called? Timely Intervention, I think. Which is from Shadows of the Galaxy, I think. And it says it's 1 cost, give a unit ambush, or play a unit from your hand, give it an ambush. It has Smuggle as well, which is definitely handy. But this has this really interesting line of text that prevents 2 of the damage to your ambush unit. So typically what happens is you play an ambush unit, or you give your unit ambush, and it goes in and it like trades, or it like gets put in a position where it can get taken out really easily. But this just says no, it has 2 extra health, basically, which is, of course, insane. So not only are you giving a unit ambush, but you're giving it an extra 2 health for 1. Now, again, it's not just for 1 because you're using the cards. So you're using 2 cards to do this, but I think that in this specific case, 2 cards to do it is probably worth it. This is probably anywhere between a B- and a B, but I think I'm going to give it a B. I don't know whether it is better than Shatterpoint, but I think they're both very strong, and I would like to play both of them. And of course, as I've mentioned 100 times here, if you give the ambush to a force unit, that's really good, and it has to be a force unit here. So you can just get the force out of nowhere, which probably isn't going to be useful on the turn that you play this, because you're probably using all of your resources for that, but will be handy down the line. Next up, we have Trust Your Instincts, a 1-cost Cunning Force event at Rare that says use the Force. If you do, attack with a unit. It gets +2/+0 for this attack and deals its combat damage before the defender. I wrote in my notes, this is removal. And it is removal. Like, you do need to use the Force, so this is not something you can play right away. Obviously, the nuts, I say obviously this would be the nuts, but it wouldn't necessarily be. But like on turn 2, you playing this to take out your opponent's 2-drop and you keep your 2-drop would be nice, but there are lots of situations where you can use this. Notably, where you can really use this is trading up. Like, you can use your 2-drop to not trade with their 4-drop, but completely eat their 4-drop. It turns your 2/4 into a 4/4, which can destroy a lot of 4-drops and some 5-drops in this format. All for 1 mana, and you're 1 resource. So you're basically 1 resource, exhausting one of your units, and destroying one of your opponent's units, and getting the force back, because you're probably doing this on a force unit. This card's really good. I'm very high on this card, and in a pinch, +2 damage to base. That can be good too. That can close out games for sure. I mean, we all know how good Surprise Strike is. Using the Force is a bit of a downside, but you're probably going to get the Force right back from using this card and attacking with the Force unit. So I'm going to give it a B-. Next up, we have Force Illusion, which is a 2-cost Cunning Event Force Trick at Uncommon that says exhaust an enemy unit. A friendly unit gains Sentinel for this phase. This is like decent value for 2. So ideally what you probably want to do is exhaust their space unit and give a ground unit Sentinel or something like that. Kind of slow down the arena that you're not so focused on, which depending on whatever arena that is. But yeah, there's good value here. It does a lot of stuff. It's 2 costs that doesn't really affect the board after this turn, which is a bit of a hit for you. But this does a lot of stuff, and I'm sure you can find something in this toolbox that's handy for you. It's probably a C. Next up, we have Pounce, a 2-cost Cunning Event Trick at Common that says attack with a creature unit. It gets +4/+0 for this attack. So this is just Surprise Strike, but an extra attack. That's really good. Of course, it can only be used on creatures, but this is the creature payoff for the format. This is an insane payoff. +4/+0 for 2 is genuinely crazy. Now, you need to get there on creatures. How many creatures are there? There's 21 at Common and Uncommon. If you get there on creatures, it's probably like a B minus. And if you just have a couple of creatures, it's probably like a C minus. What kind of really sucks about this is if you have like 3 creatures in your deck and you haven't drawn any of them, or maybe you drew one and it died before you could use Pounce, or whether you didn't draw Pounce or just didn't have an opportunity to use it. Like, that really sucks. Then you draw this late game, you have no more creatures, you know there's like one more in your deck somewhere. Like, that's gonna come up sometimes, and it's gonna suck when it does, and then it'll feel, honestly, C minus would be too high for it then. But because this is sometimes just a dead card, but when it's not, it's really not. I think if you get there on creatures, it probably is a B minus. The trade up potential is crazy. The surprise lethal potential is crazy. If you really get there on creatures and you have like two of these, your opponent's not going to know what hit them. Yeah, so keep that in mind, but really make sure you can get there. Don't just like snag a bunch of these early on and then watch as no creatures come around because someone else is in the creatures deck. Just be very careful whenever you're trying to make this work. Next up, we have 3 Lessons, which is a 2-cost cunning event, Learned at Uncommon, that says play a unit from your hand, paying its cost. It gains hidden for this phase, and give an experience counter and a shield token to it. So this is okay. Giving a unit experience and shield is nice, but this makes you play like really off curve. Some of the other cards we've seen have made you play like a little bit off curve, like the one Xian Flurry, right? It costs 1, so whatever unit you're playing with it is going to be at least 1 less, or at most 1 less. No, at least 1 less than your current curve. And this is 2. That's a lot worse. Now, it does make your unit better, and there will be situations where you just can't play on curve. Maybe you're on your 6th resource turn and you only have a 4-drop. Then 3 Lessons will feel okay. You just play that, you play your 4-drop. It's a bigger 4-drop than any of their 4-drops, and it can't be attacked right away, which sort of lets you maybe set up something nice. The card is okay. It does do a lot of stuff, but playing 2 behind curve is a bit tough. I think it's probably like a C minus. Next up, we have Tip the Scale, which is a 2-cost cunning event force trick at common. It says look at an opponent's hand and discard a non-unit card from it. So this is probably not great in draft. It's sometimes just a straight whiff. As you guys probably know, in draft you generally want to have your deck being mostly units. So if you're playing against a player who also knows this, which will be most of the like good players, then this is just sometimes going to be dead. Not always, because of course if you hit like their Shatter Point with this, or maybe their Xian Flurry, like you feel really good about it. But you're not always going to do that, and sometimes it will just be, oh, I look at your hand, and that is information on itself. Like that's good to see what your opponent has, but of course paying 2 to just look at your opponent's hand is unfortunate. So just be careful with cards like this. I think that it's probably not going to be worth it most of the time. It's probably interesting in sideboard, maybe. If you do see your opponent playing a ton of events and you're playing a best of 3 draft event, you can maybe sideboard this in. That could be interesting. But yes, I think it's like a C minus. This is just like worse Spark of the Rebellion, but it doesn't have the heroism trait, so I guess that's why. Or the heroism aspect, so I guess that's why. Next, we have Will of the Force, which is a 4-cost force event at common that says return a non-leader unit to its owner's hand. You may use the force. If you do, that player discards a random card from their hand. So it's waylay for 1 extra, but it makes them discard a random card if you use the force. So you do pretty much always want to use the force for this. Waylay for 4 is usually not going to be worth it, but random is very good. So if anyone here has played Vintage Cube in Magic, there is a card called Hymn to Tarak, which is, of course, Hymn to Tarak is way better than this card. Just getting that out there, clearing the air. But you know what it's like to be Hymn to Tarak. Your opponent, so just to be clear, that card I believe is 2 mana, black. So just, yeah, straight up 2 mana, and your opponent discards 2 cards at random from their hand. And it is a beating. It's a beating because you shuffle it, you shuffle your hand, you fan them out to your opponent, you say, okay, pick 2, and they do, and then, you know, they turn around the fact that they just made you discard your win condition and a land or something like that you really needed, and it's like, oh, geez, okay. So, yes, this is, of course, not near that good. If they ever print Hymn to Tarak in this game, I'm quitting immediately. Okay, probably not, but they probably shouldn't do that. But yeah, so discarding a card at random is very, very good. One of the reasons why some discard cards don't feel particularly strong is because they get to make that choice. And as we know, giving your opponent a choice, even if it's like a bad choice, is still it's good for them that they get to make that decision, and this takes away that agency for them. So there is a chance that this is just straight removal. You bounce one of their creatures or one of their units, they shuffle it together in their hand, and they discard the unit that you just bounced their hand. Amazing. There will be other times where it won't be that, and maybe that'll be fine. Maybe you'll be like, darn, I wish, they discarded the unit instead. But that's the random game here. So. And then there will be times where, like, ultra late game, you play this and they have no cards in their hand, and whatever you bounce basically effectively just gets nuked to the discard because they return to their hand, discard a random card. They only have one card. There it goes. So definitely very good. You definitely want to be using the Force for this. I think this is really cool, and it's at common, and I'll probably be playing a lot of copies at it because I like making my opponent discard cards. I'm a villain. Although I only play heroism decks. Funny how that goes. Anyway, I think it's a C+. Next up, we have Consumed for the Dark Side, which is a 2-cost Force event at Villainy, at Common. It says give 2 experience tokens for the unit, and then deal 2 damage to it. So basically, this is just like giving a unit +2/+0 forever. I don't think so. I don't think this is what you want to be doing. However, great synergy with Ogdo Bogdo, okay? If you get that going, that's pretty cool, okay? It becomes a 7/3 for 3. Holy smokes, that heals every time it kills something. That's just a beating, okay? If you get Ogdo Bogdo and Consumed by the Dark Side, okay, you need to send me a screenshot of it on Blue Sky. Send me a picture of it, okay? I want to see. Send it to my email, okay? That would be incredible. But yes, I don't think this is very good. 2 costs to give something, +2/+0 is not so good. And you can't even use this as removal because it gives the experience tokens first. So it's not like I'm like, oh, I'm going to deal 2 damage to your X2, and now that just dies and you don't get the experience tokens. That's not how this card goes. It just gives them the tokens and then deals 2. So, unfortunate. I think it's like a C-. It's not unplayable, but try your best to avoid this. Next, we have Flight of the Inquisitor, which is a 2-cost Villainy event tactic at Uncommon that says you may return a Force unit and a lightsaber upgrade from your discard pile to your hand. Usually you're just going to hit the Force unit, but sometimes in the event of yourself getting completely blown out, like if you play a Force unit and then put a lightsaber on it and then your opponent removes it, this softens the blow a little bit because you get both of them back. That's cool. And that will happen sometimes, but you're basically just paying 2 to draw a Force unit. It's okay. You get a little bit more choice than just drawing, especially if you find this late. What is cool about this card is it is okay late, but yeah, try your best to not be playing too many cards like this. That being said, it's probably like a C. It's okay. I'm not that excited about it. Next, we have In the Shadows, which is a 2-cost Villainy event planet common. It says give an experience token to each of up to 3 friendly units with Hidden. So there's the hidden synergy we were waiting for. So there are 9 non-heroism hidden at common and uncommon. It's very unlikely to hit all 3. So how many do you need to hit in order for it to be good? If you hit 1, it's pretty bad. It's just 2 costs give something an experience. If you hit 2, it's probably fine. And if you do hit all 3, it's good. It's good. So once again, I think they've done a really good job at they've done that a few times this set, having like 3 modes for a card depending on how much you've worked to get those modes or to make that synergy work. So this continues that legacy. And it also continues the legacy of I don't really think it's that good. So it's probably like a D+. There's just not enough hidden units to make it work that aren't in heroism. Next up is Go Into Hiding, which is a 2-cost event tactic at common that has no aspect. It says choose a unit. It can't be attacked this phase. So this just like gives something hidden, kind of, unless it has Sentinel, of course. Now, there are fringe uses for this card. There's a couple of cards, like there's that 8/5, right? And if you give that hidden, that's kind of nice. It means it's going to get some value. There is time where this card is okay, actually. But in general, I think that it's just 2 costs to do nothing. It's way too situational. It's probably like a D+. I just don't think that this is going to be helpful to you that often in winning games. Next, we have Last Words, which is a 2-cost event, no aspect at common. It's a learned, and it says if a friendly unit was defeated this phase, give 2 experience tokens to a unit. So we were just talking a second ago. 2 costs for 2 experience tokens is okay. This makes you jump through the hoop, though, of a unit needs to have died. And that is a real hoop. because maybe that unit was when you wanted to put the experience tokens on. So I think this is just not very good. It's too situational for an effect. If this just said 2 cost, give 2 experience tokens to unit, that would be fine. And as it stands, I think this is like a D+. Next, we have a combo here that I will rate separately, but I wanted to show together. So we have a Precarious Predicament, which is a 2-cost cunning event at uncommon trick that says return an enemy non-leader unit to its owner's hand unless its controller says it could be worse. If they do, you may play a card named It's Worse from your hand or resources for free. And then we have a 7-cost event at, what rarity is that? Sorry, my phone's in the way. At common. That is It's Worse. And it's a trick that says defeat a non-leader unit. And so for those of you who haven't seen these cards and aren't currently watching the screen and are just listening, basically you're going to be playing a Precarious Predicament, which is the first card I mentioned, and your opponent will have the option to basically waylay. So your target, you say, I want to return this, non-leader unit to your hand. And I'm paying 2 resources to do that instead of 3 for like waylay. And your opponent has the option of saying it could be worse. And if they don't say that, then it gets waylaid, it gets returned to their hand for 2, and that's good value for you. And if they do say that, it doesn't get returned to their hand. It just straight up counters a Precarious Predicament. And you might be saying, okay, well, why don't they always do that? It's because of the card, It's Worse. So they say it could be worse, and then you say it's worse. And then you play this 7-cost card from your hand or resources for free. Now, for those of you who actually are looking at the screen and have read these cards and know what it is, I'm sorry for wasting the last 30 seconds of your life. But this is a very fun mind game that you get to play. You get to say to your opponent, and you can know if you have It's Worse in your hand or resources, and you can know that you don't have it in your hand and resources, and you can play a Precarious Predicament, and you can fully know in your head, I don't have shit. If they say it could be worse, I'm ruined. I've just wasted 2 resources, an action, and a card for this. And you're staring at them, trying to keep your poker face on, and then they say, okay, yeah. And they return the unit to their hand, and you feel awesome. Because, as we all know, of course, 2 costs to return a unit to their hand, that's really good. Like, Waylay is a competitively playable card in a lot of decks, and it's 3 costs to do that. So if you can do it for 2, that's crazy. And then, of course, they can play that unit back out. But, of course, let's say your poker face maybe slides a little bit, and they say, okay, it could be worse. Then you just have to go, darn, okay, well, okay. You can take your action. I don't have it. Or you can just completely instead of... and it doesn't even need to be the same non-leader unit. It can be a different one. So you can be trying to bounce one of their smaller units, and then whenever they say it could be worse and you pull this up from your resources, you could hit one of their bigger units. This is definitely a very versatile combo that, as you can probably tell, I'm very excited about. I love these sort of mini game things. Now, brass tacks though, let's talk. Is this actually good? There is some downside. Even if they say it could be worse, which I probably shouldn't say that because I know there's some people from the game store I play at that watch these, but I probably will be saying it could be worse pretty often because oftentimes you will want to resource It's Worse, because in the late game, if you draw a Precarious Predicament, you'll have that in your resources, and it doesn't really matter if you go from 8 to 7 resources. But the thing is, if I play this on turn 2 or 3, and my opponent says it could be worse, and I do have It's Worse in my resources, and I play it out of that, that's great. I just got a 2-cost defeat a unit, which is obviously incredibly efficient and good, but I'm now down a resource, and especially if that happens before my leader flip, that's really bad. That's really dangerous for me. My opponent's going to be almost certainly flipping their leader before me now, maybe even by multiple turns, and I'm not going to be able to play on the same curve that they are. So even though I got that one very efficient removal, it's actually not really that good for me in the long run. So I think that it's a very risky game to play whenever you're playing cards like this. It can really put you behind in the long run. Now, of course, in the late game, it doesn't matter if you go from 8 to 7 resources so much. Again, in for example, Sabine aggro, right? It doesn't matter when you're playing Wrecker that he has to defeat one of your resources because you're already at the top of your curve. It doesn't really matter as much. And this can matter early and then won't matter as much late. So that little game about whether or not you want to include that in your deck can depend on whether you think you're an aggro deck or more a control deck, but it is very cool, and I am very interested to see how it plays out. I'm going to give them both C's. Honestly, playing its worst just straight up without a precarious predicament is something that you'll do sometimes. In the last set, I would play direct hit off aspect all the time, and that was for 6. And that was a restricted removal to non-leader vehicles. And this is just any non-leader unit for 7. Now, 7, of course, is quite a bit more than 6, actually. But even though it seems like it's just one more. But, it's still sometimes something that you're happy to do. And you can just do that. Anyway, I've talked enough about these cards, and I've probably been a little bit redundant about them too. So let's continue on into upgrades. So this is the last little leg of our journey here. Let's get into it. We have Kylo Ren's lightsaber, a 2-cost Vigilance Villainy upgrade at rare that gives a unit +1/+3 and attached to a non-vehicle unit. If attached unit is a force unit, it gets this unit can't be exhausted by enemy card abilities. So that comes up sometimes, for sure. There are enemy card abilities that want to exhaust your units, and this will stop that from happening, and that's all well and good. But is 2 cost for +1/+3 good enough on its own? If your opponent isn't running any of those exhaust cards, which they won't always be. I think probably-ish, not really. Sometimes, +1/+3, that is like a decent buff, but it's not anything really exciting. It just sort of makes one unit very resilient, and that unit now can't be exhausted or anything like that. So, it's a resilient unit. It's bigger. It can't be exhausted. It's okay. It's probably like a C. Now, one thing about upgrades in this format that I have mentioned, but now that we're in the upgrade section, I'll mention one more time. You got to be really careful with them, because yes, they can make one of your units really scary, and maybe you can run away with the game with that, but also it puts you in a really risky position where if you upgrade one of your units, and maybe even multiple times, and your opponent just points removal at it, you're out 2, maybe 3 cards for their 1 card, and that's really very bad, because you're probably down resources too in addition to cards. Anyway, be careful with upgrades. They can be useful, but especially if you're spending full cards on them and making your curve worse to play them, just be careful. Next up, we have Jedi Holocron, a 1-cost Vigilance Heroism upgrade at rare. They give something +1/+1, and it says attached to a force unit. Attached unit gains on attack. You may heal 3 damage from another unit. So this cannot just keep healing itself. That would be funny. It is a pretty strong effect. I think it's just a very okay card. 1 cost for +1/+1 is fine. This is maybe one of the very few times where you're kind of okay playing a 1-cost card, but even then you really don't want to, because then the heal comes many turns down the line. You actually have a unit that you want to be healed. It's still probably not worth doing, but a 1-cost upgrade +1/+1 is fine, and then getting that extra little bit of text can definitely be handy in a pinch. It's probably a C-. Next up, we have Jedi Trials, which is a 1-cost Vigilance Heroism upgrade at rare. Gives a unit +0/+0 and attached to a force unit. And attached unit gains on attack. Give an experience token to this unit, and while attached unit has 4 or more upgrades on it, it gains the Jedi trait. So you can just forget about that last line of text. I love the flavor win, just to be clear, very cool. You're getting more experience than you become a Jedi. That's so cool. But there isn't enough Jedi synergy in the format where that comes up, and getting 4 upgrades is going to be a real big issue. There's some Jedi synergy. Don't get me wrong, but getting up, that shouldn't be your main goal with this card. Your main goal should just be it's a unit that grows every turn. And it's on attack, which is good. It's not when it completes an attack. So, it says +0/+0, but really this is +1/+1, and then next turn it's +2/+2, and then so on. And, that can really run away with things. I think this is a very solid upgrade, and I think I am okay giving it a C+. I like it. Next up, we have Heirloom Lightsaber, which is a 2-cost Vigilance Heroism upgrade at common that gives something +2/+2 and attached to a non-vehicle unit. If attached unit is a force unit, it gains Restore 1. So 2 cost for +2/+2 is fine. Totally a respectable stat line. And Restore 1 as a little bit of a bonus. I think this card is very solid. It will make your opponents really want to deal with it, because it's a pretty early upgrade. You might even put it on your 2-drop, possibly, if that's the best thing you can do. And that means that you're going to get a lot of Restore 1 triggers if your opponent kind of ignores this. So they're going to want to run some units into it probably. And the +2/+2 will make it so that they will probably have to trade a couple units into it. So I like this card. I think it's like a C+. Next up, we have Size Matters Not, which is a 3-cost Vigilance upgrade at rare. Gives +0/+0, and if you control a Force unit, this upgrade costs 1 less to play. So maybe it'll be 2, or maybe not, as we'll see in a moment. Attached units' printed power is considered 5, and its printed HP is considered 5. So it turns any unit into a 5/5. You can put this on your own units. You can put this on your opponent's units. It's great. If you put this on your opponent's like 10/10, that's good. If you put this on your 1/1, that's good. Now, you're never playing this card. Why? It's double vigilance, right? So it says 3, and it says, wow, you get a discount. So maybe it'll even be 2 sometimes. But really, it's 5, and maybe sometimes it'll be 4. And so let's say that it's 5. Would you play 5 cost, make a unit of 5/5? No, I would rather play 5 cost, make a 5/5. And then would I play 4 costs, make a unit of 5/5? Honestly, I would still rather play 4 costs, make a unit, or 4 costs, make a 4/5, or even a 4/4. I think this card is not that good, despite its niche uses, which may come up sometimes. It's probably like a D+. It's probably one of the better of the like double aspect cards, but even then, I'm not that excited about it. D+ is way too high. It's like a D. What am I saying? Next up, we have Bolstered Endurance, which is a 1-cost Vigilance upgrade at common that says attach to a Force unit, and it gives +1/+3, and that's it. This is, 1 cost for +1/+3. That's good stats. It only goes on Force units, but it makes those Force units very resilient. They're likely to get their attacks in to give you that Force token more often. It's very much a solid card. I think it's not super exceptional, and again, you do not want a lot of these. So I've said that for events. You don't want that many of random do-nothing events in your deck. You can maybe justify a couple. Same with upgrades like this. You can justify a couple of these. Don't run too many. But this is probably like a C. Next up, we have Inquisitor's Lightsaber, which is a 2-cost command villainy upgrade at common. It gives +1/+3. And attaches to a non-vehicle unit, and attached unit gets, when attacking a Force unit, this unit gets +2/+0, so it's anti-Force synergy, which is good because your opponent is pretty much always playing Force. Now, this is 2 cost, gives something +3/+3 most of the time, however, only on attack. It's kind of like it has Raid 2 in a way, but only when attacking Force units, so the Raid 2 can't be cashed into base. This is a fine unit. It's not like particularly exciting, but 2 costs for +3/+3 is very real. And your opponent will have Force units very often. So I think this card is somewhere between a C and a C+. I think it's a pretty solid card, and it will make your units trade up a lot. And then the +3 power, or +3 HP is just going to be huge. Next, we have Craving Power, a 5-cost command villainy upgrade at rare that says attach to a friendly unit, and when played, deal damage to an enemy unit equal to the attached unit's power. This is removal. So it's 5 costs, for sure. 5 costs for +2/+2 is not good. But the +2/+2 sticks around, and this probably kills something when it comes down. So you put this onto like your 4/4 or whatever, and it becomes a 6/6, kills whatever you want on your opponent's side of the field at that point in the game, and then it's always a 6/6. I think that's a very reasonable card. Removal's a removal. It's not that efficient. Again, generally on 5, you want to play a nice 5-drop, but removal does an okay impression of that too. So I like this card. I think it's fine. I would take it pretty early, and I'm going to give it a B-. The double aspect stops me from taking it really early, but nevertheless. Next up, we have Yoda's Lightsaber, which is a 2-cost command heroism upgrade at rare that says attach to a non-vehicle unit, and when played, you may use the Force. If you do, heal 3 damage from a base, and it gives +3/+1. So 2 for +3 power is really quite good, and the +1 HP is a real bonus for sure that will come up. Healing 3 from the base is good. It can really sort of change the math sometimes, but that's not a ton. The real bonus you get from this is the +3 attack. And as we'll see not too far from now, there is kind of a better way to do that. We'll see how that compares. But I like this card. I think it's going to be okay. It's going to turn any unit into a real threat. It's probably like a C+. Of course, the lack of big HP boost is a bit of a risk because it means that you can get 2-for-1 a bit easier. But I think it's still going to be okay. It might be closer to a C for that reason, but I think the pressure that it puts on your opponent is very real. Next up, we have Pilios Star Compass, a 2-cost command upgrade at Uncommon. It says attach to a non-vehicle unit, and when played, search the top 3 cards of your deck for a unit, reveal it, and draw it. This is a interesting upgrade. It replaces itself, and in fact, it replaces itself with a card that's probably going to be better than it because it's a unit instead of an upgrade. And I like that. 2 costs for +1/+1. It's obviously not that great, but again, it's 2 costs. Put it on something, and it just immediately replaces itself. So unlike earlier where we were talking about like the hidden cost of using a card, this has the hidden benefit of not using a card because it just instantly replaces itself. Better than it instantly replaces itself, you get a little bit of an actual option. Now, of course, you're limited to just units, but that's usually what you want to get anyway. I think Pilios Star Compass is a very playable upgrade. And if you get 2-for-1, it sucks, but it sucks less because this replaces itself. So I'm going to give it a C+. Next, we have Sith Hologron, a 1-cost upgrade at Rare in Aggression Villainy. It gives +1/+1 and says attach to a Force unit. Attached unit gets on attack. You may deal 2 damage to a friendly unit. If you do, this unit gets +2/+0 for this attack. So this is 1 cost for +1/+1 on its own is reasonably acceptable. And then every now and then it can be 1 cost for +3/+1, but you need to either kill a small unit of yours or severely weaken a bigger unit of yours such that it maybe can be traded with in a more efficient way for your opponent, which is definitely a real downside. So be careful about cards like this. Now, that being said, the flexibility to choose when you do that can be helpful because 1 cost for +3/+1 in the right spots, really, really handy. And you're maybe okay with dealing 2 damage to a friendly unit in that case. Can do that thing where like you attack into a big unit, and so long as this unit has 3 HP left, you can deal 2 to itself. And then, because, it doesn't matter if it has 3 HP or 1 HP, it's dying to the 5/5 you just threw it into. But potentially you can kill that 5/5 with a much smaller unit. So definitely a solid card and something you can look out for, but not incredible because, of course, that's a very niche situation. And every time you are using this on attack, you're weakening your board presence pretty substantially, with the exception of what I just described. But then you're 2-for-1ing yourself, right? Because you're using an upgrade and a unit to get rid of one of their units. So this kind of makes the best of a few bad situations, and giving yourself options is nice, but I still just think it's kind of not that great. It's probably like a C-. Next, we have Battle Fury, which is a 2-cost Aggression Villainy upgrade at Uncommon that says attached unit gets on attack, discard a card from your hand. It's +3/+3. So 2 costs for +3/+3 is obviously very, very good. On attack, discard a card from your hand is tough. Now, you do get to choose which card it is, and the ideal sort of way to build this is in such a way that you don't have any cards at all in your hand. But of course, that has its own host of problems. You don't have cards in your hand. You generally want cards in your hand. Drawing cards is good. So this is a very real downside, and it's probably not going to be one that you can actually overcome in a game of Limited, which is usually very value heavy. Sure, you're going to be able to trade up with some units in a way that's going to be nice, but every time you do, it's like you're using a card to do that. And sometimes using a card to trade up with units is good, but sometimes you kind of would have liked that card and you kind of wanted it on the field. So definitely be careful with this card. It's definitely like two costs for +3/+3 is a lot. And if you draw this like late game, it's kind of okay. You can put this on something and then you're in top deck mode anyway, so the discard doesn't matter. But I probably would try to avoid playing this card if you could. It's probably like a D+, maybe a C- if you're more insane than I am somehow. Next up is Night Saber, a 2-cost Aggression Heroism upgrade at Common. This is attached to a Jedi non-vehicle unit. It gives +3/+2. So 2 costs for +3/+2 is very good, especially we just saw 2 costs for +3/+3, but this one doesn't make you discard cards, so I prefer this one. I think this one is quite strong. 2 cost for +3/+2 permanently, I think is the strongest and like most efficient like permanent upgrade we've seen so far. Now, this does need to be on a Jedi, which is a bit more of a real restriction in this set than a Force unit. There's a lot of Force units, and there are still a lot of Jedi. There are actually a number that I'm about to find out very quickly. So there are 20 Jedi at common and uncommon in this format. And I guess, one of them is a villain. So there's 19 heroism, common and uncommon Jedi in this format. So that is a decent amount, and you will often have somewhere to put this, which is good, of course, because this is sometimes a dead card, and that definitely sucks. So only play this if you get like a critical mass of Jedi. So just be careful with this card, but I think if you do have the critical mass of Jedi, it's quite solid. It's probably like a C+. That's a very efficient upgrade. Next up, we have Heavy Blaster Cannon, which is a 4-cost aggression upgrade at rare. It gives +2/+2 and says attached to a non-vehicle unit. And when played, you may deal 1 damage to a ground unit, then 1 damage to the same ground unit, then 1 damage to the same unit. So it is removal, and obviously this is designed to work really well against shields. If a unit has 3 shields on it, this gets rid of all 3 shields. If a unit has 2 shields on it, it gets rid of 2 shields and deals 1 damage to it. If the unit has no shields on it, it just deals 3 damage to that unit. And I think all of those situations are good. So it's basically, when played, deal 3 damage to unit ++. Very good. And then, of course, the +2/+2 sticking around is nice. So this is one of those upgrades that I'm genuinely happy to run, because even if they are able to reasonably efficiently kill the unit I put it on, I did still get some value off of the when played, and if they can't, the buff is going to continually get me sort of value throughout the game. So I think upgrade like this is like a C+. Next, we have Corrupted Saber, which is a 2-cost cunning villainy upgrade at common that says attached to a non-vehicle unit, and if attached unit is a force unit, it gains on attack. The defender gets -2/-0 for this attack. I think this card is completely acceptable. So 2 costs for +2/+1 is definitely not as exciting as what we saw earlier, but you can attach this to a much wider array of units. And then definitely nerfing the attack of the defender, because you're pretty much always going to put this on a force unit, is very good. So like secretly, this gives you +2/+3, or maybe even +2/+5, depending on how you do things, right? Because you're nerfing the attack of your opponent's unit. So definitely, I think this is actually like a quite a solid upgrade. And it means that your opponents are going to need to attack into this. And there are definitely ways that you can play into that and make that really come out on your advantage. It's probably between a C and a C+. Next up, we have Ascension Cable, which is a 2-cost cunning upgrade at common that says attached to a non-vehicle unit, and the attached unit gains Saboteur, and it gives +1/+3. So 2 costs, +1/+3, that's fine, we've seen that before. Saboteur is pretty good in this format because of all the shields, and there is a couple of Sentinel things as well, Sentinel themes with like Ahsoka and stuff, but really it's for the shields. And +3 is going to make whatever unit you put this on really difficult to kill, of course. I don't have like a ton to say about this card because it is like pretty straightforward. How it sort of is positioned in the format is okay. It's probably going to make your opponent need to like throw 1 more unit at this, at whatever unit this is attached to. But again, this is the sort of thing where don't run too many of these. You can maybe support like 1, so just be careful. And it's probably about a C. Next, we have Darth Revan's lightsabers, plural, which is a 2-cost villainy upgrade at rare. It says attached to a non-vehicle unit, and if attached unit is a Sith, it gains grit, and it gives +2/+2. So we've talked about this before. There's not that many Sith. There's a couple of Sith in the format that are actually good. There are 5 Sith at common and uncommon in this format. So the Sith theme is really not there. Of course, there's like, your Darth Maul as your leader, which is awesome, and Darth Revan as your leader. Don't do that. I'm telling you, don't do that. So you're probably not going to get there on the Sith theme, at least not reliably. You maybe will sometimes. But 2 costs for +2/+2 is fine. And then if you can give it grit, that definitely is an upside. But I'm really just evaluating this as a 2-cost 2/2 with the very occasional upside. So that's probably like a C, maybe a C-. You probably shouldn't play this card if you can help it, but it's not going to be the worst thing ever. And then, lastly, we have Constructed Lightsaber, which is a 3-cost upgrade at Legendary. It says attached to a Force unit. If attached unit is a Heroism unit, it gains Restore 2. If attached unit is a Villainy unit, it gains Raid 2. And if attached unit is a non-Heroism, non-Villainy unit, it gains Sentinel. So, and it gives +2/+3. So this is what I would call like a very first pickable card, in that it doesn't matter what deck you're in. You're playing this card. This is a very solid upgrade and goes anywhere. I think weirdly its best mode is actually the Sentinel one, because +2/+3 Sentinel is very annoying to get through. But what's cool about this is you get to choose in a pinch, right? If you really need if you're, of course, you're never going to be able to choose between Restore and Raid, because you shouldn't be playing both of those. But if you're ever wanting to play, if you're in Heroism and you need Restore, you can put it on a Heroism unit. If you're in Heroism and you need Sentinel, you can do that. And then in Villainy, if you're in Villainy and you need extra base damage, you choose Raid. And then if you need Sentinel, you choose Sentinel. So I love having choices, of course. And any choice here is actually quite good. 3 cost for +2/+3 is very respectable. I mean, we've seen Jedi and Fallen Lightsabers from Spark of the Rebellion, which were 3 cost +3/+3, so this is a little worse than that, but they can absolutely carry their own weight as well. So I think this is a very strong card, and I actually will sometimes first pick this, which I think makes it a B-. Very cool card, and I look forward to seeing how it plays out. Again, of course, upgrades are a little bit spooky, but this is one of the 5 upgrades that I'm actually like, oh, okay, yeah, this is one that I want in my deck for sure. Wow. Look at that. Wait, where am I pointing to on the screen right now? Hold on. No, it's over here. Look at that. Look at that. That is crazy. That's what I just did, and that's what you just did. We both just did that. We're in this together now, okay? That was a long set review, but it was really fun. I enjoyed talking about all of them. Sorry if my voice started to give out at any point. I didn't take breaks for the Jump to Lightspeed one. I actually just ran that through top to bottom. This one I took a couple of breaks, so hopefully my voice is a little bit more tolerable through that. But yes, thank you so much for sticking with me through that. And please, and I really mean this, I'm not just engagement farming here. I want to hear about your pre-releases so bad in the comments. I read and honestly reply to all of the comments, because I'm in it for the love of the game, okay? You think I make money doing this? You think I make money doing this? No, I'm in it for the love of the game. I want to hear how you did in pre-release. I want to hear what crazy stuff you got off. I want to hear about your Ogdo Bogdo combos. I want to hear about your It's Worse situations. All of that. Please tell me all about it. I'm very excited for this set as a player who's been doing Force stuff in Constructed since day one. Very, very excited for the Constructed ramifications of this set, but of course I'm more excited for the Limited environment of this set. Jump to Lightspeed was a cool format for Limited. I think the leader pilots were a little bit too strong for my liking, especially Luke, as we all know. And in pre-release Boba Fett. So I'm really looking forward to sort of a fresh, diverse meta. Now, don't get me wrong, I did enjoy drafting Jump to Lightspeed, and I'll do it again if given the opportunity before the new set drops. But yes, I am very much looking forward to the new format as well, as I always am. And I'm looking forward to pre-release and your stories. And also, I don't think I've mentioned this yet. Maybe I have. I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing how the constructed meta evolves, because I will be at Galactic in Vegas. So if you actually see me there, then come say hi, okay? Tell me about draft. I just like draft, guys, okay? I don't get to draft enough, and I'm frustrated as a result. So come talk to me about draft. Odds are I'm gonna get DQ'd on day one, so I'll be doing lots of draft side events for sure. And you can come and kick my ass at draft side events, and you can be like, oh, why should I even listen to this guy? He's bad. I beat him at draft. And then I'll be like, yeah, no, you're right. But I look forward to that nonetheless. It should be fun, even though it's going to be 40 degrees. And I am Canadian, so I don't know if I'll survive the trip, but I will die doing what I love, which is playing Star Wars Unlimited. Thank you so much for watching again and listening to me ramble. Genuinely, comments, please. Look, you just watched a 4-hour video. I don't know how long it is. 5 hours? 4 hours? I don't know. Time is meaningless. You just watched a long video. You can leave one comment telling me about your pre-release. You don't even need to do it yet, okay? Just put it in your calendar. Put it in your phone calendar. Be like, the day after pre-release, be like, leave a comment on the video and just put a link back to my video, and then go and tell me about it, okay? Please, okay? You just watched a 5-hour video. You can do that. I believe in you. Okay. Anyway, sorry. I've been yapping enough. Thank you so much for watching. I am going to, of course, make lots more videos about the pre-release, maybe as it gets a little bit closer to pre-release date, if I have new thoughts that I want to mention here. When the pre-release actually happens, I'll be for sure doing a video about my experience there. And then, as the format goes on, I'll be updating you guys with new thoughts about the format and, keep posted there. There will also be more Jeopardy-style trivia videos on the channel in the near-ish future. I haven't filmed any yet, but I have some more in the pipeline. So very much looking forward to that. If you haven't seen it yet, go watch the last video on this channel. Axel Hutt, Benjamin Paulus, and Omerjan Surratt came on and did a trivia gauntlet where I edited their cards and saw if they could tell me what was wrong with each of them. And sometimes one of the artists got a different artist's card and stuff like that. And it was very exciting. I don't know, maybe I'll put a clip here. Who knows? But definitely check that out. We have a lot of fun with those. I feel like I've plugged enough here. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. Blue Sky, check me out on Blue Sky. Send me an email, unlimitedlimitedSWU@gmail.com. And I look forward to hearing about your pre-release experiences. Please, comments! Oh my goodness, please. Okay, anyway, thank you so much for watching. And as always, may the Force be with you as we go in to this, the Force, oh God, what's the format called? Legends of the Force set. May the Force be with you. May the Legends of the Force be with you. Have a good one.
So what I told you was true, from a certain point of view.
A certain point of view?